before the Auchi Wauchi, I did talk to one friend. He's a helicopter mechanic, and he did fly fly tests. So and not just the helicopter, but other little airplanes. I don't know. So aircrafts. So and I did talk to him, about Flat Earth. So I did talk to him. He did said he has a friend, a pilot. Uh, Sometimes he goes up, more to so from Portugal, or I don't know, or maybe from the UK. So he goes a little up on the north and then goes to America, something like that.
Yeah.
I was just wondering what movie you guys were talking about watching.
Level with me. Mikhail just shared this trailer by
The live stream,
Hebeller Productions. Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text.
The new one, but it's not out yet.
Yeah.
No, it will be April 22.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Okay.
That's a good time to release it. That's good. That's cool.
But then they will at that day they will release, and then they put available on ID to buy, but then they release the lower quality version.
Yeah.
700, something like that.
Probably have it streamed online for free and then have high resolution copies that people can buy. So if they want to play it,
yeah,
they can get a good copy of it.
Second
cool.
one, this is the third, but the second one they did talk with pilots.
This seems more about paths than actual curve or anything else. Like it looks like
it's
streams.
That line is a path, navigation path, I think.
Yeah.
The line of what's this? Of no. The line of there's a phrase there. The line of no. If I have to zoom it. Of no var. Ooh, it's not easy to read that. I don't get it.
I don't know which one you're trying to read.
In that line, in that map, in that line, the curving, you see a phrase there.
The line of
no.
Zoom in. Hold on.
Yeah.
I need to put my glasses on here. See if I can see closer. The line of no variation.
Oh, thanks.
It was funny because my brain filled that out before my eyes finished focusing, and then I had to. Then when I focused, I'm like, "Did I say that right?" Okay, yeah. I second guess myself immediately after seeing something, reading it, and saying it.
So we have a.
It is kind of. It's blurry though, unless you zoom in a little bit. I know this says Pacific Sea, like the Pacific, but it looks like it says the Pacific Sea. Go over to that Pacific Sea. I've never heard of that one before. Wonder what's over there.
The Pacific Sea.
Yeah. I was joking about how it's separated apart. It looks like it says Pacific or Pacific. You go to that Pacific Sea. It might be a little fickle.
You can see the. Let me see. You see Spain, no, south of Europe, Spain, and then Por means Portugal.
What maps like that? I should actually make one of those Google Drive archive things that people can access, but they can't edit anything on, and just load it up and organize it with a bunch of cool stuff. Because I really like collecting maps like these, and I have a bunch of random things. Anytime I see you guys post something cool, I'll get that, and then I might take it and put it through Google Image Search to reverse search it and try and find other things related to it.
Awesome.
I have a bad habit of collecting stuff and just haphazardly organizing it into files that I plan on going through later, and then not going through those folders, and instead putting those folders inside of another folder so that I don't have a big stack of folders, and all those folders can be in one folder. Then I download more stuff and do it again until I have a folder of folders filled with those folders.
Am I in there?
Hey!
Welcome, Relic Septic.
Having a conversation in my own head with myself.
Well, if you want expert advice, you talk to professionals.
I just restarted the stream, I think.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I noticed that it was off, but you weren't around, and I can't contact you to be like, hey, man, I don't know what's going on, but it's not on. Give me your cell phone, Helio. I'll send you a text next time it goes down. Dang. Gosh.
Dude.
Or an email, or set up like a group, like some random like thing. Like, wait a minute, what am I talking about? You got mods here and staff. You guys do your job. Why aren't you paying attention? You're supposed to tell Helio what's going on, guys. What the heck? I don't work here.
Elijah, how are you, Elijah? Happy New Year.
Hey.
Happy New Year's, guys. I got the bad mic because I'm at work, but hello.
Hello.
Elijah talking through the tin can on a string attached to a balloon. It goes down to another tin can and connects to a speaker.
Microphone, plug it back in.
Oh, we heard you clearly enough, man.
Shit. Lighting up, but I can't hear you guys. Oh, I need to. Oh, my headphones were unplugged. That's why.
Oh, that might help.
About that.
And I'm sorry. I thought I was trying to mute my mic and then accidentally coughed before I could mute it.
I can hear you guys now. My headphones were unplugged. I just now noticed that.
Had to plug your ears in, man.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell? I can see you guys lighting up. I can't hear shit. Okay.
Helio's like, hold on a second. Am I going deaf? Wait, no, it can't be that.
Yeah, it was like seeing shit lighting up, but I ain't hearing anything. Good.
Oh, man. Oh, dude, watch this video that I don't want to share it again. I'll just reply to myself. I feel bad making it, but it's also hilarious.
What's it about?
I mean, I took the trap version of the theme song from Little Einsteins and put it over the Challenger explosion and timed it right to certain things. Just, you'll see.
Some people
It's
take offense to that.
24 minutes after this hour. Above the level with me, I did post the trailer.
Oh, yeah, and then you should watch that trailer. That trailer is awesome. Very well made. I look forward to watching it. I want to watch that documentary. It's awesome. I already know what's going to be in it, but I look forward to watching it so that I can share it with other people. Hey, come on, we all already know generally what's in there. We know it's coming, but the world doesn't.
Check it out, Miguel.
Yeah, that trailer's fire.
I would love to have that video when you are flying on the level, always level, and then landing on an airplane. An airport. That is so cool. You see no curvature.
Yeah, most people who claim to see curvature outside of a window of an airplane are either hallucinating or looking at the edges of their windows.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you look at the front, like what
Exactly.
pilots see, it doesn't look like that. Those things have to be bubbled for pressure.
Miguel,
sorry,
can
man.
you just DM me the link that you're talking about? Because I'm not.
Yes.
Brother, appreciate it.
Okay, so here.
That link should be posted like somewhere relevant on the server. Like, isn't there some kind of
there's some
like a room for that channel for it?
For like pertinent video or like flat Earth videos or like hot shit videos or whatever you want to call it. There's
something top level. Because this thing, I'm telling you, it's awesome.
Red Pill Music, Red Pill Movies. We got live streams. It's like shit people should watch.
Yeah.
Create a room there for shit people should watch.
FE Productions and Planetara Studios presents.
See your message, Miguel. I'll definitely check it out.
This is the video that Ethergrass was talking. He did put music and
he created the other movie Level.
Yeah.
And now this is like an addendum to it.
This he did Ethergrass, this guy, our friend here, he did put the music there. With the shell engine.
You're showing him the music video thing. Yeah, that one's kind of funny. It's dark, but it's funny. Like, if you know what we know, then it's funny. If you don't, then it's pretty dark.
Video from Hibbler?
Oh, he tagged you. He's tagging you in the thing so you can click the attachment and it'll take you up there.
Okay.
And then right below the video I shared is the trailer that he had shared, and that's what I was just talking about. Was that trailer is really awesome?
Never mind. I'm clicking on it now. I'm doing other shit too. So okay.
You're trying to multitask.
Yeah. Let's see what.
You got like 50 tabs open in your brain, and music's coming out of 3 of them. You don't know which ones.
Yeah, so Hitler's working with Eddie Bravo now. That's good stuff. And Jim Brewer, but he's doing the circuit, man. Hitler's working with those guys. You know who they are? Eddie Bravo and Jim Brewer.
I don't. I should, and I should be ashamed that I don't know all of the.
I'll send you Jim Brewer. If you haven't seen his latest comedy routine, then you missed it.
Yeah, dude, he's a funny dude. He's the guy that always looks ripped. The white dude from Biodome, or was that the one? No, half baked.
Yeah, the white guy from Half Baked. Yeah.
And anyway, his comedy is good, but like his latest thing is all
now he's interviewing Eddie Bravo, and he's got a podcast. He's interviewing Eddie Bravo, and he had Hibbler on his channel too. Yeah, good stuff.
Is it the same guy that Joe Rogan interviewed about 7 days ago?
Yeah, I think he's been on Joe Rogan too.
Okay, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he's a famous comedian, but his last comedy special on YouTube, it's called "Somebody Had to Say It."
He's ripping on all the nonsense over these last few years.
Yeah, the COVID nonsense. Yeah, he said somebody had to say it, so he's just put it all out. all the way out there. So yeah, I'll send a link to his and like I said, he's interviewing Hibbler and Joe Rogan. Who else did he have on? I think he has that. He had Owen Benjamin and Jim and Eddie Bravo on there at the same time. I mean, it's just like it's pretty good stuff. This is his channel. Well, I mean, this is the video, but it's the same channel. You can watch his podcast there too.
Cool.
It's a must watch.
I need higher resolution footage. We need higher resolution footage. The YouTube stuff and the other streaming things and the animated GIFs are really nice for sharing stuff on phones. But for high quality premium content, we need high resolution footage. Like we need high resolution assets, like the original content, the original quality source material. A copy of a copy of a copy degrades and degrades and degrades, and then you're sharing an image of whatever. And what is that? Well, what the hell is even that? I'm venting on issue that I have personally, but also I've noticed that other people have too. Like the higher quality material, the better an example it presents. Unfortunately, y'all got quiet real quick. I'll just talk to myself. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of random things that were recorded that are just kind of the only copy was on a VHS that somebody recorded back in the day, and now they uploaded a copy of the VHS with all its static and issues. And you don't in the original TV station, even whether they have it or not, it's irrelevant. They ain't releasing it. So there's a bunch of videos that existed and don't anymore. It's kind of like how NASA had a bunch of footage that for some reason they recorded over. Boggles the mind.
They like to do that a lot.
Video discs existed.
Lost technology.
For a long time. Like there's these old video discs though, man. And like
yeah. Lost moon hooks. Lost moon hooks or they were stolen.
Yeah. They're missing a bunch of like hours and hours and hours of footage that they supposedly recorded. And it's like, if something's important to you, you could literally make a video disc, which existed at the time, and seal it away in a way where, because it degrades when being used. So I'm sure you can store it long term in a way where it wouldn't be damaged, especially making out of certain materials. No excuses. You could have stored the stuff. Stop lying. It wasn't destroyed. Most of it probably never existed.
Of course they are lying because they said that they lost of telemetry, but this lady
some of the Globies would be like, they'd have to fake so much blah blah blah. Yeah, or they fake. You like non-fake it by just pretending that you made it and then say, "Oops, we lost it or destroyed it." You don't even have to fake it. You lie about having made it.
Have telemetry on all those papers.
Yeah. There's this one astronaut that these people talk about all the time, and one of the things that he said just always gets me. Is like he basically says that he's just one of the space guys, and he talks about and then he talks about living and working in space goes along with doing science experiments in space. And then there's just other random thing, or like the quote about going back to the moon, but
It's
they destroyed
entertaining.
that technology, and it's a real pain to like recover it again or whatever. Come on, man.
And then we have a former
Hey.
CIA guy telling this inside, they use inside CIA, they use this joke, NASA, not a space agency.
Yeah,
They know it.
and they're dang well that it's just theatrics to get a budget for military spending. It's silly. They're clowns. A lot of these people though, they are highly creative. They have creative intelligence. I'll give them that. They get hired to imaginate. It's like Disney hires Imagineers to help create Disney's like thematic attractions so that you feel immersive when you're there. NASA does the same on a higher level. They help you imaginate on a galaxy far, far away.
Even Disney did a documentary about with let me see, Werner von Braun.
Oh, that dude is a creeper, and his brother's even creepier. Anybody who knows. And the Magus knows.
Let me see Disney.
The Magnus. Dudes, they are warlocks. Openly. Like the experiments related to rockets and stuff where he did occult rituals with them, like some black magic stuff. Like no bones about it and didn't care. It's not like he was hiding it. It's not a conspiracy type thing. It's who he was as a person. Jinn exists.
But at least, Werner von Braun, he did.
We're talking about the father of modern rocket science, right? Yeah.
So he did leave a message to us because he could, I saw him, in this Disney documentary talking about rockets, but it was awkward to him to do that, but because he was lying.
Yeah.
But he did leave. Let me see. Werner von Braun. So we did leave this, Oops, let me see. So, here. Okay. So it is in this, how you call it, grave. Psalms 91, 2.1. So if you go watch this, you will see the word firmament. And by the way, if you search this word firmament on Google, you get it. Old cosmology. So at least he did, leave this message there. It is a souvenir because it's writing between the lines,
You know what?
So somehow
I was just thinking about this. We mull through the same stuff year after year, dude. And we answer the same exact questions by doing the same exact stuff, and sometimes we'll have to lose track of stuff. We'll have to retrace our steps to go find the same exact information that we shared before with another person. And all of us keep doing this over and over and over again, and that's kind of crazy. That's insane. We need a central area, like .net area or something, a website that has a database of information related to this subject, like a repository. Like, people want the information, we can just point that, like, here, use our search engine and go through our database. Like, all these questions that are just repetitive, though. There's a question in the lobby, right? And I'm like, this question is so simple and easy. And I started to go to get, retrace myself to get the actual sources for everything and be like, here, and drop a huge mountain of info on this dude. Every one of us has done that already 1,000 times over. For that specific question. And then you multiply that by how many thousands of other questions? Come on. Look it up yourself. They erased the tapes. I'm not going to Google for you. But we should have a database. Like, I was just saying, that's what I was talking to you about. I was like, we really should have a database of this information where it's readily available. Like, we could have an area of a whole bunch of, cause you were saying it's not just the one. There's like a lot of things that were lost, but that wasn't even the, But right. Like, I see what you're saying, Rich. And I'm glad that you found it. Like, I'm actually impressed by that. I'm glad that you had the motivation to look on your own accord instead of just sitting there like, oh, well, you won't do it. You can't prove it. And that's awesome. I'm glad that you searched and you studied to show yourself approved. You got your beliefs. There you go. If you feel satisfied with what you found.
Yeah, at first, so...
I wasn't talking about a specific thing. I'm talking about a vast amount of data.
Exactly.
But I'm done talking about tapes. You got to keep digging to know what I'm talking about, because I'm not wrong. It's something that they've openly admitted to. So,
yeah.
Anyway, the database thing. Those maps that you were showing before, I was thinking we really actually should have organized all these different maps from different locations, timeline, everything. You can go through everything related to everything. Like, people want a map, they want a diagram, they want an example. Here, have them all. There you go. Enjoy. Because that's what we had to look through.
Yeah,
but we just put them there for them, laid out.
When I start collecting things, it was not organized. Because at that time I didn't felt the need, to do that, because once you get the truth. But anyway, then I realized that I had to do that because to explain to new people, to think for themselves, So so I did start to organize that. Then crossing information, from a lot of sources. So that's the way By the way, it's the way that CIA guys, when they want to know something, the truth, of something, they do this.
I've noticed a pattern of the people who usually refuse to join into the voice chat, and they're either too young to be trying to discuss this subject matter with adults, like they just need to go study some more or something, come back, know your own model first, or they're trolls and they don't want to be called out on their crap because they can't keep a straight face, and you can hear them laughing through their teeth as they're trying to pretend to care about what you're saying just so that they can respond and egg you on, drag it out as long as they can until they get banned. There's a lot of people who do that just for the fun of it. It's a very common thing. They come and hear that, their friends watching, and they're like, let's see how long I stay on this flat earth server. Take the piss out of everyone. That's not how things are done here. So voice chat is how I know, and I'm just telling you the general. So obviously you could have other reasons. It can be an exception. But generally speaking, people either afraid because they're too young or timid, or they're trolls. Because everybody's got a microphone, so I'm not going to hear the crowd. I don't have a mic. Yeah, okay. Come on. But everybody has reasons, whatever. Voice chat is where things are done here. People use their voices to communicate. The text is an extension of your voice to communicate ideas, but it's not, it lacks all of the emotional intent and the true meaning of things as one is saying something. So when you read cold text, it's like kind of like sarcasm doesn't transfer very well through it. Other things don't either.
But there are some people that they have been here trolling, and then they were banned, and then they did think the things that people said here, and they start thinking for themselves, and then they create a new account, and some of them they talk about
They
this.
come back.
And but
I love it when they come back.
But they come back with some of them come back with you guys are right. So that's the amazing
I love it
thing,
when they come back smarter.
Yeah.
Like that's the point. If they come back dumber, then okay, something went wrong. But when they come back smarter, like they've done some research, now they know they know more facts, they know more about what they believe. Cool. You studied.
But
we're here trying to grow people's brain cells, right?
Exactly. And there are some, they start laughing. So those are just thinking they have the burden of proof. So
and arrogance.
The burden of truth. So those are
if you jump into a battlefield assuming you already know your enemy without making any observations or investigations as to who, what, when, where, how, you're going to end up finding yourself falling on your butt every time. Unless you're super lucky. Sorry, go.
You know what I do? There's you can over the name, the profile. There's a note you can. I always put time wasters. Because
because you can put a note next to people.
They were wasting our time.
Dude, that's a good idea. Anybody can do that. You can just put a note next to people, and if somebody is a waste of time to you, then mark them so that you personally you'll remind yourself, don't deal with this person, because they'll change their name and stuff. They'll still have the note there.
Yeah,
that is a really good idea.
Wasted time wasters.
This is also like, I think a lot gets lost in these lobbies. Like the way the format is, like people need to read tutorials first before coming in. There should be some kind of something, or like an introductory video, like watch this video and answer some questions before you're even allowed to talk anywhere here.
Yeah, intro, yeah.
Yeah, because all we end up answering the same questions every day to different people who are all saying the same things, and they think they're so creative and smart, but all they're doing is regurgitating exactly what everybody else is saying. Like all these other people around them. It's mind-numbingly identical. All we want people to do is just come up with their own.
And those, they start, just memes, because they have no arguments. And they just, it's like looking to a picture, a painting, and arguing about the frame of that painting.
They'll draw a stick figure picture of what they think you believe, and then start pointing at that picture that they drew with crayons and say, "This is what you believe."
They don't want to look into the information. They just say, "Oh, memes,"
and make something up. Well, that's another thing that's interesting. Is there's so many people amongst these chats, these groups, they believe such different things. So you can't say, "Oh, well, flat earthers believe that." No. Exactly. It doesn't matter what you're saying about it. No, it doesn't apply. Because if there's even one flat earther that doesn't believe that, you cannot say flat earthers believe that. Because that's an all statement. All means all. That's all means. But they try and do those all-encompassing things and throw us all in a big bucket and say, "See, you guys are that." No. This is so much deeper. It's a realm that people can't fathom. And it goes beyond just the Planetara. There's like far more worldviews that make it so much more complicated. And I'm not talking about the joke ones like the donut bullcrap or dinosaur Earth. Anybody who knows about inverse Earth simulation theory or any of these other things, they make things really complicated in these discussions. I would say that's far more dangerous than any flat Earth discussion could ever be. Is the complete disconnection of reality. Like nothing matters. Everything's relative. You have your truth. I have my truth. And we might live in some kind of multiverse where things are a little bit different for each of us or what. Everything's become so I might not, there's 99% chance I'm sitting where I get disconnected. Nothing matters and nothing means anything. Everything just means whatever it means to you. And if you get offended by it, well, that's your truth. So other people should respect things that you get offended by, especially if it's a sound effect that comes out of other people's throats.
Just like the simulation.
Yeah. Hey, CB, welcome back to the chat, bro.
Hey, well, I thought you were throwing me an alley-oop there. It was perfect timing. You were like, especially if it's a sound effect. I'm like, oh, that's my time.
Congratulations, you are a moderator now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Miguel.
You deserve it. I want to stay here. No, gold plus. I don't want to be a moderator. I'm like Sunny.
Sure, I'll chuck a rope down for anyone else who needs it.
I would never want to be a Discord server moderator on something this big like this. I wouldn't mind doing actual debate moderation where I'm only moderating two people in a debate format mod that has nothing to do with Discord server moderation at all. It's that's a format thing related to debate. Because I like civilized discussion. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes even AI Ardent, he did talk. Even as we can moderate. Because we shouldn't talk certain things in the live stream. So I sometimes call to attention, and even some.
We need them to be able to calm down everybody or control stuff like that. Like come pop in and be like, "Hey guys,
you cannot talk about this or that," and
or y'all getting too rowdy. You need to calm down just a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes there'd be too many people just on edge because they haven't talked to a Globie in a while. Somebody pops in here asking some questions, and then it's like all the hunting dogs want to go chase that one rabbit that just happened to pop its head in through the door. Like, all right, boys, sit, stay, wait, hold. No. Oh, you guys left the door open. Damn it! Now they're all out. Oh, dude, you should get the soundbite from Who Let the Dogs Out from the beginning of that song. And just if people start acting rabid, just play that. And it's kind of a notification to all the boys. Yo, calm down, dude. Like, everybody's acting like dogs now. Who let the dogs out? We must act like gentlemen while we're here. That's kind of the point. Civilized discussion, right?
Absolutely.
Well, ladies and gentlemen. There's no ladies talking at the time, so I'm feeling like I'm talking to bro, but obviously. It sucks to be any of those people in the middle because they're never going to get a formal title for who they are as a person. They can identify as whatever pronoun they are, but ladies and gentlemen is binary.
Shasha.
Can you guys please stop that? I identify myself as an African woman.
Well, I respect that because it's part of the binary system. It can only be male or female, so you identify as a woman. You can only be black or white, so there you go. Binary systems. You have the right to identify as anything within the binary system.
I think I found the perfect meme. That was the GIF that describes what you were talking about. The 9 minutes past the hour. Some as soon as a baller walks in, everyone's trying to get beat. Yeah, that's what Sasha was
scrolling down because I haven't been in the voice sex for a minute. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some tea.
No problem.
Cheers! The motherfucking tea!
I did love to see it for the first time, the King Kong on black and white.
You just watched that?
No. When I was too young, the younger guy, less than 10.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. But I did love, when I saw that, it was amazing to me, how they did this, it was my question, but it was a great movie. Now they do the same
if you're
thing.
racist, if you're racist, you might have to watch the movie black and white in 2 sections.
How dare you!
Awesome. And Charlie Chaplin, yeah.
Do we need some bait? I can put a little bait on a fishing rod, cast it out there, see if we get any bites. Hey, speak of the devil.
Where is curvature? Immediately, now.
In Glober's imagination.
Quick, turn on the TV.
Trust the government.
What government?
All
My government doesn't lie about space.
Also, when I say government, is the United States and
Okay.
those G8
Russia.
or
Yeah, G8. G20.
G8.
Space. Do you guys mean properties?
Miguel is G7.
Oh, G7. Thanks. Thanks.
Russia, it's 8-1.
Okay.
Yep. Everything is G. G, gravity, G.
Is G a high note or a low note?
Can't have G without R.
I don't know. I'm not a magician.
Can't have G without R.
You cannot have G without C.
Just letting you know, you need R. Need that R.
No, it's need C and then you go straight, go a little bit like that, and then you straight line, and that's G.
As soon as they gave us C, we found R. As soon as we found R, we eliminated G.
But the C is curved, so really the C is more like an L, so it's level.
The C is circumference. As soon as they gave us a circumference, we found R. C equals 2 pi R.
We can find D also.
Yeah.
That's 2R.
Diameter.
Is it a D flat or or is it bemol?
Ask Biruni.
I like that you post CV.
Oh, the moving houses and stuff.
Yeah.
I have so many, dude. It's not even funny. I like the question due to the sheer amount of different answers. I'll just have to type them out because there's so many. But
And the one says, Cart, he says, yes, you did ask. My house is moving. Yes, we are moving. The Earth is moving really fast.
Yeah, so then you compare that to this one where somebody says the opposite. Here you go.
Exactly. I saw that.
When is the case? When is the case when house is stationary?
Oh, never. Well, actually, it's this person right here. They say the Earth moves slow, and that explains why the houses don't move. Well, like what?
1,000 miles an hour is pretty slow.
Come on, guys. You should know better than that. We know that we are moving because we don't feel it.
Ah,
Did you guys?
I concur.
Did you guys see?
If we feel it, that means that we are not moving.
Sound check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Welcome. Dances with the Fools.
Did you guys see the South Korean mission to the moon or whatever?
No.
No.
Nice.
Now they are joining forces with NASA too.
Why? Because Americans cannot do it.
I guess they say they kind of piggybacked a camera or something. So one of the cameras in that alleged mission is from NASA.
Well, someone needs to tell them they need swimming suits.
Exactly.
Swimming suit.
But it's horrible. Like I saw a so-called photograph, and the headline in the article was like, breathtaking, amazing pictures of Earth from space, from around the moon, and it was completely crap. It was like from a video game from the 90s or something.
Now you insulted the video gaming in the 90s.
How dare you?
And I like that games. Man, you have so many news from space. Don't worry about that. Do you know how many news you have one day? You can look at it. It's not that only. You can see the Jupiter is happening, everything in Saturn. You can find out every day something is happening in the space.
Yeah, and there is like websites where you can what's the word, subscribe on their email list, and supposedly they got like new developments from space. But it's there was another good one. Not to get too much into politics, but the Sultan of Turkey or whatever, the guy that is there for like the president for like 25 years or something. So he needs to go to elections because Turkish people are pissed. And last year he promised that he will send Turkey into space. And what he actually did was he had like trucks giving onions and potatoes for free, so he can buy out their votes. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, for potatoes, they have the potato specialist, Matt Damon, no?
I'm not aware of Matt Damon being a specialist in potatoes.
Yeah, Potatoes in Mars, no? Didn't you see the movie?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, thank God, no, I haven't seen that movie. I don't plan on seeing it either.
Oh, I see. The Martian. In other words, he's a farmer, planting potatoes in Mars.
It's funny. I believe that movie is listed as a comedy if you look it up. There was nothing funny in that movie.
I don't think there's nothing funny with Matt Damon. He's probably the most unqualified actor to be a comedian ever.
I saw the Peer Moon on Artemis. Now they show us a Peer Moon. I did post 19 after this hour.
What's that?
A Peer Moon. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson invented the Peer Earth. And now NASA is showing to us Peer Moon.
Oh, the pear. Oh, sorry.
A pear,
sorry.
a pear,
Okay, got you.
pear. Sorry, my Portuguese.
That's okay. It's okay.
My Peer Moon.
You pronounce the same. You say the same way as two, a pair. Yeah, two, number two, a pair.
Pera in Portuguese.
Yeah, pera. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what it was. It's a sci-fi adventure when I looked it up now, but it won the Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture, Musical, or Comedy.
Is there a Golden Pear Award? Or is there only Globes?
There should be a golden.
We have Golden Globies.
Or at least the Golden Oblate. Why are they called? We should call them Oblates.
I'll drop a link to the server.
Oblate. Nah, Oblates are too cool. It can't be called Oblates. They're just going to be Globies. They're not allowed to be Oblates. That sounds too trendy.
Maybe in a whole separate server for Golden Globies.
Pear man.
Can you hear me or do I?
We can hear you.
You sound a bit low. But go ahead.
Yeah, low. You might need to adjust your microphone a little bit to turn it up a bit.
Does this mic work?
Huh.
I love that.
Nothing.
All right, well, I'll keep fishing in the lobby. See what.
Good.
See if we can drag someone in.
I'm going to ask the same question I asked in the live stream in the lobby.
Go ahead, man. I wanted to listen to the lady who was trying to speak, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was waiting for her to respond. I was just hoping she'd turn the microphone up a little bit so we could hear her. We're talking about you, Miss Sai, I guess. Aurora. Okay. I wasn't going to try and pronounce the whole thing, but I did.
I want to comment on something I read on the
If you
chat.
want to ask anything or talk,
Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt someone?
well, we were just giving her a chance to speak, but she's not saying anything. You're good, man.
Okay, I was saying that I'd like to address something I read on the chat right now, just now. So this Avenue individual is responding to a question: any evidence we're living on a spinning, hurtling, water-covered spheroid? So his response is not any that you would accept, comma. So, so I'm gonna give them maybe 5-10 seconds. See if they'll start typing, because there is a comma. So maybe they want to add something. I don't see them typing yet. No, they're not typing. So okay. So what do you mean? Not any evidence that we would, or he would, or someone would accept. I mean, it's if you're placing a claim that has to do with physical reality, it means that you can your evidence will be in the form of a practical demonstration, right? So it's like it's gonna be a fact. So why wouldn't anyone accept facts? I mean, do you have any facts that that point to the Earth being a spheroid, whatever?
Cricket sound effect. Chirp, chirp.
But did he make any claims?
Well, no, he didn't. But he said he kind of gave a half-assed response to someone that asked for evidence about the spheroid Earth by saying that, oh no, not anything that you would accept. And this is like it's somewhat, I don't know, it's a little bit puzzling and cryptic of an answer. I mean, why wouldn't anyone accept something that is a fact? Or what is his angle? What is their angle? I don't get
And
it.
the person is here on the chat room, on the voice chat.
Are they? I haven't.
No, I'm asking.
It's not anymore, but it was there. Maybe Avid will say something more.
Meanwhile, I want to share with you guys and with the world. I invented a new tool. I'm calling it Curvel. It's a level for curvatures.
Awesome.
Nice.
I was thinking the Globe Buster.
So how does it work?
Curvature not included.
Yeah, we need to get Kiwi in here on this, but so how does that work? Like, if I want to make my, I'm actually currently building a custom spherical, everything curved house. So like the driveway is curved, the walls are curved, the floor, everything is curved. So I could actually use that. Are you selling? You have a link to Amazon or something?
Well, in other words, as long as you don't tell my secret, yeah, I'm just going to rebrand the compass. You know, the instrument to draw circles.
Interesting. Yeah, I could use that in my custom curvature house. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have plenty of circles in your house. Of course you can. You have circular rooms, circular walls and ceilings and so on.
I don't mean to shit on your parade, but I'm afraid that this has already been invented. Like yeah.
What,
like,
my custom curvature house or what? The Curvel?
The Curvel.
Okay. Gotcha.
No, actually, the curvature house is a pretty fucking awesome idea. But
okay.
but the Curvel is like you know how you use a straight edge to rule straight lines between points, right? So you you got a pencil, your pencil and your paper, and then you got 2 points. So you lay down your straight edge, and then you rule a line. You draw a line between them, right? So in architectural design, there is like a stencil tool that has a bunch of curves on it, and then when you have to actually design a curve, but you need like a guide, you turn it in whichever way, and you try to find one that kind of sort of fits. So,
yeah, but this my curval is more on the. It's like a plumb bob, it's hanging out of something, and you'll just put the marker on the tip, and you swing it around, so you'll draw a curval.
Yeah. Oh no, that's at another. That's at a whole new level. Sorry, I meant to say that's at a whole new curve. Sounds good.
The pendulum will work like a radius.
Based on the alleged speed of the alleged rotation of the Earth, how rapidly would you be traveling when standing at the equator versus when standing directly on the top or bottom of the oblate spheroid while aligned with the axis?
The difference would be very small, I guess.
Around the circle, or stand in a circle and move at 1,000 miles an hour, turning in a circle. It'd be drastically different.
If I got your question right, what I think you're asking, but I'm not sure, is what would be different in terms of speed if you were just sitting on a perfectly spherical Earth on its equator, as compared to sitting at the equator of an oblate Earth? Is that what you were asking?
Well, the mainstream narrative is that it's oblate to begin with, so that's why I use that word. I'm going to just call it the oblate spheroid from now on, or try to. But no, all right, if you're standing in the middle of a merry-go-round and it is spinning, you will spin in a circle and you won't move. You're going to spin in a circle if you stand perfectly straight, especially if you got your feet locked down. You can't. It's not about it. It's about you, your perspective. Or you put a camera in the middle, whatever. Mount the camera in the middle. Or you put a camera on the edge and have it go around. The way that it's going to rotate and perceive things is going to be a lot differently. Its perspective is going to be much different. So you now apply that to a sphere. You stand directly on the North or South Pole and just stand there and look while it's turning at 1,000 miles an hour, versus if you're on the equator anywhere and standing there and just watching and observing a normal day. You should see a drastic difference.
How dare you deny NASA? I mean, it cannot be an oblate spheroid. That will be contradicting the pictures of NASA.
And that's another thing, is the oblate spheroid kind of does completely deny NASA's perfect little pretty blue marbles.
It's a conflict right there. Not with us, with NASA though.
Yeah, well, that sounds like an interpersonal problem. Conflict of interest within their own house, a house divided.
You would still feel tidal forces.
Well, in fact, should be a spherical pear-shaped geoid.
We'll start dropping this old line on people. I remember from back in the day. Remember people used to say Pixar, it didn't happen? It's something that people said on the internet all the time. Way back in the dial-up day, that Pixar, it didn't happen. Even then, we don't care about a picture because it may or may not even be true. But still, if somebody makes a anecdotal claim, okay, Pixar, it didn't happen. All right, well, you don't have pictures. Why are we talking about this? It's anecdotal. Throw that in the trash can. I'm talking about the lobby, by the way. This guy made a claim with talking about telescope, Boston skyline disappearing. That can be explained easily with other conversation, but honestly, Pixar didn't happen.
Let's hear the common sense avenue. Yeah, I accept what the modern main science rhetoric about Earth. I used to be skeptical, but I just believe the Earth is round. It just feels right to me, and in my eyes makes more sense.
Yeah. I'm calling people on the proof, so like their eyeballs is, I can't see through your eyeballs, and we can't plug those into your computer and show what they've seen. I can't see your eyeballs. You can't plug them in your computer, show me what you've seen, and take a picture. Let's talk about it. Getting back to what Gizbo was saying before, I think he's not here now, but there's a drastic difference between high resolution photography and a camera phone. Like, the pictures that we take on our phones are nothing. They're good for family events and hanging out with people and like stuff you see close up, but trying to zoom in from super far away, you're just going to get some pixelated, digitally zoomed in nonsense.
You can ask a question. Why are you guys interested in pictures?
Just something to look at beyond text. Like, I'm more so calling people out on proof. Like, anybody can make a statement and just type something down and say something. Like, oh yeah, I saw this and this happened. I saw a black hole open in the atmosphere and a purple butt flew out and it just kind of farted away. I tried to take a picture though, but I don't have it anymore. We destroyed that technology. It'd be a pain to get it back.
But if you're in court, pictures don't cut it though. Not even
true.
photographs. Not even photographs, right?
And in this day where you can just type in a text to image thing through an algorithm and create whatever you want to, and that tech is getting better and better, none of it matters.
Well, if you want to have a bigger lens, just put the magnifying glass in front of the camera lens. Normal magnifying glass.
That's the funny thing is, nobody's going to convince us of anything because we're not here to learn anything from any of these people. All we're trying to do is get them to think and observe their reality, the same reality we share with them, through their own senses, their own eyes, and then just tell us, like, be honest with themselves and tell us what you see. Stop playing. Stop pretending. Stop imaginating. Well, but this says that, but I read this and this says this, or I saw this video that, what do you see with your eyes and what you have at your disposal?
Just teach
and
them.
Don't just trust your eyes.
Teach them the behavior of water. Yeah, something tangible.
Like how does the environment work? Learn how these things work here, how they function, how they interact with your eyes. Why do you see what you see? There's explanations for all of it, and it may not be what you're being told. They don't want to look, though. God forbid.
We are beyond that.
Outside of what
we have measurements.
Yeah, that's the point. Is we can show them actual measurements, but they're just trying to come in with like, well, I had a telescope on this place when I was over yonder doing this. Come on, man. Pixar didn't happen for one. And two, where's your microphone?
We're just entertaining the ballers. Yeah. At this stage, we're just entertaining the ballers, those who dare to turn up on any Discord server, because the debate is over. There is no more debate.
And really, it's like they've dressed us up like clowns in their minds, so we're just kind of dancing around on stage there. And instead of hearing what we're actually saying, they hear blah blah blah, some Charlie Brown stuff, and they're laughing at us because most of them don't even want to listen.
They cannot laugh at no one if they're not capable to recycle to recite back the argument. Yeah, if they're not capable to do so, they cannot rebuttal anything. Because once they say word per word what the argument in question is, once they say it and it makes sense, I mean, the argument is finished. It's over because they will have to concede.
Well, if I can offer a motive, I mean, of course, different individuals are here driven by different motives. Like, for example, I got the vibe from whoever was that talked before, the guy that just talked before, that your motive is perhaps to help people, remind people that they can discern for themselves. They don't need to rely to any external authority.
Yeah.
If I got right what you said, right? So the motive that I see in a lot of let's call it the opposing side, for lack of a better description. I mean, after interacting a little bit with them, it becomes obvious that they're here to antagonize. They're not interested into having a discussion. So if I start thinking about it, and it makes sense that some of them are on the payroll, some may not be, some may be. But if I was a dictator, like if I was part of the scummy elite that wants to, keep my money and my control over others, I would do everything in my power to quench whatever free thinking rebellion emerges. And a subtle way of doing that is to just hire a bunch of idiots to keep people busy. So, long story short, I think that most of these people are here to waste you guys' time, because if they don't keep you busy on Discord daily, not doing much, then God knows what else you could be doing. And you are, I mean, I don't know who knows what, but for sure, you know from your own experience how much it changes you. You know what a journey it is to realize that you thought it was a ball for, I don't know, 20, 30, maybe more years, and suddenly you discover that it's not. Like it obviously it's not, and who knows what else is true, and most things don't add up. So then a process begins, right? You begin to see things, you begin to discern, and that's a formidable weapon out in society. I mean, you can easily stand out if you want to, even in trivial things, like if you decide to open up a business, for example, do something mediocre or whatever, you have a better understanding of how stuff works. You have an enhanced bullshit detector that can tell the hay from the stack, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So as a result,
Certain
you're not going to
skills acquired.
Yeah. So you're not going to be. I mean, you're not going to be wasting your time and energy, or at least you're going to be more conscientious on and more cognizant on what you're investing your time and your energy on. So to me, it makes sense that the powers that ought not be or whatever are enlisting retarded idiots. Excuse my French, but that's what they are. And I'm not saying that in with any malice or anything. I mean, I actually feel sorry for most of them. And they just give them some penny.
It's nothing wrong. It's just the choice of words. I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of. I'm not gonna try. I'm not saying it in a mean sense. I'm saying it in the they're actually retarded. It's in terms of
I
their
just put the
Yeah, I
etymology of it.
understand. My objection is that we are all victims of the system. It's not us and them. We are all in the same
And
boat. We are on the same plane.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
real here.
Yeah.
The
Some-
word
some-
It's
idiot's
only
interesting
it's only about
because
the sharing of the information and disseminate the argument as it is, and do what we can do.
Yeah.
Expose the liars.
Yeah, that's a good. I think that's a good practice. But just to explain myself, when I say retarded, I mean it in the literal sense. Like I'm retarded, for example, and why I am retarded is because I could have been, doing more useful things and feeding my intellect more healthy food, right? And have a more smooth spiritual development than I have had so far. Why? Because I have been retarded by, enemy unknown.
I don't think that's the word, man.
In the same way that if I
don't think that's the
retard
word,
them,
retarded.
held back.
You've been ignorant. We all been ignorant.
Yeah, but why?
We took it for granted. We took it for granted, the education system. Yeah.
Yeah, but why? Because it's not that it's just
Regardless of as to why the motivation, it doesn't matter. We all been there. We are all flower of the same bag. We shouldn't be separating ourselves from it. You shouldn't see it like that. We all should. We are all entitled to have access to the information. Yeah, regardless if you believe it or not on it. And it's down to every individual, to the individual standard. Yeah. At what standard, when is your turning point? Everyone will have one. Obviously, we're talking about people in this realm, the anti-flat earthers, that is not their point. They're just here to troll, nothing else, because there is no argument anymore.
Yeah, the why was mostly not I wasn't asking why in terms of motivation, but in terms of actual cause and effect regarding why I am retarded, for example, or I have been retarded, and that's because there is an education borderline indoctrination system in place that in many nation states is actually mandatory. Like if you don't send your kids to school, then the state is going to kidnap them and bring them to school by force and probably throw you into jail.
If they are registered on the state, yes.
Yeah, depending on the state. In some states, this will actually happen. In other states, nation states, I mean, it may not happen. Once they are at school, young humans, they're actually fed the wrong shit. Like there's an active effort to like an orchestrated plan to teach them bullshit, falsities, and they may acquire skills like they may proceed, they may go to the university, maybe they get a degree, maybe they get another degree, etc. So they're gonna maybe learn 1, 2, or maybe 3 things to do.
Hey, I have to interject at this point because the term retarded means it's actually just, it doesn't, people like associate it with intellectually, there's so many definitions. I was just looking it up. But retarded is taken as an offense, and you can't say that word anymore. That's not what it means. You're actually just deficient sometimes from information that you could be privy to, which you're actually not.
Yeah, that's the sense in which I used it. That's the
Okay,
sense
well,
I
yeah,
use.
and I agree with you on that. But
Yeah.
so when we say retarded, it's just the intellect and what information you might be privy to. So when we say retarded, it doesn't mean that you're dumb. It means that you're just not privy to the information that you might think you know. And then some people will defend that at all costs because they're ignorant. I mean, it's ignorant and retarded. It's like they're sort of synonymous, at certain points. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I used it with it in the same sense that one would say that I need the fire retardant to retard the progression of this fire, so the fire doesn't spread.
Well, sure, you can use retard the fire so it doesn't spread. Yeah. Well, how about the information? You can retard information so that it doesn't spread too. Pertinent information to, some of the, when we talk about flat Earth, the information about flat Earth to the general public is retarded by certain people. And when we say, oh, you're retarded, you're not even looking into the information. The information is out there because the Earth is obviously not this globe they keep talking about. So you're retarded from that information, or you're not influenced by it because it's just already a given for you. So when we say retarded, doesn't mean that you're dumb, and it just really means you're ignorant about the entire process of what you should or should not know about this, or either you're just not interested and you accept the program you've been given about this globe
the
Earth.
point I was building up to was that the problem with the school system, like the basic school system, is that even a university graduate that holds more than one degree, they still haven't learned how to learn.
So that's not necessarily true either, because, dude, there's a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am that go on to accomplish in different veins of whatever they consider
No one's smarter than
success.
you, Helio.
Nobody.
I think the word we're looking for is comprehend. So a person that is not capable to comprehend or understand, it's another word, but it's not about staying under nothing, but to comprehend something. It's a retarded person because he's not capable to comprehend, to make logic.
Well, retarded information is really, it's kind of like a slowed down thing. You're only that term can be used in many different ways. So when you retard information, then you're slowing it down. You're giving limited information so that people can just interpret it whatever way they are.
Can we make a rule where we talk for 2 minutes, maybe get 1 more minute if there is really something that we want to say, but not more than 3 minutes, because then there's not going to be any
Depends
conversation.
on what you're going to say. It depends, because if you I've heard you before. We've talked before, brother. So anyway, go ahead. No, we're not going to make a rule in here. No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Nice talking to you. Bye.
Wasn't trying to run him off, but
damn, that really just happened.
Dude, he's been banned from here like what, 5-6 times at least.
What did he? I mean, I was gonna say, bro, say whatever you got to say, bro. Say your piece. You can have 5 minutes. We'll take as long as you need.
This place seems more like you're sitting at a dinner table, hanging out, having a round table discussion where people are chatting about whatevs, like kind of keeping the conversation going. Not a debate format. You have exactly 60 seconds to prove your point. Go.
Exactly. If you want me to time you and stop you when you hit 3 minutes,
7 definitions of retard.
I mean, I actually believe we should have you have 60 seconds to prove your point. Go. room here for that and a live stream for it where only the 3 people can talk, like a moderator and 2 people debating and discussing.
Sure,
But that's not this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
that's not this room.
Well,
this
it can be
else.
sometimes, when the moderators get involved, and but I already knew
like
when
a
I saw
town
him
square.
in here. I was like, how the fuck did he get back in here?
You guys sound so hostile, man.
I was thinking like that there I was actually giving kind of, I guess, being devil's advocate or whatever. We actually should have a space though where there is timed format so that like we can get to the point easily
That's
and
an
there's
option,
no
but
dilly
that's not
dallying.
what this open room is.
But yeah, this is clearly a town hall type format. Like you come here and chat, chill.
It's all good. Yeah. No,
How about that
are
curvature?
you guys disappointed that I ran him off?
I don't know what happened. I actually was paying attention to something else for a second.
No,
and he was gone.
he ran off because I jumped in and called out his bullshit. Because you guys would have just rambled on with this idiot forever. I already know who he is. I was like, how the fuck did he get back in here? Whatever. Well, did you guys have fun talking to him, or was it frustrating?
I'm new here, so no opinion.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you'll find out. He's a rambler, man. He really doesn't make any really decent points and just rambles on about all kinds. I've talked to him for a couple of years, and just waste of time to talk to that guy. And he's already been banned from here several times. I don't know how he got back here. Whatever. If any other moderators disagree with me, you can go ahead and do what it do.
Oh, well, I guess if they say the magic words during the voice verification, they'll be allowed in, no?
Nah, it's not magic words. It's about your spirit and your honesty. When you get involved in the discussion, it's all about that. There's no magic involved.
I didn't mean abracadabra. I meant gravity.
Oh, gravity. Yeah, that's magic.
Bibbidi bobbidi gravity.
Was that you, Kim?
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is,
I
as soon as someone will
guarantee
invoke
if
gravity,
you let him just ramble, he's going to go on for 2 hours and not say a goddamn thing. So I just wanted to kind of like nip it in the bud.
Now, what I'm saying is, I'm sure if someone comes in and says the word gravity, it's the magic word, all the doors will open. I mean, you'll have the red carpet and everything, and a podium even to stand his argument.
Yeah. So he does. As a matter of fact, if he knew anything about gravity, which he doesn't, dude, I'm telling you, I've talked to this dude for years now. He doesn't know shit about anything, and I kind of feel bad for him. Not much, but a little bit, because he's just a rambler, and he doesn't really bring up any decent points. So I wanted to save the conversation from just going on into nothing. Not that I have anything to say, because I've already said everything I need to say.
That's the problem, isn't it?
That is.
When we speak, we don't learn.
I don't believe that you don't have anything else left to say, Helio.
Oh, I have a lot to say, but I mean about flat Earth. I mean, but I'm not a preacher of flat Earth. I mean, I'm not a pontificator as far as all that goes.
The way you said that, though, is like, I'm just not going to talk anymore. Like, yeah, Helio's about to talk again in a second, though.
Yeah,
he's not done talking.
Yeah, I mostly respond to statements, and I'm not a pontificator. I respond.
When the Lord made me, he made a rambling man.
Yeah. I think I'm even related to Johnny Cash.
Well, that's Senior. That's Hank Senior.
Yeah, I know that, but he might be related to Johnny Cash. I don't know. No, I'm just playing.
Everyone is, if you go all the way back far
I
enough.
guess you do, right? You go back to Adam and Eve. We're all related.
We're all related to Johnny
Oh.
Cash.
Everybody's related to Johnny Cash and Hank Williams.
That's nice.
Especially people from the South, right, Kim?
I like
They'll
it.
be like,
I like
we're
it.
all
Yeah.
inbred. No, that's what they accuse us of, right? Oh, we're all inbred. That's why we think the earth is flat. God dang.
Oh yeah, the globe measures to be flat. That's correct.
Sure, it certainly does. I mean, whoever this globe, where do we experience it? I mean, you only experience it on television, and well, that dude that was on earlier with several people this afternoon. Like, well, I can throw up all kinds of calculations and show you how the Earth is a globe. Like, well, we can throw some calculations out there too that are triangulations, which, you know, a triangle doesn't. That's three straight lines. It's just globe. It's three straight
It's
lines.
a flat globe.
So yeah. So we got this, and you guys got this. I only jumped in to run him off because I've heard him before, and it's just I didn't want you guys to have to mess with that idiot. But I mean, if you wanted to, I just knew it'd be like a shit show, just like a waste of time. That's why he ran away, because I've already talked to him many times. So.
Right, let me check the radar readings. Any ballers in the house? Doesn't look like.
Scanning.
Yes, Eddie. Well, they got. We can find a gift for that.
Scanning for ballers.
Hey, if you guys think I was wrong for coming here and running him off, you know, if you wanted to waste your time talking to that idiot, it's all good. I'm good, you know, with that. It's like, oh, Helio, you should have let us talk to him for an hour.
He had it coming, Helio.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks. It's all right.
I ain't mad.
I already know what's up. Is there any new people that we haven't talked to yet in here?
I'm a baller, but basketballer. But I'm a baller that believes in the flat earth.
We're playing basketball. We love that basketball. But you know where basketball's played? On a flat court.
That is true, sir.
It is true. All right, so you know it's goal to go. I mean, that's what games are about, right? And goal to goal.
Goals. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you play. Even in like individual sports. I mean, you have a goal. You have something like you try to beat your own times and things like that. And you know,
damn, that's a pretty badass move. Are you looking at live stream voice text? Strange Days.
Oh, what was that? Oh, the stream chat.
Yeah, live stream voice text. That when you're talking here, you want to keep the live stream voice text open so that you'll be able to see.
Keep an eye on
it. That dunk right there. Holy shit, that's a crazy ass dunk. But anyway,
Oh, whoa, that's like a. That's not. Yeah, usually you go the other way. That guy must be left-handed.
yep.
Take a look at it.
Maybe he's
No,
not.
he is.
Yeah,
He's got mad skills.
Definitely got mad skills. So anyway, how did you
He's
find
not
our server?
left-handed. He's a bowler. Yeah. He was going
He's
left
a
to right. Now
baller.
he's going right to left.
There you go. I mean, it's just like he could probably do that on his
crossed-
right hand too.
He crossed
Yeah,
the.
you know,
He crossed
He's
the
heavy and
hemisphere.
ambidextrous.
lefties are
second.
more likely to be ambidextrous than righties.
He was
So-
traveling the northern hemisphere, yeah, and so he was traveling right. Once he crossed to the left of the, once he crossed the hemisphere, yeah.
All that
and now
shit.
he's driving on the left.
So, Strange Age, how did you find our server? I mean,
I just
why
want
are
to
you
clear the
curious
air.
about this? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard Homeboy say, lefties are most likely to be ambidextrous. Ambidextrous people are ambidextrous. Lefties are lefties.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. I mean, if you're dominant left or dominant right, you're either born with it or you're not.
Well, I'm left-handed. Let me tell you that. And then I had surgery on my left hand, and having to use my right hand was not that difficult.
So what you're saying is you're trans.
You're trans-handed.
Trans-handed. Tell you what.
Oh wow.
Because you have to wipe with the other hand. Like, can you do that with your left?
So I'm trying to figure. I mean, nobody. I know when you're a baby, you have to learn how to wipe from your parents or whatever.
Oh come on,
Yeah,
that's a
you
shitty
kinda have to-
conversation.
I know, but it's a shitty conversation. But you had to.
It's a shitty.
If I had to wipe with my left hand, it wouldn't work nearly as well.
It would. Yeah. So, but anyways, yeah. To go to that, like I'm when I I played sports and stuff. I golf right-handed and I bat right-handed because the people who showed but the people who showed me how to do it were right-handed.
I'm a guitar player, and I there's no freaking way that I can play left-handed.
So that's another good point too. I went to go buy a bass guitar, and I was like, "Do you have any left-handed basses?" And he was like, "Well, have you ever played before?" I was like, "No, I haven't." It was like, "Well, you might as well just learn on a right-handed because it doesn't matter."
I could do it a little bit if it was strung upside down, the same way. I know how to play a G, C, D, and I could probably do it, but I
have a better example than
anywhere
that.
nearly as well. I could just maybe play some chords and stuff.
Yeah,
I have a better example.
Jimmy strung his right-handed guitar upside down.
Go ahead,
Imagine,
George.
now
That's
imagine.
what I'm saying. I would have to know.
Hold on
I
here,
would have to learn-
George is trying to get a word in.
My bad.
Go ahead,
My bad. I'm talking too much. Go ahead, brother.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I can wait.
No. Somebody was going to bring up a really good.
I was
point
giving
about,
I was giving a different example, which it didn't happen with me, but it happened with colleagues of mine. Imagine you're in the army, yeah, and you're going to do shooting for the first time, and you are. It doesn't matter, right-handed or left-handed. It doesn't matter, but you find out that your directional eye, because you only have one directional eye, is on the other side. So because for aiming purposes, you need to use your directional eye, just the hand to it, either right or left, depending of the directional eye. And
That's a good point. I don't shoot guns, but I have some friends that do, and they gave me like a test on what hand I should use, even though I'm left-handed dominantly. Like I use my left hand mostly. But
you're right.
but as
You're
far as,
right.
like,
Left-handed.
Yes, I do. Yeah,
Okay.
I right left.
Right, left hand.
Well, I mean, that's important. I mean, that's the first time you figure
It's a
out.
contradiction in terms. It's a bold expression. Go ahead.
Oh, but okay, so yeah, my friend asked me about like, because I think it was like you close one eye and then what you're looking at moves. And then if you close the other eye, it doesn't move. So that's your aiming eye. Is that the way it goes?
Well, I'm not a shooter either, but I can use a gun. I've used guns before, and I put it on my right shoulder. But have you tried that before? You said you have friends that shoot.
I'm in boot camp. If you're left-handed, you shoot left-handed. You know, if you're right-handed, you shoot right-handed. But
I mean, as far as like a rifle, because what he's talking
dominant eye
about,
as well.
like, even if you shoot a bow and arrow, right? So you have we have the direction. I met like, because I've used the bow before, and so like your left eye. Say if you're pulling with your right hand, your left eye is closer to the target than your right eye, just barely, right? Because you're not looking face on when you shoot a bow, or
your eyes are close together.
It's the direction.
We're talking about your natural proclivity. This is something that, whether it's more, especially with shooting it, I mean, it's important because you want to be accurate, right? So
anyone can do this test right now. Yeah, just stretch your both arms in front of your face, yeah, and do like a little circle with your both hands together. Do like a little circle, and look through it, yeah, with both eyes open, and you pick up a reference point with both eyes open. Now you're going to close one eye, and you're going to try to see the same reference point. And depending on the eye, one eye can see that reference point, the other eye cannot see that reference point. But with both eyes open, you can see that reference point.
Well, it's just like even like throwing a ball. Can you throw better left or right? I mean, I can throw better right.
That will give you the directional eye, and it changes. It changes with age because mine changed.
Really, you're changed from right to left or left to right?
That's correct, from right to left.
Right. So as you get older, you
if I do shooting nowadays, if I do shooting nowadays, and if I use my right eye like I used to, I'm not so accurate if I use my left
now
one.
You shoot with your shoulder on your left side. When you were younger, you shot from your right side.
Correct.
That was kind of what I was getting at. So whether you're like, even if you like shoot a bow, you know, your jaw hand is your right or your jaw hand is your left. It's the same thing with the rifle, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So I mean, if you're taught, by someone that is predominantly right-handed, with a bow or a rifle, and then, well, that's the way you're going to learn it. That's why I was always fascinated. I mean, I can't understand how Jimmy did his shit. The guitar player.
But it depends on the level of precision you're trying to achieve.
Yeah. Who can really understand Jimmy, anyways? That guy is on a plane of his own.
He was, but
it's like a guy that needs glasses and goes into shooting with no glasses, and expected to hit the target every single time.
Never needed glasses, or whoever. When you're that's what I'm saying. Altogether, if you're left-handed, you're left-handed. If you're right-handed, you're right-handed. Yeah, you can. Some people claim to be ambidextrous, but they're better at one than the other.
And I think those people are usually predominantly left-handed, who are better at.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would say so.
Because back in the day, like left hand, like I think where does this go? Like the I don't know if it's a Latin word or like Spanish word for left hand is like it actually means sinister. So like the nuns would like smack the kids using their left hand and make them use their right hand.
Well, I don't know if that.
Did anybody else hear that before?
Training about that? No, I've never heard that one before. But
Well, already went down that
but I'm
shitty
just saying
conversation.
that most people are right-handed, so you had to kind of learn that way until you figured out. Well, I'm better at doing it with my left hand. It's pretty much all that is. Like, I'm left-handed.
So
the only person that knows why that happens is the creator.
Oh, well, you know what? Say with the left hand, it feels like he's a different person.
Yeah, maybe the ambidextrous, if there is such a thing that can do both equally well, that's a freaking freak of nature. In my opinion.
So they say that the left-handed people are the only ones in their right mind.
In their right
mind. If you have a T-Rex with two cell phones texting from both hands, this is the ambidextrous.
That's fine.
That would never happen
too much
because dinosaurs don't exist. There's no T-Rex unless it's a member of.
What do you mean dinosaurs don't exist? You telling me that the piece of plastic in the museum is not a replica from a bone?
I've never seen a dinosaur. I've seen some big ass lizards though.
The dragons of old.
Yeah, the Komodo dragon. That's an impressive animal right there. I tell you. That's why
on the ultimate point, maybe we're all retarded because we are ambidextrous and we're just retarded on how to use left and right at the same time, and we're certainly competent with both hands.
Well, you know what? We probably could be if our pineal gland was not as but if there weren't resistors in the environment which put down the human potential.
Yeah. See? Exactly.
I'll put that out there. Because I think there is
highly
more potential
competent with both. Dude, you know what I do with my left hand on guitar? I do some badass shit. No, I don't strum with my fucking left hand. I do some badass shit. I can play solos and shit. But I just pick with my right hand. Everything else is I'm right hand dominant.
Oh yeah.
When I play notes on the guitar, I'm left hand, bro. I can fucking do all kinds of shit.
Right. Yeah, I got it backwards. My bad.
That's too much information, man.
Yeah, well, for people that aren't musicians or play, guitar players or whatever. But yeah, that goes on every guitar player that when you hear them play, most of the shit is going on with their left hand.
That's true. That's true. And when I use my right hand in rhythm, it's more percussive, so I'm more percussive with my right hand, so I'm doing two different things.
It's percussion with the right hand, which is that's where it starts.
Oh well, my favorite instrument is doorbells.
So it's just like there's a balance there. There has to be.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm a woodworker, so I use both hands for different functions. So there, if I only had one hand, I couldn't be a woodworker. But I couldn't actually.
I would say it's applicable to any job. If it's not accessible to do it with the desired hand, you change hands.
But you also couldn't you couldn't, even with what we were talking about earlier, shoot a rifle accurately without your left hand. It's doing something too, isn't it? It's balancing the rifle.
So it's so is your dominant hand is something that comes more naturally than your other hand. Even
yeah, that's the
or is it
curious
the
thing.
opposite?
That's what that was the original
Is it
question.
opposite?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
because
just
you
like
don't have to
people
think
like Jimi Hendrix felt it was easier for him to play the other way, and then he just
right. Yeah, and that's what I found out about because I mean so I've been played saxophone, and when my dad first when I was 10 years old, my dad brought me a saxophone.
Are you a left-handed saxophonist?
And that's what I asked. I told him, I go, Dad, take this back. Take this back. Take this back. This is a right-handed saxophone. He took it back, and they told him they don't make left-handed saxophone.
I play saxophone too. What did you play?
He
Did you
said
play
they
alto,
don't make them
tenor,
left-handed. Oh,
baritone?
I'm curious about this. They don't make left-handed saxophones. Oh.
Well, at least they didn't have one. They didn't have one.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they do, but that's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't think they
do. But anyway, it just.
I mean, I couldn't make.
That's a special.
Make sense of it, and I still cannot make. I still cannot make sense of it, of the saxophone for right or left hand, because it's the position of the hand, isn't it?
Yes.
One hand on the top, one on the bottom.
Yeah, for woodwind, maybe
it's
it
all
would
about
be
the
different.
way,
Yeah, for woodwind,
the position of your hand. Just change hands around. You use.
That wouldn't be so easy. That would screw up everything.
Yeah, because it would
even for the guitar,
it would keep
the
valves
do is to
closed.
change the chords around.
So how does it work on the sax?
Like the same instrument.
Does your dominant hand just
correct.
hold down like the bass notes usually on the sax? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, as far
Your
as
right hand's
how
on the
you
bottom,
use it,
your
yeah,
left
it would
hand's
be
on the top.
definitely different.
Yeah, it would be really hard to just switch it over.
It might not be as hard as you think, though. Like, I broke my arm when I was in high school, and we had those combination lockers, that you spin. You have 3 times one way, 2 times the other, one back. And that was a bitch at first, because it was my dominant arm that was in the cast, my right arm. And I just couldn't do it. I had to learn to do it lefty.
I'm out with this shit.
But
Are
given,
you a lefty, Lou?
No. Yeah, but hold on a second. Hold on.
Were you just listening to me?
Imagine you go to a shop. Imagine you go to a musical shop, yeah, and you say, "Can I have a piano for lefties?" Or for righties, for that matter. Everyone's going to laugh at you.
It inverts
It
the.
doesn't exist such a thing.
Yeah, you put the bass notes on the
You'll
right
have
side,
the
even though
notes
I
in
don't
a
think it
certain
exists.
position, and that's it.
However, it
Either you learn how to play the instrument or you don't.
It might make more sense for somebody. I think, I used to thumb through magazines when I was sitting in the doctor's office. I would thumb through magazines, and I would naturally pick up the magazine from the back and start flipping from the back. It was just
It is a nice
felt more
joke, though. But it sounds like a good joke, as an excuse. Can you play the piano?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I mean, it has to be custom made for a left-handed person to play a saxophone.
It would be.
You could just be really weird and have a piano where the keys are just reversed.
I brought this up in a chat the other day that the Japanese some of the Japanese books start from yeah, and then it's not only is it open that way, but the writing is up to down and then right to left.
Yeah. But so they would have to change the entire fucking the music, the score. They would have to change the entire score for a left-handed saxophonist.
So okay. So on top of that,
is correct.
think I brought this up
Either you're
too.
capable to play the instrument or you know.
Yeah. So in warring countries, left-handed people survive more than right-handed people because of their attack. I mean, so this is before like firearms, right? So if you're using swords or your hand-to-hand combat, and things like that, the people who are left-hand have a different attack that the right-handed people are used to training with other right-handed people. But when they encounter a left-handed person, the left-handed person throws them off, and the left-handed person trains against the right-handed person. So the left-handed person survives the battle, they go back home, and then their genetics are put into the kind of going far here, but their genetics are put into the gene pool. So warring countries, like, I don't know, like say Japan, or people that are like not even like, so countries, not just warring countries against other countries, but within tribes or within areas that they live, those, like the left hand is going to become dominant at some point because they survive the war or they survive the battle. Has anybody heard of that line of?
You're talking about the what they say is the English tradition as to why people drive on the left. Because when you travel in your
that shit
horse,
doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever you just said, that shit doesn't make any sense at all.
The driving on the left.
Okay, I'll try to verbalize them. Yeah. Hold on a second. Traveling on the left hand side of the road on the horse, having your spade, on the left hand side. Once that you cross someone on the road,
most English are right-handed, so that's not it.
The hand, yeah. But they use the sword on the right, but they will travel on the left. The fighting hand is on the right. So
come on, man.
Imagine you're right-handed and you're fighting someone approaching on your left. Your hand is too far away from the enemy.
So you drive left-handed?
Left-handed. Nobody drives left-handed.
On the left. So they say. So they say.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Not left-handed. On the left-hand side.
So the orientation of the steering wheel and the stick shift. If the stick shift is on, if you're driving on the right-hand side of the road, the stick shift.
I didn't mean to start this as a serious conversation.
No, but it is kind of curious altogether. I mean, it's just like, why are people left or right-handed? I mean, it necessarily doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth or how we shoot or throw a football or whatever. There's been some really badass left-handed freaking quarterbacks, in different leagues or whatever. I mean, you can throw left-handed better than you can throw right-handed. Fine.
So baseball.
It's a thing. It's a thing. There's plenty of people that. Just like if I try to write left-handed, write a sentence left-handed, it's almost illegible. I can't even freaking write left-handed. But not that my right-handed writing is much more legible, but whatever. But I'm just not left-handed. But people that write left-handed, they kind of like twist their wrist around and they write left-handed. And people are left-handed and right-handed. It's not like
I'm going to order.
It's not deniable.
I'm going to order a book for left-handed people to read.
I'm going to order a left-handed pizza.
Only left-handed people can read.
My coffee cup is left-handed.
No, sure. I mean, but dominant left or right. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's just kind of a thing,
But is it somewhat too that they say that the creativity of some people, but right-handed people who can just draw something that looks exactly like, like real life, like, or I think, yeah, both sides, I think, can do equally as well.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, but right hand is more dominant in cultures than left
Yeah.
hand. Yeah. But I mean, just like we were talking about Jimi Hendrix earlier, and he was a left-handed guitar player, and he strung his guitar upside down, the Stratocaster, and brilliant motherfucker. And he said, I can't play the guitar this way. I have to play it this way. And then boom, he was a genius, So
yeah, he pawned his guitar, and then had to go out and get a right-handed guitar and string it upside down.
That's what he did. Yeah. So I mean, it's just like, I mean, I'm sure that a similar story with a lot of people that are successful as left. I mean, dude, I pay attention to a lot of TV. I watch a lot of movies and TV shows, and it's just like I kind of pay attention to who's signing their name or writing left-handed or right-handed. It's like, man, there's a lot of people in Hollywood that are left-handed.
Oh, you're right. You're right. When I watch a movie, I do recognize their hands as being left-handed, because even just like, somebody I encounter.
If you're not paying attention, you don't really notice it. But yeah, man, on TV shows, when they sign something on the TV show, maybe they're not actually doing it. It may be a Hollywood thing or whatever, but there's a disproportionate amount of people that like use their left hand when they're signing shit or writing, for the camera, left hand.
Hey, there's somebody in here without any rolls.
Sure, I'm being a shithead, whatever.
No, I was just letting you know.
No, that's why I was talking to
Helio,
and he's the.
You gotta stop insulting yourself, bro.
No,
I love you, Helio.
No, but there was someone else too. But then I just, I got talking to Strange Days, and then that topic came up. But if there's anyone new, Bob Weber.
Who is this new face then?
Bob Weber. He's not new. He's got the Glover Throw.
We got Dev off my duty. Welcome to Helio Hour.
I only have 1 hour?
Just one. Make the most of it.
27 minutes remaining. Get it out of your system.
You give him one and he'll take all 24.
Dev, I saw your mic lighting up. Are you there?
He's the only user here with a timer. Like everybody else can kind of just like you have an hour.
Are we doing a seance to summon Dev?
We are.
Dev, can you hear us? Give us a sign.
I'm sure the roles are set right. So.
Is that my timer, or is that everybody sound like a robot right now?
Just you.
Just you, I guess. Because you don't sound like a robot to me.
Let's check Dev's
I thought I heard
actually access.
You're roboting, actually.
Okay. Sounds bad. Oh, my bad. I'm going through a military zone.
Oh, tell him.
Yeah.
Are you never mind. I'm not gonna make any more jokes.
I live on Oahu in Hawaii. Like every military base.
Hawaii represent.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice.
What's up? We don't often get to talk to people from Hawaii.
It does say Helio Hour now. Nice.
No, I was just saying we don't get a lot.
Hawaii.
A lot of people from Hawaii here.
Hawaii, overrated.
I'm just saying we don't get people here
like
oftentimes from Hawaii. So that's all I was saying, man.
Yeah, I know, but I've been to Hawaii.
If anyone can see what I see, like it's just. I mean, there's water all around.
Flat as shit when you go to the shore, doesn't it?
I mean, not the shore. I'm talking about from a
Beautiful. Every inch of it is absolutely gorgeous, constantly, 24 hours a day, nothing but tropical beauty. Even the trashy areas look beautiful. It's just beautiful everywhere. Just, it never stops. You say, oh, look, I'm looking that direction. Nothing but tropical beauty. I got tired of it in about a week, less than a week.
Pretty flat and stationary, though.
Yeah. I prefer.
You can see the other islands like 100 miles away.
Yeah, you can see the other islands.
Easily.
I prefer.
On a clear day.
I prefer the continent and I prefer the mountains.
Where's the goddamn curve? You can see the islands from 100 miles away.
That's a strange thing is that the mountains in Hawaii, like some of them are damn near vertical.
Damn near vertical. They come from the surface of Earth.
Yeah, but he means they're like witch-like almost. They're spiky. Like they're straight up and down in areas.
Yeah, so there's no foothills. Like in other mountain regions you get some foothills, but not in Hawaii.
Right. The continental mountains are caused from water erosion. That's why there's foothills.
Do you think they were formed rapidly, meme, or over time? I mean, of course, rapidly meaning hundreds of years and not.
I don't think it took them 250 million years to form, if that's what you're asking. No, I don't.
Yeah.
They say they're volcanic, right? But I go to the big tree. I go to the big tree theory. The way I look at them, it's like, okay, maybe there was a big ass tree here.
Now you can look at a geographical map, like a topographical map, and you can see the caldera. You can see where the water squirted out. You can see all the erosion leading out from that. The entire northwest to the southwest is one big erosion zone from Yellowstone caldera.
Oh, I'm talking about Hawaii. I'm talking about Hawaii being like the mountains here were one big. It was like maybe a couple of big ass trees.
Oh, I don't believe in the big tree thing.
Yeah. But I mean,
hey, Helio.
I'm not going to get into that, but
they're not big trees; they're just big trunks.
Helio.
No, but check this out. I'm talking about as far as this goes with Hawaii. I'm with Beam on this because it's obvious that the lava, whatever they call it, lava or magma,
basalt. They're basalt mountains. They're basalt.
Yeah, exuded the surface and then formed the islands. As far as the timeline, we're not definitely sure about that.
It's that molten iron core, yeah.
No, it's not the molten iron core.
It isn't, yeah.
Helio. They updated it. It's not molten anymore. It's not just a boring blob of iron anymore. Didn't you guys hear?
It didn't come from the molten iron core. Anybody that claims that is completely wrong, but whatever.
Hey, you guys. You guys there?
Well, they're wrong on their own model if they claim that.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey.
We can hear you.
Did you guys see the little Gravitron rip I did? I feel like, where's the timestamp?
Gravitron, the ride? The ride?
You took the ride, dude? Where'd you take it? Did you buy one, put in your backyard? Fuck
dude,
yeah.
15 minutes after the hour, I did a gravity bong rip. I just bought this thing. It was like $90. You gotta check it out.
Damn it.
It's cool.
That doesn't matter. That's not, no, that doesn't.
Just check it out if you get time. It's me.
Wait, Gravitron from the Transformers movie.
15 after the hour. It's a Gravitron. It's made by Gravity. Look up grav.com. I'll just post a link to what I bought.
Dude, hold on. I can't see anything. You didn't post it.
Where'd you post it at?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. 50 megs? Jesus.
Just repost it. I'm not looking for it. Repost it.
And you guys are being silly. We're talking about formation of Hawaii. And now,
Guess who's back?
And India,
Smoking them weeds and everything.
they be smoking. Hey man,
Still Dre Day. AK.
Hey man, and as far as all some of the lava formations
things
are
are fun.
still happening in
They were
Hawaii.
fun.
So hold on, come on. But this has been happening for hundreds of years. With these
Goodbye.
smoking formations, and that's why Hawaii exists.
Still pretty flat.
What the hell did you just say to me?
Do what?
You know what? Lava finds its level.
Say lava one more time.
Who the fuck created a special event for Helio Hour?
It's special because it's you. It's time.
I was laughing when I saw that. I thought it was hilarious.
Bro, I joined because of that.
It's also called the alcohol poisoning hour.
Yeah, I mean that's
I almost put in the description
drink to
calling
that.
all drunk earthers.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, Helio, I'm catching a buzz just by talking to you on the internet, man. Shit.
All right, well, fuck it. Let's roll
They
with
do
it.
a they do a breathalyzer on him, and he rolls a 0.1.
We'll do it live.
It would be point.
Bro, I had like almost
No,
a
no,
year's
I
sobriety
said
until I started talking to you
0.1
on the internet.
purpose. I said 0.1 on purpose.
No, yeah. Anyway. All right, so what did I do wrong? Besides coming here and
Helio, do you have the drunk earther tag? Why don't you have that? You should have that. I'm gonna give it to you.
I mean, I actually need to create one for myself called the Drunken Master. I mean, how about that?
No, I'm just gonna give you. Oh no, you do have drunk earther. You do have drunk earther. Okay.
All right, well, fuck it. I
There you
mean, everybody knows this about me. I am embarrassed, and I own that shit. Whatever it do, what it do.
You're not embarrassed. Come on.
Helio, we love you. You know that. Come on.
I'm a little embarrassed about it, but it do it.
Hey, Helio, I won't hold it against you, man.
Hey, I'm the drunkest motherfucker on the internet that can still most of the time hold control.
Helio, I let you get away with it most of the time. I let you get away with it most of the time because you got a big heart. So that's why.
Since I went off on Retartaria last night, I want to go off on the trees. On the tree theories, too. Yeah, Retartaria.
Retartaria.
The trees are whispering.
Well, that's what I was asking you about just a few minutes ago. Yeah.
Mr. Leahy.
Enjoy Flat Earth. Drink the truth.
Hey, CB.
Hey,
that's Mr. Leahy. You're Canadian.
Well, it's just like a lot of people accuse us of a lot of things, as mods and admins here. We know what's going on. I mean, we pay attention, whether you believe it or not. We know what's going on.
Yeah, pay attention to the clock. We have 17 minutes remaining in Helio Hour. 60 minutes.
Really? When did it start? That shit. I didn't even notice it started. Fucking A.
Does anybody know the
started like 40 minutes ago? Holy fuck.
Wait, Mimas, go ahead, man. Saw those trees.
Yeah, hate to burst Dell's bubble, but the whole tree thing, it's not true. Sorry.
It's
pretty cool.
Does anybody know the band He Is Legend?
Dude,
he is legend.
Kim, don't even get me started. We're not going to talk about that right now, but yeah.
Mushroom River? No, maybe it's
one of my
not.
favorite bands, so we
The
don't
trees are alive. They held their arms up high, and with a whisper, they sigh your name against the wind.
Yeah.
Is this Christian rock or something?
It's sort of,
I don't know,
but not really. But
I like my music. I like the devil's music. I like just good old rock and roll.
Dude, the first album I listened to for a year straight. Only thing I listened to for 1 year. Their first album. Fucking
I'm Hollywood or their EP?
I Am Hollywood. Yeah. Shit.
Well, this is off the album After I'm Hollywood. It's
I listened to all their shit after that. So anyway,
I got you.
yeah. I mean, we shouldn't talk about it here right now.
Okay.
I didn't know you didn't. I didn't know you knew those guys. But
Oh, I know them. I know them guys. My husband has Skylar Croom's number in his phone.
I saw him a few times.
I've seen him so many
locally and
times.
stuff. So anyway, I was kind of not trolling. I was like, hey, remember me from the other show? Siggers, yeah, I remember. Oh, it was probably because I'm like a freaking drunk fan at their shows. And I'm trying to sing all their songs like standing right in front.
Yeah, we stand right in front too.
Oh man, there's nothing like being front stage. Right up there.
Nothing. Yeah.
Right up there.
For every time I die, I was stage diving, so I don't get up front all the time.
Oh man, I got to see Tom Petty right up front center.
There you go.
Yeah.
Helio Hour.
Grab your bubbliest drink and come on through.
He passed out.
Oh, a little bit of the bubbly.
The Helio sleeping hour.
No, it was an issue with, but I'm having an issue with my USB connection with my microphone. All good. Go ahead.
Does this mic work? Well, that mic.
I shouldn't have. I have older equipment, and sometimes it glitches out. Go ahead.
I don't think you're applying yourself, Smokey.
Anyway.
Do what it do, don't it?
Except when it don't.
Yeah, that's right. CCB, you get it. You get it, man. You get it. Kept pointing down. That's right. That's right.
It's left.
Do what it do, except when it don't. I thought Deb was about to bring the knowledge. Who else gonna bring the knowledge? We got this, man. All together.
You gonna get the shoe from is not from us, you dumb dumb.
So,
One Helio Hour in the future, we should talk about He is Legend.
How many more Helio hours to go?
dude, that I Am Hollywood album is legend. I listened to that shit for a year straight. It was the only thing I listened to for a year straight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to listen to it again. I'll probably listen to it tomorrow since you reminded me of it. This was like freaking 10 years ago when I listened to that.
Yeah, they're not a new band, that's for sure. But they are kind of new agey or newer. That like still within the 2000s.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, a lot of people won't dig it now because they're on whatever they are. But anyway, the album's pretty badass. I ain't gonna lie.
I definitely liked them a lot more before I woke up, and since then, every now and then I catch myself not really liking stuff about them, but I still can't help it. I like them.
There's another album. I can't think of the name of it right now that I like a lot too. And, when I go,
It Hates You.
It Hates You. Yeah, that one. Yeah,
That one's a good one. I play Decisions.
I can't freaking see it. See,
And,
we already knew that we liked each other. It was because we like freaking I Am Legend. I mean, we like each other for other reasons, but you.
I play a couple of their songs on guitar.
Fucking A. Nobody, I've never talked to anyone on here for all these years that was like, he's legend, except for you tonight. And I've been a fan of that band for a long, long fucking time. So, anyway.
That's cool.
There are now 9 minutes remaining.
For my this is my all right, I'm gonna try to make the best of my 9 minutes. Let's see.
How many minutes to a helio hour?
Let me think of since there's some type of helio hour and I have 9 minutes left.
Yeah, creeping up on 8 minutes. So let's
8 minutes.
All right, 8 minutes, dude. I can say in 8 minutes that some shit that I shouldn't say on here, but I didn't know that I was doing an expose. So some shit that I could say, I shouldn't say. So should I say it?
Mm-hmm.
I won't do it.
This is your time.
I won't. I won't.
You cracking the
No.
Grab this stream by the balls and just fucking get to it.
Get to, like balls to the wall about the nonsense that's been going on with the
You do whatever you want.
with the media. No,
you know
I'm
what
not
you can
gonna
talk
do
about.
it. I mean, yeah, motherfucker. I mean, how about you guys ask me questions in the last 8 minutes?
Helio, what's your favorite color?
My favorite color is black, and it's not even a color. So, how about
So what's your favorite color? Assuming they're right about that, what's your favorite color?
No, I just told you that I don't have a favorite color. So,
okay,
all of them. All right, my favorite color is all of them.
Okay, next. What's your favorite globe debunk, right? How do we know the Earth isn't a globe? Number one smoking gun, go.
Number one smoking gun. There is no curvature that's observed from anyone on Earth. Number one. How could you find the curvature? If anyone has, how could you find the curvature from Earth if you were on Earth? Now, the only reason people think the Earth is curved is from these supposed spatial observations and presumptions, and celestial observations. There's no physical observations that exist that proves the curvature of the Earth. Earth is obviously a level stationary plane. Continue. What's the next one?
How low can you go?
Marianas Trench, as far as I know.
I'm talking about that subtle, sweet voice you got there, Helio. How low can you go?
How low can you get that velvety sound?
I can go a lot lower when I first wake up in the morning, but it's yeah. I mean, as soon as I wake up and I'm like, oh my god, that's how low I can go with my voice.
All right. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, some people have heard it before, but it's pretty resonant. Anyway. But I can sing really high too, or talk really high. I can do Pee Wee Herman's voice if you want to hear that one. Next question.
Record
How
amount
am
of
I
beers
this
in one night.
fascinating? How am I this fascinating? I'm just some fucking guy on the internet.
You don't give two shits, Helio. That's why you're awesome.
Anyway, so what's the next question?
Well, how many shits do you give?
That's personal.
Okay. Good call.
Yes, that's a good one.
What's your record beers in one night?
I don't just drink beer, so I can't really.
Oh, fair enough. Next question. Is your room moving right now?
I'm at home and it's not moving, so no.
Well, there we have it. There we go.
When I go outside, I see the sun, moon, and stars moving, but I don't feel like I'm moving. Every time that I'm moving, I know for a fact that I'm moving. But if I'm standing still and I look up in the sky, the sun, moon, and stars are moving. I can
Just
see
to put it in perspective, the Globers people who believe the heliocentric narrative believe that at the poles, the Earth is spinning at 500 miles an hour, and at the equator, it's moving at a whopping 1,000 miles per hour. But folks, we don't feel a thing.
And you can test this for yourself by just walking out your front door, stand on your sidewalk or your porch or whatever, look at the sky, and watch the stars, sun and moon. They're moving. The only reason that they're moving is because you're moving, is because someone told you that you're moving.
When in reality,
there's no evidence for it. That's why you would think and there's no evidence for it, but the reason you think that the Earth is a globe and third rock from the sun, you guys are freaking getting me into this. The reason you think that you're the third rock from the sun and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving is because you were taught that, from a young person, young man, or whatever, in this education system. It's just like, but from a personal experience, how could you ever know that in your mind and spirit? How could you know that individually? Whether stars are moving and the way you observe them versus what you actually experience happening when you're standing looking at the sun, moon, and stars. Could you know that the only reason you see that is because you're the third rock from the sun? You can't. That's the answer.
That now completes Helio Hour.
Thank you. Maybe I summed it up.
That was
I love you guys.
I loved it.
All together, I love you
King
guys.
in the castle, king in the castle.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Helio. Let's see you again next week.
All right, next contestant, please.
Next contestant. Hey, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. Y'all freaking have a.
Where's the Larry David music? Cue Larry David music.
That's the enthusiasm, CB.
Oh, I was like, I think I know who that is, but is that different? So
You got to rub your hands, and Larry David appears. Rub your hands together, kind of slouch over a little bit, and Larry David will be there.
Larry David is freaking.
It comes quicker if you put butter on your hands. And gross. I can't believe I just fucking said that.
Well, I mean, if you know from experience.
Oh, she's bashful.
Oh, come on, kitten. I won't tell anyone.
all right, so Helio's not allowed to speak until the next hour. So
Okay.
Yeah, don't let him.
All right.
Hey, Helio, please.
I'm
Helio,
gonna
please.
set up.
Helio.
I said I was gonna go smoke, and I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna mute.
That's right.
oh, we're 1 minute
That's
into
right.
the hour, so
KJ's building.
He's still going.
What the hell is going on in here? Helio hour. Whose idea was that?
Helio.
What's up,
Yeah,
Helio?
it's Helio's idea.
That makes sense.
it's not concluded. So sorry, I missed it.
When you nominate yourself king.
No, wait a minute. It wasn't my fucking idea. Who said that? Somebody else said that, and I just came in and yeah, they voted to make it happen, and then I participated, and then I said I'm going to stop. Yeah. So anyway, you guys continue. I love you guys.
I don't hear smoke.
Well, that went well.
Oh, the truth hurts.
It worked. Anyway, we're going to sit in silence for 58 minutes until Helio comes back. Don't say a word or you will be muted.
A word.
You just said a word.
Banned.
You literally said banned.
Oh, God. Now I have to leave the server.
Yes. Delete yourself in Minecraft.
These bald hats too. So it's just like, what are we doing now?
You know, you could literally talk about anything. You don't have to talk about what you're not talking about.
But I want to.
You have all the time in the world to do whatever you want, and yet you choose to point out that you're not doing what you want. It's ridiculous.
All right, well, time to cast my fishing rod into the chat, see if we can get any bites.
Oh, God, shut it off.
Sounds like my childhood.
Wasn't me. Some rookie over here. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was rookie.
What should I say here to the noobs? They usually bite on the moving house, so I just stick with that. Like, I suppose I could try something else.
Why don't we ask some of the noobs in chat just directly what are they doing? Like, I don't know who Timbo is. Let's ask him why he thinks we're moving. Or what is this? Sasha? There's better mute yourself for that. PMAC, whoever the hell. What's a glat? Glot flame.
The glot.
Hell's that?
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that loser is, but get him out of here. Or, wait.
Well, we don't want to kick him. We just want to ask him questions about why he's not on a spinning ball.
No, we want to kick him.
How can you have both a female and male voice? Glot.
None of your damn business.
I just made it my damn business.
Well, fuck you.
Listen, hold on.
What is going on?
There's a lot of yelling.
Crazy people.
Topic.
More crazy people. The word
female in them sometimes if Levelist speaks up. Oh, that's Deus. Deuce.
Rock me Amadeus.
Steve, yeah, his name's Steve.
Shut up, Sean.
Okay. All right. So now we know. My name's Sean. Your name is what I said.
It's not. It's actually not.
Oh,
liar.
You lied the other time when we were saying stuff.
No, it's Steven with an N.
Oh,
that changes things, doesn't it?
What? How dare you call me a diminutive of my God-given name?
Somebody asked me once if Sean was short for something, and I was like,
"Yeah, Shortenstein,
Johnston,
Jonathan." Yeah.
Wait, Steven with a H or Steven with an F?
Well, I'm not a homosexual. It's with a V.
Diminutive. Very few people know what that fucking word means. Like diminutive. But you fucking went there, bro.
Thanks, PMAC. I appreciate the
diminutive. You're welcome.
The accolades, unnecessary but well appreciated.
Diminutive, like the root word is dim. Yeah.
Yeah. It begins with dim.
And then, well, you also have the word mute within the same word. So mute is to silence, dim is to lessen the light. So I kind of have an idea of what diminutive means.
Boy, I'm actually taking this in. It's like it actually means something. Diminutive. Yeah. Makes sense, huh?
Do you know what the word for birthday is in Spanish?
Cumpleaños.
Or Dia de Luz, right?
Easpers.
Or Dia de Luz.
Wait, there's two?
Well, you just like birthday, you could have, B-Day or whatever. And one's a celebration and one is Day of the Light. So the day they see the light.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful term, Dia de Luz.
Yeah.
I'm talking about I see the light a lot of times. So is every day my birthday or what's happening?
Probably.
Every day you can be born anew.
I feel like that's true. I feel like you're right about that.
You're lucky. You're lucky every day you wake up. You praise the Lord.
Hey, every day above ground is a good day, right?
That's
I don't know. Not if you're a diamond miner. Never mind.
Yeah, but who you working for as a diamond miner? You working for
right? Or are you a blood diamond slave?
Yeah.
That's actually a very good film.
I want to know.
Have you ever seen the rain
coming down?
So you want to see the curve?
A hurricane. I've actually. Shut up and get down in them fucking diamond mines.
I want to know, is that curve inside your brain?
Or maybe they have wrinkles or maybe they don't.
Time is a wrinkle.
Have you ever seen the curve coming down like a...
Go ahead. Finish that.
Mm-hmm. So soon. Okay. No, please, nobody sing because it just brings trouble.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
The title is going to change
It
to
brings
karaoke
trouble.
night.
Yeah, it brings trouble.
Please, no!
Exactly.
No.
By trouble, I mean Helios. Helios will come back if you start singing.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Karaoke hour.
Over my shoulder.
Gonna have to fire up karaoke hour here in a second if y'all don't.
Unka Verkova. Unka Verkova. Unka Verkova. Ignorancia es felicidad. I'm not going to sing the whole thing again. Keep talking. What the heck?
Eddie's band.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What? No, I'm
terrible job.
eating. Yeah, well, I wasn't trying at all. You're welcome.
True.
I didn't say you're a bad singer. It didn't sound like you were putting in any effort, and you probably sing wonderfully when you're by yourself.
I do. I am a movie star.
Trust me, it's bad.
That's when
Wait, you were there when he was alone singing to himself?
Yeah, he was singing to the live stream. We all heard it.
Hey, I tried.
No,
You people, you just don't recognize talent when you fucking hear it, man.
Power of Power?
Cinco de Mayo.
Feliz Navidad.
Why would you have?
Huh?
Why would you have 5 cans of mayo or 5 jars of mayo?
Maybe you're gonna make a
Like cinco de mayo.
bunch of,
Oh, a lot of
bunch
mayonnaise.
of tuna fish sandwiches for people. Maybe you run a restaurant.
Salad. Egg salad, come on.
No, egg salad's gross.
Oh, you don't know how to make it then.
What?
Yeah, put paprika. You gotta put some paprika.
Oh, yeah, but paprika is a secret fucking ingredient, bro.
How dare you?
Where's the lamb sauce?
Hello? You what now?
CBD, you don't like mayonnaise?
You said mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Hell no!
Yes, I've done steroids. And yes, I'm on steroids, monitored and managed by a trained hormone clinician.
Fuck your freedom.
Okay. About mayonnaise right now. The best mayonnaise, whether it is okay, so what do you got? You got Best Foods?
No, the best mayonnaise is the mayonnaise you make yourself, and it's really easy, and you should do it because everything else has soybean oil, which gives you moobs.
What's your mayonnaise recipe, please?
Whoa.
Okay, so honestly, 3 eggs, a capful of vinegar, a half a squeezed lemon, white pepper, a teaspoon of salt, and the best oil you can find. Do not use avocado oil or olive oil. It'll taste awful.
Okay.
Wait. Peanut oil, like
What?
there's a lot of different types of oil out there. Like is this
Yeah, just don't. If you use vegetable oil, make sure it isn't derived from soybean oil. It's very hard to find.
What do you think about coconut oil? I feel like that'd make it taste like shit.
Coconut oil isn't bad. I usually only put like maybe 2 tablespoons of coconut oil in it, and I put it in the microwave first, just to get it warm so it's liquid. But don't put too much of it in there, or else it overpowers everything. But it's good for the the MCT in it.
You put it in the microwave?
Yeah, don't do that.
Did you just say microwave?
Just throw the microwave away.
Okay, really quick, everybody. Do you know how a microwave works?
It kills you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The heat's from the inside. It doesn't really do much damage.
No, it really doesn't. It's perfectly fine to warm something up to a room temperature. What I'm saying is just heat it up so you can boil a pot and put it in a cup and put it in the water in the cup, and just do a double boiler with that. Whatever way, just to liquefy the coconut oil, because it doesn't get liquid until about 80 degrees.
Got it.
I tell you what, living in Hawaii, my coconut oil is always liquid.
Is always liquid, yeah.
Always.
No, in summertime, my coconut oil is always liquid too, and sometimes I have to remind myself when I go to open it, oh, this is going to be liquid, and don't treat it roughly.
I never thought of making my own mayonnaise. I never thought of that.
It's delicious, and if you use enough vinegar, it stays for about 3 weeks to a month. But you have to get used to the vinegary taste if you want to, because you have to use more than a teaspoon or a capful.
Okay, what size jar? What are you talking about for that 3 months? What size jar?
A mayonnaise size jar, so like a regular mason jar.
Okay.
Because you have to add enough oil to it to where it stops blending. I usually use a stick blender, and I put it all in one cup, and then just put the stick blender in the bottom, turn it on, and slowly bring it up, and everything gets mixed in.
Yeah, I tell you what. So, like, I thought I knew my mayonnaise, and then I learned about Japanese mayonnaise.
Oh, wow.
Japanese mayonnaise is pretty good, but then now
they have a way about
making my own mayonnaise.
Yeah, you can make Japanese mayonnaise very easily. It takes like you could just add less of an egg, so it's more liquidy.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you wanted to keep around without having to use like sorbic acid, and just add a little bit more vinegar to it. Triple the amount of vinegar.
I mayonnaise enough. Like I'm not too worried about.
So is that similar to kimchi?
Oh my god!
No, it's not similar, because kimchi is actually it's fermented.
No,
so.
it's fermented. But
there's no
vinegar.
I forgot.
With mayonnaise and eggs. And
you're simulating a ferment. It's not a true ferment. It's not an aerobic solution. Really quick. Darn it! Why do I forget your name all of a sudden?
That's Helio.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Glad. What's your girl's name again?
KJ.
Yeah, the KJ. KJ, you want to add add about a teaspoon of just regular yellow mustard. It really enhances the flavor. And Helio reminded me of that because most mustard is it is a fermented food, and you're adding it to it, so
I think
it helps.
Kimchi's Korean, right?
That is correct. I believe so.
In origin, yes, but even you as a white man can easily make kimchi.
Where man?
Sure, but as far if you put mayonnaise, which
a little bit of white pepper,
which is eggs and
oil,
types of oils, and then you if you want to.
You're adding the ferment with the vinegar, but nothing in the food actually ferments. Unfortunately,
it actually prevents it from fermenting when you add vinegar.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're adding acidity, and most biologicals can't live in it.
I swear I heard about cancer.
I always add grape juice to my mayonnaise.
I heard about cancer. Yeah, cancer.
No, why do you add grape juice to your mayonnaise?
That's what people do.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Well, I mean, what is your? I mean, you add grape juice to mayonnaise. I mean, what is it? I mean, does it make your mayonnaise taste better? I mean,
hang on.
It makes it taste like
vinegar.
KJ, you're just lying.
No, I'm not.
Look me in the eye and say that with a serious face. Stop smiling when you say it.
I can't do it.
That's what I thought.
Man, she wears the pants here. I gotta let her do all this. Sorry.
Yeah, she's trolling. I know she's trolling.
Like, what does grape juice do to mayonnaise? I mean, I don't know what.
She doesn't do it. Helio, she doesn't.
You just put some grape juice on mayonnaise and spread it on your bagel. Or
oh my god, Helio!
She's losing it, bro.
Helio's taking it too far. He doesn't get it.
He just
What
is
being
the
heck's
he's like,
your brain?
All right, maybe I missed it.
Helio, bro. Did you really think so?
Well, my phone died and I just came back.
I think that's a yes. Sorry, bud. Oh shit. Okay, here's even better. Mr. Show must Maelsterdaones is one of the funnier things I've ever seen. Check the live stream voice text once again. It's Mr. Show. Remember that?
Yeah, I'll try.
Here, the thing is, their advertising is must Maelsterdaones. So.
Ooh, that sounds.
It's not Helio hour.
Good point, Helio. Please don't make me mute you.
Wait.
Yeah, we don't need.
Hey, you know what? If you muted me, I can unmute myself. But I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
No.
Okay, and PMac, you sound too much like Helio, so you're gonna have to be quiet as well.
Huh?
Huh?
You sound exactly like him.
Was that close? Approximation?
Literally. Helio, please stop.
Hello.
So I want to bring up something real quick. So I know there was some talk about like electrostatics and stuff like that, and the manipulation of electrostatics. Witsit brought up the bumblebee and stuff like that. Like the bumblebee's body isn't exactly the best. The design of the bumblebee is not the best thing.
Scientists have deduced that the bumblebee should not be able to fly.
Right.
If it were not for electrostatics like spider ballooning, it would not be able to fly.
Right. Okay. So that brings me to my next point. Can we replicate this and not have vehicles with tires, but actually?
Yes, but the amount of energy it would take us with our understanding of how the universe works, which is probably very limited if the bumblebee is able to fly, spiders are able to fly. Most likely we've got it wrong. But yes, you should, in theory, be able to use electrostatics to levitate a car.
That's right. The better question is, should we?
How much energy? How much energy does a car use?
Hold on, real quick. Here's how easy it is to understand. Hold on. Here's how easy it is to understand. Let me tell you.
Can we equal that to what a bumblebee uses and make our cars float and make them lighter? Make the cars lighter.
Listen, it's okay. You guys know when the bees buzz, right? That's their thing. They buzz. That's what's making them, letting them move. The wings are just to help balance the axis. It's not really pushing much off of the air or the thermals or whatever. They're buzzing, and whatever the buzz is making them move. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the frequency of their wings. You hear that noise.
So we don't need wings, but all we need is something to create that energy. Does anybody know about the Coral Castle in Florida? That guy who made that.
I do. He made it out of
Lead scout.
And I think
on that point, before anyone moves forward, I said I was going to shut up, but fuck it.
You haven't.
When you hear a truck with big ass tires move down the road, that makes a lot of noise too.
It's levitating then. Okay, back to the conversation.
But the energy it takes to move those tires, because they're heavy. But then does it balance out with the static electricity? Like, because the spinning tires, like, I can get that. Like, the bigger the tire, like, the more static electricity it's going to interrupt. Or I don't know exactly
Nothing moves without energy.
All right. Most of us don't have any understanding of this, and it would be pure speculation. But the fact is that the more matter we're trying to move, the more energy it takes, and it's exponential.
Okay, so if like I was saying, if the car was lighter and the car wasn't so heavy, why
would you need a car? Why would you need a car? Why don't you just get a little thing and put it on yourself and do it? Then you really cutting out the weight.
Well, that would be awesome.
Well, there's where you have to. There's your project. Figure out how much you need to do.
You could be a bee.
You could be a bee. I could be a bee. We all can be bees.
People want to float so bad.
Fantastic.
Helia's being a real A right now, saying you could be a B.
Unbelievable.
That wasn't Helio.
Oh, PMAC. I'm sorry. It was PMAC.
Yeah, sorry, that was me. Yeah.
I can't tell the difference.
No, that was actually me. I said I was the one that said you could be a bee. What the fuck?
Dude, I can't understand you
my
through
phrase there.
Helio, I can't understand you through your freaking Scottish accent, please.
You Scottish?
Now, here we go now.
His accent changes, like it keeps changing. It's like one thing, then it changes like a Scottish accent. Helio's accent he's crazy.
It's all over the
place. I grew up in America. I don't know how you could mistake my accent. That would be weird.
Dude, you take the haggis out of your fucking mouth.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just one of the things I was thinking about, because we are like based on, we have this system already where it's like fossil fuel system. Like, I don't like fossil fuels. Don't get me started on that. But anyways, like,
why not?
Are you afraid we're going to run out of dinosaur fuel?
That was my point.
Strange days. Strange days, but why? Why not? Why don't you like fossil fuel?
There couldn't be that many dinosaurs in order to.
Please answer my question. Why do you not like fossil fuel?
My only issue with, fossil fuel is a viable resource. It is, but I don't think it's being used to its potential, and there's a lot of excess.
Didn't Rockefeller pay off a scientist a year at the Geneva Convention?
And that's the other thing too. To call it fossil fuels is false.
It's a lie. False. It's an obvious lie. Right.
Yeah. No.
To engender scarcity, it's actually, we could just call it hydrocarbons. Period, because that encompasses all of them: methane, gas, diesel, any hydrocarbon.
And oil is
they're like fossil records.
Oil is produced naturally every day, or the oil rigs would have to move all the time in wherever they're at. They just go down. They stay there for years at a time.
Dude, have you ever listened to those fossil records like Led Zeppelin or Rolling Stones? They're pretty good.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Fossil records.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh?
Yeah. So, yeah, I know that.
Well,
Like
if you know, then why would you say the word fossil fuels?
It's fine. It's normal parlance. Why are we?
Right. So never mind. All right, cool. We already established that. Go ahead.
I don't know what else to call it.
No, that's cool.
It's fine. It's perfectly fine. If you don't want to call it that because you know better, just call it hydrocarbons. You're much better off. It's more accurate.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just I know it's not a resource that is diminishing. And to some degree, one of the things I thought of was that it was a byproduct of something else that was happening. So, because there's just
Most
too
likely.
much of, yeah,
Most
there's
likely
too much.
it is. Most likely we don't understand what it is or where it comes from, and if we do, we're being lied to about it in the normal populace just to make it a false scarcity commodity like diamonds.
Yeah, yeah, that's the word, commodity, right? Yeah.
Right, because it's probably abundant all over the world, and it's probably replicating within the system, and most likely all of the oil fields that they say they've depleted have probably filled right back up, which is the truth.
So it's like the Beverly Hillbillies. The guy was shooting at some food, and that came a bubbling crude. You know, it was right on top of the ground. You know.
Yeah, you don't have to pretend that it's not a commodity. Doesn't matter what you name it as.
Right. What I'm saying with it is a false scarcity commodity like diamonds, because there's diamonds everywhere.
There's gold everywhere too. Like all these machines and all these computers and all this stuff, they use gold, and they, you know, I worked in construction, and they got diamond plated blades that cut through concrete. You know, if diamonds are that readily available, why are they if diamonds are that scarce, why are they putting them on things that I cut concrete with?
Well,
They
the industrial diamonds aren't as yeah. Anyway, but that's all bullshit too. Like the industrial diamonds they use for cutting is they're not as valuable as the ones that you present to your fiance.
Yeah, it's like top tier, right? Top tier. You got top tier gasoline. You got lower gasoline. You got good diamonds. You got bad diamonds. And then what's with this lithium now? And they're talking about like harvesting in the like salt flats, and are these lithium fields? Like I forget what country it was, but they have like the biggest reserve of lithium or something like that.
Well, it's good to know that a country somewhere has the biggest reserve of lithium. Thanks.
There is somewhere that has a huge. I just heard it. I listened to college radio here, and they like to bring up these little tidbits.
That bullshit.
I know. I only listen to it because they have good music, and then they stop the good music, and then they put these little like brainwashing, or like not brainwashing. I shouldn't say it like that.
It's pretty much. You're probably right about that.
But they put this stuff out.
I mean, but by people that are like 18, 20 years old, just putting up shit.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, I watched the news and
yeah, for college. Yeah, like I said, it was college radio. But that's how I knew about it, because they talk about these, and every time I hear it, I'm like, oh man, like this sounds completely opposite of the truth.
Well, man, how would you know what the truth is? I mean, now what we experience as truth, if you watch the news or even a lot of different propaganda movies and stuff, but shit, we all love movies and news stuff too, but you have to divulge your information, your personal information and your ideas from. You can't just just willy-nilly swallow every bit of thing that they say. You have to
that's the
compare,
thing.
contrast, and come to a conclusion from all the information. You're here in a flat Earth server, I mean, most people that would be like, well, why are you talking to the flat Earthers? Are you a flat Earther? I'm not asking you. I'm just saying. I mean, this is what your friends would be. You're probably gonna go back and be like, "I was talking to these."
Are you a flat earther, Helio?
No, not altogether. But I know the Earth isn't this stupid third rock from the sun globe that they told us about.
What is it then? Show me your model.
My model. I don't have a model.
I have a model. It's a little Corvette that I put together with some glue.
Yeah, I did some modeling back in the day.
Like what's her name? What's your model's name?
Sandra. Charlotte.
Her name is Sandra Charlotte?
Are you asking me? I thought you were asking the other guy. I was just wondering.
Get back.
Can you name your model?
Your model's name is Sandra Charlotte, Helio?
It's Sandra Charlotte Jr. and Expose.
What did you say, Timbo?
Oh fuck! No, sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. I'm driving on the freeway, and the fucking surfboards come off my roof.
Oh my god!
Oh, dude! Wow.
I'm sorry about that. They're going to need a better waxing.
It's because you're going too fast. You're already moving 1,000 miles an hour, so you try and go faster than that. Obviously, the surfboard's going to come off your roof.
You're going to have to consider the waning after the waxing. Come on, man.
If you're worried about how fast the Earth is moving when you're driving with your surfboards on the roof, try driving backwards because it will cancel out some of the Earth's movement.
That should help. Seems legit.
There you go. It always equalizes.
Equalizes what?
The spin of Earth. Spin of Earth. I mean, you don't know you're spinning. Nine.
Well, that's the thing about surfing, right?
I can use special words like conducive. Either way, whatever.
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Go fuck yourself, you silly fucking butt crust.
You might want to take the bass out of your tone. I'm not sure you know who you're talking to here, but I've never backed down from anything, so check your facts.
Okay. You look like a 12-year-old Dutch girl. Your aesthetician coiffed that for you?
You can kiss my aesthetician. You guys do CrossFit?
You can cross fuck off.
Cross fart.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I don't know what happened to you, Dusters, but fuck me, do you fuck dog?
Okay. I have no comeback with that. That was epic.
That was super epic.
Dumbass flat earthers.
I want to put out another thing out there. Like I brought this up before about the what is it? The toroidal fields and all that. This that like what is? So there's a plane, right? And
the inertial plane.
Yeah, and there is like from what I've seen, the pictures or the graphs, the images. So there is something that is holding things down to the plane, but also it's coming from below the plane.
Then it would have to be pulling. It would have to be pulling. It wouldn't be. Well, no, it would be pushing.
Yeah, it wouldn't be pushing. So there would be something pulling to the top and something pulling to the bottom.
Nothing pulls you.
It would have to be pushing.
Okay, so that's my point, right? See, this is a good picture. So this is not just up and down. This is left and right. Like this is not. It's not directional, right?
There's not magical thing. There's nothing magical pulling anything though.
What was that?
There is nothing magical pulling things, invisible things pulling anything.
There's just a downward bias with the electrostatics.
Okay, downward bias. And so beneath that plane, there would be another downward bias. So there's two downward biases going towards each other.
Maybe. I don't know. You're on the dirt. You're standing on it.
I don't know about
Are you
that.
going to know what's going on?
Mirrored.
Is there dirt? Is there dirt like though there's dirt below your feet? So this is a good picture. I like this picture because it's not just up and down, but it's left and right. So we have really don't have any idea. So it could be that what is above is below, but what is below is above, or what is left was right. And really we have no orientation except for our own what we perceive as up and down and left and right. But as far as the way everything is, there could be a plane within this field that has something above and something below, or is the below above and above below. So I think it's kind of mind-blowing to think about it in this way, and that there is some kind of travel between what is above and what is below, or what is below or what is above and below. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Well, there's only one inertial plane in this scenario. So even if what you're talking about, it's not something that is.
You make me want to go smoke another joint because of that.
Don't hide it, divide it. What I'm just saying is that so the plane we're on has a plane, like there's another plane somewhere else, like, because if we're on the plane we think we're on, there is a plane beneath our feet, and
there's also a plane in Spain where it mostly rains.
Good one.
But not the same.
It may not be the same plane in which you're speaking now.
So but
this just becomes speculation Sunday.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because I see some of the images, and then I'm thinking if there's a downward, but okay, so when it goes downward, does it go through, or does it ground out, and then what's coming from below grounds out? right?
Well, no, it would all have to be as far as that's concerned. It would all have to be part of the same system. So it's all working.
No, it would be. It would be.
It's all working together in tandem. As and it's pure speculation again, but
right.
It's Strange Days. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Is this the first you've heard of that?
It is pretty new to me. This is from some of Witsit's.
I understand. I understand. So that's the first you've heard of it. And when did you become a flat earther?
Oh, a few years ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what you're saying is it's got your noggin jogging, and you want some concrete answers. But even Witsit says during that even to him that's speculation on how it works.
And so that's why.
So let me help you out here real quick. So Earth, quote, Earth, the dirt that you're standing on is called ground in electrical diagrams. That's why they pound a copper rod in on the side of your house into the ground. And then they connect that to your... Stop. So Earth, all of Earth is ground. So everything falls to ground, electrostatics. So that's all we know. We can't predict what's happening after the ground and imagine all that. So really, it's just imagination.
You guys mind if I ask him what he means by it goes down? Because that's what he said.
I just did. I just told him.
I know, but let's expound upon that maybe. When it, what do you? It's it. What is it? What is it? What are you talking about? It goes down. Are you talking about objects? Are you talking about portions of it? And because to be honest, when I first came into this conversation, I was
coming back from a cigarette.
Not even just now. I was just like listening to you guys. And so I was just because when I first came into this conversation, I had some questions about what I was kind of confused about. There's still weight and everything. What's pulling everything down? Which now I know. I know different now. It's a differential thing. So when you say it's going down, what do you mean?
The downward bias. I'm not talking about gravity or anything like that. Like I threw gravity out the window a long time ago.
Yeah,
right. It's okay. Look at this. It's this. I can't say it's the same. It's like I said. This is pure speculation, but it would be the same. You're in an electrical field. That electrical field has more potential the higher you go, and as you go lower, has less potential. So the pressure mediation is going to go to the least potential, not the highest. So it's not going to go up unless there's another force acting up on it, such as buoyancy.
Yeah, I could take like all those things into factor. So the only reason I was bringing into this like this the underneath the plane, like because if there's because one of the things
that's La La Land though, like underneath the plane, we don't know that even exists. That's pure,
are you talking about the
La La
first
Land.
level of hell?
I thought I figured that out for you.
Yeah, just like underneath the plane. Are you talking about the first level of hell at this point?
I figured that out for him. I told him that that's all imaginary, but yet we just went back there.
Yeah, but okay. So because of the way they talk, they say it's a globe. Okay, so we know that's a lie. However, there is some truth hidden in the lies. And so this is imaginary. This is speculation. If there's truth hidden within the lies, then maybe we don't live on the globe, but we live within the globe. And then the field.
Here we go. Inside.
The electrical field and the plane that we live on is the center. of that globe of electrical, or
I think
So,
maybe he's just
it's
describing it wrong. Maybe I think so we're agreeing on certain things, but the way he's describing it.
It's the old maybe the container's a globe.
Yeah, the container. We live within the globe on the plane. There's a plane that goes through the diameter, right? So if you imagine a ball, like say a crystal ball.
Diameter what? You said the magnetic field, right?
Well, that would be the magnetic field, right? Because the way
so we're in a bottom to top magnetic field, and it comes plane existing in the middle. Yeah, I've seen some certain dynamics or things about that. I've seen some with the 7 levels of heaven and 7 levels of hell before, where we live on Earth, and then when there's heaven above and hell below.
That maybe there was if underneath in quotes is hell, then like that would be just an area that is how it is defined. But however, maybe it's not hell. Maybe that's just another realm or another plane.
Well, how do you know it's not? Because in some other traditions, hell is below, heaven's above, right? So
yeah.
Other traditions. What other tradition is there than reality?
I know, right? So it's.
Helio has other traditions.
We're speaking English, and we live in America, right? And even in Europe or whatever, we're under. In this tradition, it's predominantly Christian, whatever that means.
Oh, okay. So you're saying in the front, away from the Christian context, you're saying in other traditions,
they have a similar concept. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe the other side, maybe hell for them is our hell. Like we're in hell compared to where they live is not hell.
Hey man, you smile at the world that smiles back at you.
I mean, it's just a name. There's a city in Michigan called Hell. Just call it whatever you want.
Speculation Thursday is doing great tonight.
Well, I mean, whoever's doing this live now thing keeps changing the name. I was just like, I'll shut the fuck up, but now it's Deuce Vault. Whatever. I was like, all right.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it's like
ridiculous, CB.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, who are you doing that, CB, man? Stop doing it, man. Let's just have the freaking live stream on. This isn't
we
shouldn't have gave him that ability.
You should have never given that. You should have never given that creation bear money.
It's fun.
Should have never given him money.
You're doing great, buddy.
I never use it. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, no one uses it. You should use it. It's awesome.
All right, well, cool. So now you're in the vault with Deuce Vault.
Exactly. Dude, how sick is that?
On the ones and the twos.
Heaven and hell. Back to the conversation. We'll figure it out later.
I don't think we can continue on with this conversation because we're in pure speculation world, and I want to answer your questions, but the fact is that we can't. We literally cannot answer your questions because we have as much of an idea as you do. Your answer is as valid as ours. You can come up with the most imaginative shit you want, and it will be equal to ours because there's no way for us to know.
Very well said.
No way to know.
There is no way to know. The gifts of the world will be given to you at the end, not at the beginning.
Touche.
So you can only live as a physical person, not as a spiritual person?
No. I'm not saying that at all. If you want answers from the ages, if you want answers that seem right and resonate with what you experience, you can find those. But this is not the place for that. This is the place for experiencing what is in front of us, what we can see, feel, or touch. And I mean, but this isn't the place for that, right?
No,
because we're all going to have a different answer, and you may not find what you're looking for. But the fact is there are answers out there that you may find satiate your curiosity, but I doubt you'll find it here.
It's not like making.
Hold on, I disagree in the vein that you can find other people to talk to.
I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you, and
not
yes,
on this live stream. Not on this.
100%, because you're going to get slapped down every time as soon as we go to what we can't prove, and that's what I'm trying to nip in the bud, Helium. I 100% agree with you that there are answers out there that may resonate with you, and
but
I don't think
you can meet people here that you can talk to somewhere else about this. But this room is not the place to necessarily talk about it.
What were you saying, Rad?
That I've been trying to get it out of Imagination Land after the Earth stopped. It's imagination.
Yes, you did a good job, but sometimes it takes a little more coaxing.
Oh, I agree. So coax along.
Here we are. I think we're almost done with all of that part.
Yeah, I mean, the vault with Deuce Vault is over with. Now it's the Flobe with Glat.
All right.
The Flobe with
That was fun.
Hey,
what the
Helio,
Flobe with Glat?
I just wanted to say that I don't appreciate you guys talking about conspiracies on this. I come here just to find out about curvature and flat Earth, and like any conspiracies totally turns me away. And all my listeners turn away from this when you guys talk conspiracy. So I'm just saying.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, it's telling Helio.
No, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you elucidate?
I'd rather just talk about flat Earth.
Okay, then there's no reason for you to chime in. If you just want to talk about flat Earth, let's talk about flat Earth.
Okay.
I love the flat Earth. Let's talk about the flat, stationary plane that we all experience.
I'm telling you guys, if you get a chance, come to Hawaii, go visit one of the highest peaks, whatever island you go on. Just go up, just go as high as you can, and then look out. Like I don't think you can get anywhere. I'm not sure about this, but I know this is like one of the areas that you can get as high as you can, to where the coastline is as close to you as high as you are. Like the coastline is pretty close to pretty high elevations. And
strange days, people fly in airplanes that go 35, 40,000 feet, and they can look out the window and see the horizon.
Yeah, but the airplane's moving.
But the entire time the horizon isn't curving.
Get on an island with a high point and look out.
Why?
I just feel like that because
we've never seen things from high places before.
Yeah, but never from the ground, and to see the water, because the water is flat.
Hey,
that's what I'm trying.
By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying
but the water.
The horizon doesn't change. You know, it does change. You can see further when you go higher. So, and if you listen to some of these arguments that people make, it's like, well, they say sometimes, well, the reason you could see further is because you're seeing further over the curvature. But that's because they think the Earth is curving when it's obviously not.
That's the angular. Like I was listening to the chat yesterday. It has to do with angles, like where you're like opposed to what's below you and what's above you.
Angular resolution.
Angular resolution, yes. So that's just one of my points is that if you're on an island on a peak, and I think Hawaii has some pretty high peaks for being islands.
Sure.
And then surrounded by water, and the water we know finds its level. So there I don't think there's anywhere else that is as apparent that because you're not moving. Like in an airplane, maybe you're moving, and like maybe there's some, but the temperatures are pretty much stable here. It's not.
I've heard some testimonies from people from Hawaii that have seen another island that's 100 miles away. They could see it from the beach. They could see a shadow of an island 100 miles away. You would never be able to see that.
The conditions are stable. The conditions are stable, to make these observations where you're not having to worry about, different temperatures and
it's not every day, but whatever. And they'll be like, well, what about refraction? That's there.
Exactly.
Whatever.
But the conditions here are pretty stable. If you get a clear day, then you know that it's pretty much that way for like miles around the area. Unless you get fog, which is the volcanic smog.
Volcanic, or you guys get fog too, right? Fog sometimes.
No fog. I don't think we ever get fog. No,
really? You never get fog in Hawaii?
No, it has to be cold. It has to be cold enough. You get mist and stuff like that. Like sometimes we get what we call, or what I call Hawaiian.
It's pretty tropical over there.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird though. I guess fog is a result of like cold and hotter.
Yeah,
fog is like clouds close to the ground, basically.
Yeah, I grew up in the Central Valley of California, and we had some major fog there. Like where you're talking about like visibility 0, like driving down the highway, like accidents happen all the time. And we don't get fog.
Don't get fog in Hawaii.
No fog in Hawaii.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we get bog, which is the volcanic like gases and stuff like that. But yeah. But that's just what I'm just saying that like to view the ocean from a high point that is stationary. I don't know where else to do it from unless you're in Hawaii.
No, if it weren't for the satellites, we wouldn't be able to talk to you from Hawaii right now.
Except for the cable that is connecting it in the ocean, but that's besides the point.
No, okay, let me bring that up. Let me bring up Mauna Kea. It's like the tallest point in Hawaii, and they're building a observatory there, which has multiple countries involved and multiple agencies involved, and like it's like one of the sacred places of the Hawaiian people, but yet they're probably going to build it anyways, if they haven't already started yet.
What you should do, you should like make a base up there and start a live stream from there 24 hours so we can see what's going on.
Oh man,
You're gonna build a pyramid or something?
No, observatory.
Oh,
and they already have observatories at lower elevations around the same island. Yeah, check it out because they don't need it. The only reason they need it is because it's a high point, and it's a high point that they can spread out communications from because it's the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
The middle of the Pacific Ocean, and you're making it's just like the World War II communication system.
I don't know what you mean.
Wait, you're saying the observatories are communication systems, not observatories?
At least, well, I mean, that's why they build them at the highest point. They have multiple applications for these observatories.
Oh, sure, yeah. The highest point has radio stuff too, but the reason they put observatories up high is because there's less atmosphere up there.
Okay, there's less
being for radio community
and light around them.
Yeah. There's less atmosphere and space too, but yet they got plenty of satellites up there. What do they need observatories on Earth for if they got satellites?
Fuck?
To look at the stars. What do you mean?
Anyway, some of us are being facetious, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Matthew's asking leading questions. I know what you're doing, Matthew, but go ahead.
Shooting laser beams. Oh man. Look out for the Death Star.
Death Star.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like I've been here for about 4 years almost now in Hawaii. And like, I don't know, on the island that I'm on, you got every military, every U.S. military branch. There's a lot of strong history for Hawaiian people. But then I also see how that strong history is being used.
Exploited. You can say it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, they're not the only people. I mean, shit.
No, they're not. And some of the things
we're all being exploited by this overarching world government.
Yeah, Native American people, like I grew up.
White people are being exploited. I'm gonna say it.
No, I'm just saying.
Like the only everyone except for white people are being exploited. Bullshit. We're all being exploited.
I can agree with that. No, we all are. When I first moved here, I noticed how the Hawaiian language was being commercialized and this and that for like tourists and stuff like that. And then I really started to notice the Hawaiian language and how it was built and how it also resembled the Japanese language. That was kind of like something that I thought was strange. But then the lack of consonants within the Hawaiian language, which made it, and then the repetition of words, like you use two syllables together, like lulu, or something like that. Like I can kind of get into it, but I almost feel like it was a created culture, and it's not that old. It's not as old as they say it is. But this all happened around the same time that the idea of like the last mud flood age with the last the late 1800 or late 1800s. That goes back to me talking about the gold rush in California, 1840s and up. Like you have all this kind of mix or this strange history that doesn't seem to add up. I'm gonna stop right there.
Hey, man, I mean, I wasn't trying to shut the chat down or anything. So. We're under a method of control, man. It's just the New World Order. It's not a secret. I wasn't saying anything that's not true or, what's so hard to figure out about this? It's like if you love the New World Order system, then partner with them and just be like, yeah, I love it, just own it, like be involved and all that kind of stuff. Or you're part of the political system, and just like, which both of the, there's always what they use the Hegelian dialect, and it's like, I'm Democrat, I'm Republican, and this is an American system, but it works the same in different cultures. But it's just like, oh, I'm part of this place. But what they do is keep you in ignorance about the people in power, and they utilize your ignorance to foment their idea and say, and get you to support whatever, whether you do it through voting or influence or power or whatever. Some like communist systems, they have a pretend voting system similar to what we have. But anyway, so yeah.
No, I kind of understand what you're saying because even with people, you tell them what to do and they do the opposite. So if you're trying to control a population, you have to present both.
No, if you're going to control the population, you present information beforehand so that you know how they're going to respond before you present it, and then you control both sides. It's like if you're going to use politics, then you already know how they're going to respond, and then you utilize a system where that you're in ultimate control, so that you know how they're going to respond, because you have the ultimate control. Maybe not so what you were saying, but yeah, politics. You don't have any control over that, and as governments, dude, governments have been in control for millennia, and you're not going to be able to have much influence personally, because they control the politics down the line. You have to actually understand this through the secret societies and everybody influenced by it, especially with modern media. It's not you don't really have much influence on your own self-control, when it comes to that. Just like, I'm going to make a difference. You're one little step. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But you're going to do the best you can.
Yeah, you can put ideas. You put ideas out there, and then like maybe it influences somebody to in a direction that is away from that control.
Sure, and that's what I try to do. But I'm just, I'm not discouraged. I'm encouraged by everyone that finds our channel and our Discord and stuff. This is what we're talking about. It's people that are saying, "Hey, you told us some bullshit, and I don't believe you anymore." I'm not saying everyone in this Discord is just all follow me or anybody else. We actually help. We encourage people to think for themselves, come across the information, and then do your own research. And there's a lot of information out there to take a look at, and we share all day long information.
Yeah,
you should take a look at.
One of the things I kind of had trouble with was the there's the information, there's people who do their own experiments, stuff like that, and they post it and things like that. But when it comes to like the written word and things like that, like I'm actually looking into finding the old books.
Old books meaning
like the books. The books. No. I'm not talking about Bible and stuff like
old
that.
books is like history books. You're not going to be able to separate. You're not going to be able to separate science from spirituality, because there are a lot of spiritual books and science books. Science came from spirituality. Whether or not you believe it, that's where it came from. So, are you looking somewhere else?
I'm talking about comparing the information that is presented on the internet and to that information which is written word in the books. Because
what books? Can you give me one example of something you're trying to find?
A 1958 encyclopedia that talks about
1958. That's a recent book.
Well, as told to me,
about
you
what
know,
do you think you're going to find out in 1958? About ancient history.
That was the date in which the Antarctic Treaty, the Antarctic Treaty, was
yeah, sure, but that's a treaty between countries. But that was all right. Go ahead. I'll shut up. I'm bloviating.
Yeah, no, I just
there's a bunch of new people coming in now.
Claims, right? These are some of the claims.
For the new guys.
And
the people coming in. Sorry. I'm just mentioning.
No, please shut me up. Somebody shut me up because I'm
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of new people that are coming in. So if there is like a passive conversation, there's more an active one about the shape of the Earth with the new people coming in. So we usually take a backseat with the sidebar conversations and let the shape of the Earth
Hey,
conversation.
Miggy, you sound a little muffled. Is your microphone not close to your mouth or something?
Yeah, Miggy, you do sound a bit muffled.
Yeah, sorry about that. That too, because I'm a bit nasally because I've been.
Oh, it sounds good now. Sounds good. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, there's a couple of new people jumping in, so I was thinking we can get to the shape of the Earth conversation and get this one on the back burner for now.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not gonna stay for the whole thing though, because I got like about 8 minutes before I go back to work.
Hey, Lil Jam, talk to Miggy.
Real quick.
About what?
Shape of
I'm
the
just
Earth?
here to learn, you know. I'm just here to learn.
Yeah.
I'm here to learn about the evidence as to why the shape of the Earth is flat.
Bro, you're in the right place. This is the place to be. This is the spot. All right, so check it out. You were taught that the Earth was a globe, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so if somebody was to stop you on the street and was to ask you a question like, man, how do we know the Earth's a globe? What would you tell them? The first thing. Just don't even think about it. Just
images.
Okay, which ones?
From space, images from space of the world as a globe. Or the Earth as a globe.
Cool. But like, what have you learned in school about it? Like anything. Just like tell me anything you can learn. I mean, that's only something you like. You know, from
Evidence about the Earth being round.
Yeah,
I never learned. Like, I don't know. I don't know any evidence except for just like
pictures from space.
Yeah.
Huh?
Right. Pictures from space is the only evidence he's got, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you something about your pictures from space?
Yeah.
Can pictures and images be manipulated?
I think so. Yeah, they can.
Cool. So pictures and images can be manipulated. How do you verify a picture?
You can't.
When you verify a picture, you can verify it by taking it yourself, can't you? I can go to this location.
Yeah. You experience it yourself, yeah.
Cool. So, have you personally verified these pictures from space?
No.
No. So you're taking it on good faith that you can take these pictures from space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you turn around,
what reason do they have for fooling the world?
That's a different question. That's a different question.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Let's just talk about your pictures from space. That's all right. So you understand that you can, manipulate images, and you understand that to verify an image you have to go there. But we figured out that you personally and me, it isn't a gotcha question, and me and Miggy and everybody in this Discord, have not verified these pictures from space. Cool.
Yeah.
My last question is this, and then I'll let it go. Can you have gas pressure without a container for the gas to press upon?
No.
Awesome stuff. So the Earth is declared to be an open system where we have gas pressure, but nothing for the gas to press upon. Outside the area of the Earth's atmosphere is a vacuum, a space that the gas would easily go into if there was no barrier from preventing.
How about like the gravity, though?
No, don't.
Is the gravity not bound in the atmosphere and stuff?
Listen. If it got up that far, what's to stop it? As you go away from a source of a force, it lessens. Right.
Oh, so it would just constantly go further. It constantly go further away. Okay.
Hey, I gotta say one before I leave because I'm on break.
Go on, Mickey. Go for it. Sorry, son.
Yeah, no.
Go. I just want to say what's up to Deuce. Jedi's back, bro.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw him yesterday. What's up, Mickey?
Chilling, man. I'm at work right now, but I'm on lunch break because you can hear the cafeteria noise. But I got like 4 minutes, so I'm just gonna chill while you guys do your thing.
Cool.
When was anyone taught how to measure Earth curvature in high school?
I wasn't. ever taught that.
I don't think it was a thing ever in my life.
I've never had to
ever.
experience
It
that,
was
yeah.
never a thing in my life. Ever.
Okay, really quick.
My entire education from elementary
Helio,
school
okay, we get it.
through high school and college. It was never.
Helio, bro. Chill.
Don't tell me to chill, goddammit. You asked the question, I answered it.
No, he didn't ask you the question. Anyways, Little Jam.
Somebody asked it, and I just answered it.
They made a mistake. They didn't realize. Anyways, he should have asked a pointed question, not an open question.
Oh, how do I ask that in a pointed way?
You ask a person.
Oh, okay. Directly to a person.
Yes.
Okay, so who am I asking?
Nobody, because we're talking to Lil Jam right now because he's new here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to learn.
Ooh, Lil who?
Lil
I'm
Jam.
learning a lot. I learned about the law of non-contradiction.
I can ask it another way. Has anyone through their education, through high school, elementary school, junior high, college, ever been
literally like 30 people
how
here
to measure the circumference of Earth, or how to measure it, with utilizing satellites and all this kind of shit? It's not very hard,
Helio, we'll get back to you.
I think that
I'll shut up now.
I think that would be I think that would be a good way. That would be a good way to teach people, like a math lesson. Like, here's the world you live. This is the formula that you put to where you live, and look at how prevalent it is. Look at this evidence. Or, I mean, just look at the, like, sometimes they, like in math class, they have, what's the train goes this far. It's going from London to to where.
Speaking of trains, this is a complete derail. Hang on, Strange Days. We're just going to talk to Lil Jam here for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Now, Lil Jam, what they're saying isn't untrue. We should be taught how to surmise the nature of our reality, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm going to teach you something, I'm not going to teach you the answer. I'm going to teach you how to deduce the answer, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
What were you shown as a child? A demonstration of the curvature of the Earth. There are about three things. So you weren't shown like a boat going over the curvature?
No.
Really? That's surprising. No. Most people were shown that. Maybe you sound much younger than I, so it was probably dropped from the curriculum for okay. Like I said, you sound much younger than I. But
you're like 30.
Regardless.
Okay.
No, I'm like 80. Anyways. So if I'm to tell you the nature of your reality, I should probably show you evidence of it, right?
Yeah.
And you are given pictures that are provably dissimilar from each other. And
yeah, because of the law of non-contradiction.
Right. And like Jedi said, they're unfalsifiable to you, so you can't actually see evidence for yourself.
Yeah.
So, if those are the things you're shown, how can you deduce the nature of your reality? You weren't. You were told the nature of your reality, which is unfair, right? Because you're not given the tools to make deductive reasonings about other things. If you can't deduce your reality, you can't deduce practically anything because you don't even know the ground in which you stand on.
Yeah, I'm following you completely.
Okay, what was that math formula I gave you?
8. What was it? 8 meters something squared, bro.
8 inches per mile squared. I don't like meters because I think they're magic numbers because they're based off of the measurement of the globe.
Oh, really? Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that at all. That's crazy.
Right. You should be taught that if you're using meters. What is
the metric system is, no, the metric system is fake, bro. Okay.
8 inches
I
per
did
mile
not
squared.
know that.
I thought the metric system was based off of water.
Whatever the
That's
calculation
what I
is,
thought too.
inches per mile squared.
Nah, bro, that
That's
shit is magic, bro. It's not real.
Jacob.
It's fine. Let's go back to the original.
Yeah. So whatever the calculation is 8 inches per mile squared to figure out how much should descend between point A and point B over the distance of an arc. That's the mathematical calculation to figure out the drop value of a curved surface known as the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. There's also another calculation involved in that. It involves your height above the surface of the Earth and where the horizon is to you observing it. That's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Whatever the mathematical calculation, we're on a curved surface and we should be able to observe and measure it. Using either mathematical calculation, we don't observe or measure any curvature.
Also, we can prove that there's no curvature with math.
Well, we
No,
can have
with observation.
Yeah, we
Go
can
on.
have math. We can say the Earth is this size, a radius of 9,959 miles. That's the math. But we should be able to observe and measure this math, i.e. curvature over distance.
And we've observed that there's no curvature. That's observable.
Well, not only have we observed it, we've measured it, and practically use it when we navigate across the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
We require the Earth to be level to measure angles. You're at school, right? You understand math and geometry and how to measure angles, yeah?
Yeah, I know how to measure angles, yeah.
Cool. Can I ask you a question? Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
No. Or maybe. Wait.
Yeah,
No.
you can't. It's impossible.
Okay.
Yet, what we do is we use sextants, basically protractors, angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth. You understand that, right? Ships at sea.
Wait, you use what? Say that again?
It's called a sextant. It's basically a glorified protractor. You know what a protractor is, right? An angle measuring device.
Yeah, I know what a protractor is, yeah.
Yeah. So a sextant is a glorified one of those. What we do is we measure elevation angles to stars in the sky. To get an angle, we require all of those lines to be straight. If the Earth was a curved surface, you would have a huge problem because you wouldn't be measuring angles, would you? Because your baseline would be curved, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then you can't, yeah, okay.
So practically, we navigate across the Earth as if it was a flat, level plane because we utilize angle measuring devices to do so. Being as we use those angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth cannot be a curved surface. What we're doing is we are measuring the Earth and utilizing its flatness to navigate across it. So yes, the Earth is measurably and navigatably flat.
Okay.
Okay, so do you know what a modus ponens is? Modus ponens.
No.
Okay, modus ponens says if A is true, and then B is true, and if you discover B is true, then you can assume A is true, right?
That makes sense, yeah.
And that's a logical, deductive reasoning in the affirmative. But what we actually have here is a modus tollens. If A is true and B is true, and then you discover B is not true, then A can't be true. Right.
Let me write this down in my notebook. Modus ponens. Got it.
A is true.
Modus ponens is the first one. Modus tollens is the second one. If A, then B. If B, then A. That's obvious, right? But if A and not B, B not A. If a thing doesn't display the attributes of being a thing, it isn't that thing, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So what we have here is a modus tollens because it's a denial of the affirmative.
Okay.
So if you have that mathematical equation saying this must be if it is a globe, but you're not seeing it be, then it must not be.
It isn't a globe.
Right.
Got you. Got you completely, actually. I thank you guys for this.
This is something you should have been told in the very beginning. Yeah. And I'm sorry that you weren't.
Yeah, we weren't taught all of this.
I mean, look, guys, we can't feel that bad. Okay, we do get taught this, but what we do is we just don't apply it when we're told fantasies and fairy tales where we get pictures from space showing the Earth to be a ball. It doesn't matter. Go on, just carry on.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's because we assume that they have our best interests at heart. We don't assume that they haven't questioned the lie.
Yeah. So, sorry to interrupt, but notice your first question, as soon as I started bringing up pictures from space, you started asking, but why would they lie about it?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, yeah.
I don't mind you asking that question, but I don't know, Deus doesn't know, and nobody in this Discord knows. We can speculate, but it doesn't detract from the actual reliable, measurable, observable, practical truth.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
And we aren't saying that your parents are lying and that your teachers are lying. They have just bought something they haven't investigated. They haven't taken the time to check the veracity of the information.
Yeah.
So, sorry to interrupt again, but remember when we were talking about your images from space? And I asked you if you can have gas pressure without something for the gas to press upon, as in keep the gas there. You said, no, of course you can't. Well, it's true.
Yeah, you can't.
Don't have something physically keeping the gas there. The gas is going to go away and disperse into the next environment. Out there, supposed to be a vacuum. You turn around and you said gravity. Okay, but what we have to understand is the gas that we are breathing is moving around in all directions.
It's unbound.
Yeah, gravity is direction downwards when I drop a solid object. But we're talking about gases. Gases disperse in all direction, and
so gravity doesn't apply to gases.
Well, if you were to be able to observe gravity pulling gas backwards, then yeah. But what I'm just about to get to is no, because we don't have the phenomena of gravity, whatever gravity I let you have, affecting gas. It doesn't do that. Gas disperses in all directions, right, away from each other.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. I think I heard something.
Gas disperses in all directions away from each other. That's what gas does. It doesn't get pulled back by the mass of the gas. Gas doesn't attract itself, does it?
No, it does not.
Yeah, exactly. So if in either gravity model gas was mass attracts mass, then gas should attract gas, but it doesn't. There's no observable phenomena that says gravity affects gas in any way, shape, or form. No.
Can I add something to that? When usually families, when they die of like a carbon monoxide poisoning, carbon monoxide is heavier than like the air around us, like nitrogen and whatever else is in the air. And the carbon monoxide usually kills the family members on the lower levels. So first, So doesn't that mean that gravity affects gases?
No.
No. You're actually thinking about the effect of gases wrong.
So,
man.
I think I heard you there.
What you've got is you've got a denser gas than all of the other gases that you've put in the system, right? According to this model or this description that you give me, this carbon monoxide is denser than the other gases around it.
Yeah.
Therefore, it will go lower than the gases.
But why does it go lower?
The gravity, right?
Because it's denser than the other.
Denser means that there's more mass per volume. So,
all right. So let's remove all of the other gases, and I've got a vacuum chamber, and I have the ability to put carbon monoxide in this vacuum. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, for example, I've got a 100-foot container, and 50 foot up, I've got a little nozzle that can impart gas into it. I unlock the nozzle, and gas disperses into the vacuum. Which direction does that gas go?
Assuming there's no like agitation to the container, I'm assuming it would stay all at the bottom.
So there will be a vacuum at the top and just a pool of carbon monoxide at the bottom.
Yes.
Wouldn't you just have a container of carbon monoxide?
Yeah, you would, and the rest would be empty space.
No, you would have a full container of carbon monoxide. Doesn't matter how much carbon monoxide.
It wouldn't be full because there's still space in between.
Danny, really quick. Okay, gas will fill its container. It's unbound. It will fill the container in which it's put.
Yeah, and in this scenario, when you open the garage door, which way does the gas go?
It goes out and disperses because of osmosis.
In all directions.
Osmosis.
Yeah.
That's not osmosis.
But that's when there's pressure all around.
It homogenizes.
Yeah.
You have two different pressure systems in a burning house. You have two different systems. You have a heat convection, and you have gas, a gas convection, right? And your buoyancy and densities are going to change based on heat and weight.
Yep.
So when you fill a container with just carbon monoxide, that gas is going to fill the container.
I don't know though. If there's a vacuum, wouldn't the carbon monoxide just go to the bottom?
No,
because the gravity still applies in a vacuum.
Oh wait,
Sorry, Deus. When we do this and we impart a new gas into a vacuum, does that gas press upon all walls of the container, creating gas pressure?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so upwards as well then, yeah? So pressing on the roof of the container. Doesn't just press down, it presses in all directions, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So gravity is just the direction downwards, but yet we've got this dense gas pressing in all directions within the container. Like a balloon, 360 degrees all the way around, right? Gas disperses in all directions. So gravity is not affecting your gas then. It's just a denser gas when you compare carbon monoxide to the atmosphere that the carbon monoxide was released into. But even if you were to go back to this environment 2, 3, 4 hours or days later, that carbon monoxide would have dispersed into the rest of the atmosphere.
Okay, I have a question then. So why doesn't the atmosphere go away from the Earth as it is right now?
But that's a contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics, to have gas pressure not dispersing into an uncontained environment. Gas disperses in all directions, right? So it's a violation of natural law. That's what we're pointing out. This system would not be able to be true if the gas pressure that we breathe was uncontained from a vacuous space. The gas would fill the space.
I have one more question. Assuming that liquids...
So do we live in a dome? My bad, sorry.
So to answer that question, to have gas pressure, you must have a container. That's the necessary.
So we live in a container.
If you want to put it like that, yeah. I don't mind if you say that, but we've got gas pressure. You require containment to keep the gas there.
That's a modus ponens.
Pretty sure they're not looking. I'm pretty sure they're not in the live voice stream voice text either. Any of them that are muted and all that.
Wait, what?
So you might want to be looking, click on the live stream voice text above the live stream with the red dot so you can see everything we're typing that goes along with what we're saying.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks.
Assuming that liquids had the same density as a gas, let's say the air around us, like water. Let's say just in this fictional environment, it had the same density as air. Would the water start floating away from us then and escaping?
Well, if you were to turn fluid into gas, yeah.
It does. Well, not to turn fluid into a gas, like to boil water or whatever. But what I'm trying to get at is what separates the liquid staying on the Earth to the gas that's escaping.
It's a different.
There is no gas escaping,
the
or else
gas
you wouldn't
fills
have
a container,
pressure.
the liquid doesn't.
Like what binds gas?
Gas is a different state of matter. It's unbound. Where a liquid or a solid is bound.
It's just bound. You no explanation.
Yeah, it's bound, bro.
That is the explanation. That is the difference between different states of matter.
But what's the difference between a liquid and a gas?
Gas is bound. Gas is unbound. Liquid's bound.
No, what I'm getting at is what makes a liquid and a gas a gas.
The intermolecular forces, bro.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but
Good job, bud.
What I'm trying to say is the liquid still has energy in it, like moving within its how do I say it? Like the particles are still moving within its volume, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So a gas is just more of that happening.
Yeah, I think so.
So what I'm trying to say is, what's the difference then?
That might be why
look at
water
the
doesn't
diagram
float over your head.
I tell you. So the difference is this: if you were to fill a cup of water, the pressure on the cup from the inside will be downwards and outwards until the water was able to rest level, which it is doing on the surface, but it is not pushing upwards. The difference when you change this situation, you apply heat or whatever to the water, the steam will start to rise. You turn the fluid into gas, the gas disperses in all directions. This is how we have things like the carbon cycle. This is how we make clouds. This has got to do with cyclical kind of dimensions around the Earth. Water evaporates and rises, right? Turns into gas, forms clouds, come back down again. But the gas is going upwards. It's not affected by gravity.
Did you get that, Danny?
Wouldn't that violate the one of the laws of thermodynamics, where energy cannot be created or destroyed?
It is the law of thermodynamics. It is.
It's changed state. So we haven't lost anything.
Well, if the particles of whatever
the second law of thermodynamics is entropy.
Yeah, which is the whole gas problem in itself. So the second law of thermodynamics states when we're transferring energy, high gas pressure will move into a lower pressure environment unless it's contained from doing so. Remove the barrier that's containing it, the high gas pressure will move into the lower pressure environment. Pop a balloon.
Instantaneously.
Yeah, pop a balloon, it's entropy in action. That's the
instantaneously. That what you're trying to get down to brass tacks with is exactly what we're explaining.
So understanding that violates all pictures from space, because you cannot have gas pressure without the container. If you don't have a container, the gas will disperse into the vacuum. Think about Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, but without the balloon around it, within a vacuum. How the hell does that happen? We understand gases disperse in all directions, but we're told there's a giant ball of gas within a vacuum? That cannot happen. It's a violation of the second law.
That's Newton's laws, but I'm assuming that you guys don't, I don't know how to say it.
If you're going to be talking about Newton's laws, the only way that I could think that it would be appropriate in this conversation is we're dropping shit, but we're not dropping gas. We let gas go.
Yeah, every object has an equal and opposite reaction on each other, no?
Yeah.
According to Newton's laws.
Yeah.
Right?
But the situation is it's not going to help you with gas.
But why not? Doesn't gas have mass? Or does it not have mass?
Oh, you'd have to define what mass is to me, and then
something that has a weight and a volume.
Okay, so does gas have weight?
Yes.
Can I put gas on a scale in a container and weigh the gas?
Well, you can if that's what you're measuring. Yes.
But what direction is weight? It's the pressure down on a scale, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, but the gas
technically no.
But the
you
gas
have to liquefy it. I'm sorry, yeah. I'm not trying to interrupt. I was just kind of yes-anding to what you were saying. My bad. Good.
That's fine. But what we've already discovered is a bit of a problem, because the gas within the container isn't going down. It's pressing up against the walls of the container, like we discovered earlier, and outwards away from that container as well. Remove the container, we're not weighing the gas.
But if something's has no mass, then doesn't that make it light or nothing?
Within a mathematical calculation where we can say this has got mass, then yeah, I guess so. But if we're going to be walking down this road of the mass creates gravity, mass attracts mass, or mass sits in the fabric of space-time and bends and warps it, bringing stuff back upon itself, we still don't have that phenomena, if we're going to be talking about science, when we apply it to gases. Because
but why not, though?
Hold on.
Because gas has mass?
Hold on. We don't observe the phenomena when we apply it to gases, is the problem. Gas doesn't act in the same way as if I was to drop a rock or a ball, because the rock or a ball is a solid object, it's bound. But when I turn something into gas, like steam in your kettle, the gas disperses in all directions, right?
Right.
So the gravity isn't affecting the gas. We can't science this because there's no phenomena.
Sorry, if I could add something, if the mass if gas has no mass to it, then how can, let's say, condensation on like a window, right? You get like a gas turning into a liquid, right?
That's a change of state.
That's a change of state. But so then, how does something with no mass turn into something with mass?
Condensation.
How does you're asking how something condensates out of solution?
No. How does no?
Because it starts as a liquid with mass, and then it turns into.
Yeah, doesn't that violate one of the laws of
condensation and vaporization?
You misunderstand. So we don't lose mass of objects as soon as we start turning them into gas. What I'm trying to say is we can use mass because it's helpful when we're doing math and equations. We can say this thing has mass, and therefore when I apply a force to it, for example, a ball, it will go this far when I throw it because of the mass of the ball and the force that I've applied to it. But what I'm saying to you is, if we're going to be talking about mass, we're going to be talking about gravity. If we are saying that mass attracts mass and gas is mass, then gas should attract gas, but it doesn't. Gas disperses in all directions, and there's your mass flying away from each other.
Now, a change of state does not show what you think it does. I mean, you can have sublimation where a solid goes into a gas without touching a liquid state.
Are you looking at the text, live stream voice text? Are you guys typing to each other? Because I've shown you gas pressure and the vacuum both require a container.
Okay, but those are videos.
That's real life. That's physics.
Yeah.
Well, you could say anything. You could say any video is real
I work in this for a living. This is what I do. You have to have a container to have a vacuum, and you have to be able to pressurize something, which is the container, to check for leaks. Let's say in that container.
Really quick, Danny, why are you being oppositional?
Oh, I'm just saying what I know and what I think, and I'm trying to, I don't know how to.
But he's telling you he's doing the same. You're being oppositional unnecessarily.
Oh, no.
Yes. A demonstration on video is not the same as a demonstration in person. But what else do we have to show you? Anything else you need to know, you need to do for yourself. Now you can replicate what he's showing you very easily. You could actually go to any science class in any college, and they will demonstrate this for you.
Right.
So you can try to nullify it by saying it's a video, but it's demonstrable. Obviously,
it's falsifiable.
It's falsifiable.
Well, what I was trying to get at is, a lot of you guys refute a lot of videos and pictures out
because
there
because they're not falsifiable. I understand demonstrable. This is demonstrable. Now go search for yourself. But can you go to space, Danny?
I cannot. No, well, neither can I. I have the ability to, not the resources to.
If you have the ability to, try. But until that happens, it's unfalsifiable to you or I.
Okay.
But what we can see is simply that we have gas pressure, right?
Right.
And that gas pressure, the natural antecedent to it is a container. So regardless of what we're being told, what we can deduce, what's verifiable to us, is the natural laws in front of us. What we know to be true. What we don't know is true is what we're being told. And that's why we're here, obviously.
Right.
Any further questions on this, Danny?
No. I'm actually about to leave anyway.
Very cool. Well, you're welcome back anytime.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Little Peep Jam 2 Icy, you have any questions?
No, I actually really like this. This is great.
You can't say that with a straight face, dude.
So unmuted Jacob. So his mic is open now.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
It's okay, Jacob. As long as you're sorry, we'll forgive you.
Yeah, I am sorry about that.
Is there any questions you have for us, Jacob?
No,
What
I'm
did you
good.
think
I
about-
pretty
Jacob,
much
what did you
agree with
think?
the rest of you guys.
Jacob, what did you think about air pressure requiring a container? Plus, the vacuum also requires a container.
I think you guys, for the parts that I was able to listen in on, I mostly agreed with you guys, but I was busy. Luckily, I was keeping myself busy. I had to help my mom with a couple things, but I gotta help her out. So
Okay, Jacob. Well, you're welcome back anytime, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you, man. Have a good night.
You too. Now, Lil Jim, I particularly have an interest in you. What I want you to do is I want you to go out to anywhere you can where you can get above your local surroundings, whether it be a hill, the beach, a building, where you can get above your local surroundings to where you can see the horizon. I want you to identify a particular or a landmark that you know where it is, you know what it is. I want you to calculate your distance from that, or from where you are to that. I want you to make note of your topography and how far above sea level you are. You can do both of these things on Google Maps. It's perfectly fine to do. And then I want you to actually take measurements using a telephoto lens, binoculars, telescope, whatever you have. And then I want you to use, let me see which best curvature calculator you should use.
I'm writing all of this down.
Perfect.
Or you can just go back to YouTube and listen to it anytime you want.
Oh, I'll just do that. Yeah. Is this a common thing that people do?
Yeah. Absolutely.
We have 27,000 members.
Okay, so CB went ahead and if you look at 8:56 or 56 after the hour, CB went ahead and linked a curvature calculator on GitHub. So you can pull that up on your phone because it's pretty light. Your phone has no problem using it. So go ahead, and I want you to make observations for yourself. See if you're seeing the curvature you should be seeing, or if not, because we're just idiots on the internet. You shouldn't believe us. I want you to verify it. I want you to verify everything you're told. I want you to check out everything. Never believe anybody, even if you love them. Verify what they're saying.
Got you. Okay, I'll do that. I think I'm gonna go now though, but I'll do that tomorrow. It's getting late.
You can do it anytime. It's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you
it's
for this conversation.
Your world to discover. You have a good night, man.
You too.
Appreciate it. Take care. See you
Appreciate
around.
you as well.
Exactly right. That's what we're here for. Please do your own research on this.
Now that's what this is all about.
Now, Matthew, what in the holy hell are you talking about?
I'm glad you brought him up because he's next.
Which thing? I've said several heretical things in the voice chat.
No. You said very specifically, and this isn't heretical things. Very specifically, you said that the natural antecedent to gas pressure is not necessarily a container. Would you like to qualify what you're saying? Would you like to
so
demonstrate
air
at
pressure
least?
is when gas presses against the surface. That's air pressure. So the simplest stupid answer is you just stick your hand out the window when you're going 60 miles an hour and there's pressure on your hand. But
okay,
as far as
hang on. So you're automatically making an argument that is begging the question. The question is the atmosphere. So if you're sticking your hand out into the atmosphere and you feel pressure on it, the natural antecedent to it would be what, Matthew?
That there's gas on your hand.
Which means what? That it is contained
of
the atmosphere. Contained? No.
Contained gas on your hand.
I'm saying that the pressure that's on your hand is because you're moving. If you stop, then there's that pressure.
Moving through what, Matthew?
That pressure has
moving through what?
Through atmosphere.
Gas pressure.
What is atmosphere?
It's a gas moving through a gas.
So if you're moving through a gas, what are you moving in?
You're moving in
a closed system.
As opposed
gas pressure
to
takes.
not moving.
Hang on, Helio. It takes a closed system in order to have gas pressure.
Oh, I don't.
Closed system.
All you're doing with your arm.
I think that's plainly false.
Sorry. All you're
You
doing.
think it's completely false? Go and ask any scientist. Any scientist, not yourself. Go and ask any scientist that if gas pressure needs a closed system.
They would say that's not true.
Yes.
Oh,
they would say
how
yes.
about I got a better one? Ask any chemist.
No, and any scientist that works with any general scientist will know that all gas needs a closed system.
That's an extraordinary claim. I mean, usually you guys claim that they would say that gravity is a container, and it's false.
So okay,
so you're agreeing with the science?
If you're saying that they would say that their closed system is due to gravity, then you're saying that they're saying that we live in a closed system.
It depends on if you count
requires
gravity
a
as a
closed
container or not. I mean, it depends on the definition of container. I think you were saying
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It requires a closed system.
Okay,
a closed
so
system means contained.
When you say
a closed system means contained.
Listen, Matthew, if you're
saying the physical thing. If gravity is real, then that's a physical force. That's a physical thing.
Oh, it's a force, not a thing. It's a force, not a physical object.
Hold on.
But gravity isn't a force, is it?
Gravity hasn't been.
Go ahead, Jedi. I keep on cutting you off, Jedi. Go ahead.
Look, gravity hasn't been thought of a force since 1912, 1915, like over 100 years ago. That's not how we think of gravity now. It's not a force.
Yeah, we call it a pseudo force technically.
Yeah.
So we can calculate it as
especially when it comes to pressure.
We don't have to say
gas
gravity.
pressure.
We could just say weight.
Yeah, we could do, but
Yeah,
if I want to
say the weight of the air.
If I want to stop gas from going everywhere, I've got to physically contain it, haven't I?
Let me ask Matthew something really quick. Do gases have weight?
They do,
Matthew. All right. So, how do you know that they have weight?
Because they're mass, and you can measure the difference between a full balloon and an empty balloon.
Right. So you've got a container stopping the gas from dispersing into the next environment, right?
In that case, yes.
Yeah,
In a
but if
balloon
I
you
was
do.
but if I was to remove the container that's helping you weigh the gas by keeping it somewhere, what happens to the gas when I remove the container?
Disperses, but that's irrelevant about whether the gas inside has weight or not.
No, it's exactly the point.
It's exactly the point. Which direction is gravity?
So, are you guys saying the air has no weight?
Hold on. Which
direction? No, of course not.
Hold on. Which direction vector is gravity?
Gravity points down. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So which direction's the gas going?
It generally goes up if you have something displacing it.
Yeah. So if gravity is just and only the vector down, and gas is going in all directions, observably, we don't have the phenomena of gravity acting on gas. If we're going to weigh the gas, we have to physically contain it and then stick it down on a scale.
I just want to point out, gas doesn't go up or down either. I know I'm being a dick.
Helio, he's already saying that. Why are you, Helio? Thank you. Go on, Jedi.
So, Jedi, if you have a balloon and gas in it, then that weighs more than an empty balloon. And you're somehow saying that as soon as I let the gas outside the balloon, it magically loses its weight?
Well, yeah, because you haven't got gas in it, but gravity is only the direction downwards, and
So
the
how
gas.
how does air know if it's in a balloon or not? Whether it have weight or not?
Listen. Within the container you've contained the gas in, which direction's the gas going? Within the container.
Within the container, it's just staying inside the container. It's not
But
going
it's pressing upon the walls of its container, isn't it?
Right, yes, gas pressure.
So upwards as well then, yes?
Slightly less than downwards, but yes.
But in all directions, it's pressing up, it's pressing outwards, and it's pressing down. But
In all directions, but not quite equally in all directions. There's a slight
whichever. Not a downward bias. We've just got a container with gas in it, and it's pressing equally on the top of it as it is on the bottom.
No. The top experiences a little bit less pressure than the bottom.
What, like a balloon? That rises.
The top of the balloon has less pressure on the inside than the bottom.
That rises and the gas is pressing upwards. You're saying there's less gas pressure at the top of the balloon. What?
Oh, I thought you were talking about a balloon of air. It depends on, obviously, depends on the density of what you're
depends on the gas. Yeah. But within the container, the gas is pressing on the walls of the container. And when you remove the container, the gas will fuck off, won't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it that way.
Yeah. So.
And which direction does it fuck off, Matthew?
All directions with the slight downward.
Thank you. What?
Why does he have to put with a slight downward bias in there?
Because he has a slight downward bias.
No, I mean, if you take a very sensitive barometer, the top of your room has less gas pressure than the bottom of your room that you're in right now.
That's because gas starts at Earth. Remember, I told you this.
No,
we learned about this in Physics 101 about gases. They all start at Earth's level. All start from the ground. Remember, they come down and teach that to your classes.
Thank you for proving the Archimedes principle, Matthew. Thank you.
Yeah, so close your room, and then there you still have that pressure differential inside the room. There's no gas coming in from your.
So Archimedes principle has what to do with gas not necessarily needing a container, Matthew.
Well, I don't know why you brought up Archimedes principle. What does that have to do?
Because that's what you're describing.
So
buoyancy and density. That's how you're describing. Anyways, so
yeah, I'm talking about the pressure gradient. I don't think Archimedes knew about the pressure gradient.
Yeah, that's useful because you're pointing out that gradients form in containers. So thanks.
Yeah. The overriding point that Daya started with is to have gas pressure. You require containment. We figured out that to keep a gas in a place, you've got to physically contain it, because if you don't contain it, the gas will fuck off. Can we agree with that?
No, that's begging the question. You're saying that we know that the atmosphere is contained because it's contained.
No. It's not begging the question. It's an antecedent, consequent relationship.
Antecedent is, by definition, begging the question. You're saying that there's an antecedent.
You're begging the question, Matthew.
Hold on. Is it begging the question if I'm to demonstrate it to you?
Yes, because you're saying that there is a container.
Is there another way to make gas pressure without the physical walls for the gas to press? That's why it's called pressure, to press upon.
Yes, if a gas is moving, for example.
Okay, Matthew, I want you to show me a volume of gas in this atmosphere that weighs more than 14.7 pounds per square inch.
14.7 pounds per square inch is a measure of pressure, not a measure of weight. You mean more than kilograms?
No, in pressure. I want you to show me that volume of gas without a container.
Sorry,
that
why
has a higher pressure. Sorry,
Dave. That's why we talk about gas pressure, because pressure is in all directions, outwards from your balloon, 360 degrees away. We don't talk about it in the same way as gravity. We talk about it as in pressure. The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If it's got nothing to press upon, there's going to be no pressure, right?
So yeah, if you can't measure.
Hey, you even corrected my folly in getting confused in this conversation, but nonetheless, I want you to show me a volume of gas that has a higher psi than its surroundings without a container.
The gas that's right above the Dead Sea.
Show me gases not under entropic law.
14.7 because it's lower than sea level.
Show us gases not substitute to the second law of thermodynamics. Show me entropy.
All gases are subject to the second law of thermodynamics.
Exactly.
So you're conceding the antecedent of a container then?
No.
Yes. Because the second law states that without the physical barrier, the high pressure energy movement will disperse into lower pressure environment, the vacuum out there, if the vacuum out there is said to exist.
If
No,
this was
that's misapplying the second law. If there's a weight, then it doesn't have to have a physical container. The weight of the
But
gas.
we've already discovered that gas doesn't have weight because weight is
you have falsely claimed that it doesn't have weight. I disagree with that.
That's fine, but I'm pointing out that gravity is only the direction and vector downwards, and gas doesn't affect that, right? It doesn't go in that direction always. It disperses in all directions, right? So
Well, a helium balloon goes up if that's what you're asking, yeah.
Gases disperse in all directions. I'm not talking about a helium balloon that's
Do you
contained.
think that they disperse in all directions exactly equally, or do you think do you agree that there's a downward bias?
I don't agree there's a downward bias, but it would depend on what gases you are talking about in what system.
Okay,
If you've
so
got
how do you describe?
God.
Oh, sorry.
If you got a heavy gas in, say, the atmosphere, we were talking about carbon monoxide earlier, because it is more dense than the other atmosphere, the nitrogen and oxygen around it, it will what we would call sink. But according to entropic law, you won't be able to keep that gas pulled in that one situation. It will, over time, disperse into the environment around it, where there won't be any carbon monoxide on that floor anymore a week later, right? Because you haven't contained it there, have you?
Yeah, it would
over
disperse.
time,
That's right.
entropy
Over
will
time.
take effect. Yeah, exactly. So over time, entropy will still take effect. It's a natural law. It happens always. If you want to state a downwards bias, you're only going to be talking about a denser gas applied to a lighter gas. But what we're talking about is just gases and how they act, especially when they're next to spaces. Sorry, especially when they're uncontained from spaces that entropic law will dictate that they will move into.
Yeah. So why is there a pressure gradient in the room that you're in right now, the ceiling versus the floor?
Okay, let's make it better. Why is there a pressure gradient all over the Earth? Why can I go to the top of Mount Everest and detect a lower pressure reading? Because we live in
there's less weight above it.
And it's because we live in a dynamic environment where energy is always added into the system. Very quick question.
What about in your room? In your room, that's not true. There's not like gas seeping from the floor.
That's not true. You don't live in a vacuum sealed bubble. Never. You can't even get close to that.
You have
Air moves in
ventilation
and out
in
of
your
your room, no matter how you want to deal with it. Through your vents, through cracks, everything. So you can't go there.
So that doesn't count as a valid example because it disagrees with your.
No, because there's ventilation.
No.
Okay, so you shut all the doors and windows and then
hang on, Matthew. Every go ahead.
Now, what I was going to say is to have gas pressure in the first place, you require a container. Then if you put energy into the system and have cycles of, let's say, gases, let's say the carbon cycle, let's say we have movement in there. Yeah, we can have gas pressure, but we require a container to keep that gas there. If you don't have a container, the gas will disperse into the next available system, is what we're saying. No container, no pressure. No gas pressure gradient without the container.
This is great news because then pretty soon the gas is going to disperse everywhere and we can breathe on Mount Everest without oxygen tanks. It's great news.
It depends on how you look at it, Matthew. Where is the most variety of gases on Earth?
It's pretty well dispersed throughout the whole atmosphere, but there's less up high and more down low.
No, because it's being emitted from the Earth. Most of the gases are being emitted from the Earth. Depending on how they react to the atmosphere or the atmos, that's how you have the dispersal of all of them.
So it disperses all the way up to Mount Everest, and so you can breathe up there?
No,
it depends on what gases.
Oh, it doesn't disperse up there. So
you can breathe up there, Matthew. Just not well.
Yeah, why can't you? So as soon as the gas, I just got to wait 5 minutes for the gas to disperse up to Mount Everest, and I can go up there.
It's a cyclical system. It's constantly going.
You've already told us that gradients don't indicate necessarily an open system. So what's your point?
I'm saying that if gas really did disperse with no downward bias, then it would be easy to breathe at the top of Mount Everest.
Hold on. Is it always cold at the top? Is it always cold at the top of Mount Everest?
It's pretty cold up there. Yes.
Yeah. So have we got energy? Have we got energy within our system? Have we got the sun coming up and creating heat? And is it fucking cold up there?
Yeah, the sun makes heat and it heats up the lower.
Isn't going up to the top of Mount Everest because we've got energy impacting the system. Now, going back to what my colleague just mentioned a moment ago, where is the gas on Earth produced? Where's it produced?
At the ground level.
Excellent. So there's the mass of the Earth, and there's the gas going away from the thing that's said to be attracting it. You're absolutely right. The majority, if not all, gases are produced within the Earth or within the oceans of the Earth. But that first movement is away from it. So there, you don't have gravity acting on your gas, because the very thing that is said to be pulling it back is letting it go.
It doesn't work that way.
Like Mount Everest.
Like, go completely over your head. The gases are produced within the mass of the Earth, but the mass of the Earth isn't holding them back. The gas is in the sky.
Okay, so what puts it back into the Earth then? How does it go back into the Earth?
So that's circular motion.
Yeah, you described one part of the cycle.
The trees use gases for some shit. Other things that rains, that kind of stuff. Come on, be normal, Matthew. You're supposed to be teaching college
Beautiful
classes.
and
You should know
cyclical,
this.
man.
Oh no, I know how this works. I just
well, why are you asking that?
He's being hang on. We've gone through this conversation a million times. Matthew, you're not worth it because you're a pure sophist. Stop it.
No, I actually believe this. I'm not a sophist.
You are a sophist.
I got a new question. I got a new question that Matthew probably has never heard. Can you make rain without a container?
Probably not. You'd need to compress
there
the
you go.
gas.
There you go.
There. The globe, Matthew.
Thank you.
We love how you come in here, Matthew.
Yeah, so you can't make it yourself. I mean, obviously the atmosphere makes rain without a container.
No, you can make rain in a container by yourself.
Yeah, you can do it yourself. But if you do it yourself, you need a container, but you need some like pressure gradient and stuff like that. So it happens in the atmosphere without a container.
Matthew, if I have a bottle of compressed oxygen, will I have a pressure gradient within that bottle?
Yes, the bottom is higher than the top.
Okay, we're done. Your pressure gradient is not evidence of no container. Please stop. You're being ridiculous.
Yeah, so the top of the container is slightly less than the bottom because of the weight.
What happens when you remove the container to the gas?
It depends on if it's a higher pressure on the inside or outside. Exactly. But you're saying if it's inside, then it'll disperse.
If it's a higher pressure and outside is, I don't know, a vacuum, for example.
If it was less pressure,
please. If I was to remove the container into the vacuum, which way would the gas go?
In all directions.
Awesome.
Unless it has weight.
Unless it has weight. So we're back to hold on. We're back to containing the gas again and sticking it on a.
If it's a weightless environment, go all directions. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So outside of the Earth's environment is a vacuum, uncontained from the gas pressure, high energy gas that's moving in all directions. That is a violation of natural law because the gas would fill the space as described by you less than 30 seconds ago. Yeah, you're right. The gas will disperse in all directions.
Right.
But you keep saying the gas has weight. But it doesn't unless you contain it and use some mathematical calculation to figure out how much mass, quotation marks, is within that balloon, but the gas within the balloon is still pressing in all directions and not under the influence of your so-called gravity. Is it? The gas is moving in all directions. Gravity's just downwards, mate.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And I think I agree that our main difference is that I say that air has weight and you say it doesn't. And so as long as we have those differences, we're probably not going to come to a conclusion.
Right.
No, we've come to a conclusion.
Disagree with the scientists. Air doesn't have weight. It doesn't have mass or weight in the way that you're trying to explain it. And I've been listening to you for quite a while, Matthew, talk about this.
I think we have
describing it wrong. It's not the way that they say it is. Even the scientists disagree with you.
Hang on, Helio.
Shut up, bro.
Hang on. Okay, Matthew. Again, you said a negative proposition for something that we've already done. That is coming to a conclusion. You will never come to a conclusion on this because you will not let go of your preconception of what you believe is happening.
Exactly.
But the fact is we've come to a conclusion led by evidence. So please don't tell us we won't come to a conclusion. We have.
I misstated that. I meant to say you and I are not going to come to a agreement. That would be a better.
Fine.
I have another question to add on to what you were saying, Matthew. You were saying it depends on if the pressure is greater inside the container or outside the container. Right. So let's say the contained gas of oxygen has less pressure than the outside pressure of the atmosphere of the air around it. If you remove the container, what's going to happen to the available space of that container?
Yeah, then the air will rush into the container or where the container was.
Same thing.
And the only way that you even measure like any kind of weight to gases is to put it into a container and detect the buoyancy.
So, so really quick, Matthew, would you like to retract your statement until you can come up with direct evidence, or are you going to keep on asserting? Are you the statement in which we're talking about, which you said that gas doesn't necessarily need a container? Would you like to retract that until you can show direct evidence, or are you going to keep on asserting the ridiculous?
Not gas, gas pressure.
I guess that should be more clear. Gas pressure does not require
against all reason.
How about if I say it doesn't require a physical container?
That would be ridiculous.
You'd have to show
that would be ridiculous.
So a magical container is okay then? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it could be due to other things.
Like what? It's deciding?
Or like weight.
Sorry, hold on.
No.
Those other things aren't even observed. We're going back to this container with gas in. Gravity is a pressure vector only downwards. Gas pressure is in all directions. So we don't have the phenomena of gravity giving your stuff weight to pull it all downwards. Do you understand that?
Well, but it's not in all directions. That's why there's less pressure at your ceiling than your floor, like I've been saying several times. How do you explain that?
We've already explained it 10 times. We're not going to do it again.
No,
Matthew,
you were saying about outside that the ground produces.
No, absolutely ridiculous. Stop it. Absolutely ridiculous and uncouth.
My vents are in my floor, Matthew, so that explains it in my house.
Matthew, I've built buildings before. I know that buildings are not meant to be hermetically sealed. They're actually built with ventilation in mind. From the walls to the substrate to all the way out to the casing,
to the
everything
plastic
is
that
built.
goes behind the concrete.
Everything is built with a fluctuation of gases in mind due to expansion and contraction. If not, it would be a dangerous situation. So please do not tell me that because my room is closed, that it's sealed. You're stupid for stating that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was completely sealed. I'm saying that there's still.
Then why wouldn't it have the same thing inside as it has outside? Rather than temperature, or besides temperature control.
Yeah, no, it does. It has the same thing inside and outside.
So then your example is ridiculous on its face by you admitting that.
I think it's a good example.
It's a bad example, and you just proved it.
Can you give that? Would you give that example to your class?
Yes.
Holy.
Hold on. So let's reverse the scenario. I've got a vacuum chamber and I can impart one gas molecule into this environment. It's hypothetical. Now, obviously, it's not going to press on every single wall of the container at once, but over time, it's going to press on the bottom, press on the side, and press on the top, right?
Right.
Awesome. Thanks. So the gas is unbound and going in all directions. And I've got you in a vacuum chamber and it's under the whole entire influence of the Earth's gravity. But yet that one molecule is still fighting and pushing upwards.
Right, but it's going to push on the ceiling slightly less than it pushes on the ground.
That's a declaration.
Vacuum chain.
Regardless of that, Matthew, taking your system, what you're proposing into account, is there a point at which there's zero pressure next to a vacuum?
No.
Is there a point at which there's a low enough pressure that gravity would hold it next to a vacuum?
It's always going to be like a continuum, so it's a slight thing.
So then our atmosphere, as you would call it, would be peeled off like an onion instantaneously, regardless of the weak force of what you call gravity.
No, it's like it's similar to taking a light and moving it farther and farther away. Is there any point where it goes from light to darkness? Well, it's kind of like it gets dimmer and dimmer, and eventually you can't see the light. Same thing with gas pressure.
That is light to darkness. That is exactly light to darkness.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Light getting dark is like gas pressure, is it?
Yeah, same kind of thing. As things get closer and closer to zero.
Do you teach kids? What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
Oh, yeah, I teach kids. I indoctrinate them on all this type of stuff. What are you talking about?
So,
Teaches college level kids.
Yeah, these are smart kids too.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Guys. I just want to remind the chat that we have new people waiting patiently.
To them. You guys have talked to me.
They'd like to speak.
Bring them on.
Bring them on.
New people, you got your mics. You can ask questions.
I like old Haas and his input too.
I'm gifting crazily right now at the moment.
Well, we'd love your input too.
That's the quietest I've ever heard Haas speak.
You guys done playing?
Okay, Casual Companion, what's your question? I have a question, you said. Ask away.
I was sitting here talking. Yeah, man, just like with a light source, where do the gases come from? Earth. Hey, man, it's just light if you're going to be like...
hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
All right, so I have a question about flat Earth. So, if the Earth is flat, what would be the reason for hiding that from the rest of the world? That's what I don't seem to get why there would be all this stuff allegedly disproving flat Earth. If
hang on. What do you believe the Earth is shaped the Earth to be, and why?
Well, I don't know, which is why I'm asking why. What if it was flat? Why is it being hidden?
No. You do know. You're not answering his question.
Well, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why?
Well, I don't know, which is why I'm asking this question.
No, this question makes no sense if you haven't deduced that you've been lied to.
Oh yeah, but
you're trying to find an answer. You're trying to find an answer from people who only believe something you don't, and we're not the ones who created the lie. If the lie was created, that's not provable to you because you believe something else.
Well,
why would they lie? Why would they lie is not a good question, and I'll tell you why. Because there are a million reasons why somebody would lie to you, but the biggest reason is because they're exerting power over you.
Okay,
whenever somebody lies, whenever somebody lies to you, they're controlling you. So if I'm to deduce why somebody would want to control you, I could give you a myriad of reasons, but let's stick to the question. Or let's stick to the question at hand, which is what is the shape of the Earth? Rather than trying to put this esoteric or this meaningless label on something that we couldn't possibly know in our day and age unless we really get, physical, I guess. Let's stick to what's at hand. What's beneath your feet?
The ground, or technically my floor.
What is the nature of that? What is the nature of your reality?
What do you mean, nature of my reality?
I mean, the existence in which you live.
Well, I live on planet Earth. my floor is wood. The grass is grass.
He's bald. Now he's confirmed that it's a planet that he said that he was confused before. Now we know he believes in globes.
Okay, but my question was, but what's the point of lying about it then? I mean, what
I've
power?
already told you it is completely for control. If somebody is to lie to you, it is for control. If you don't know that already, then you don't have friends and family, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, he's asking the end of the question. I mean, his first question, I'm not going to tell you what to ask, but he's like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Why don't you ask us that?
Have you never been lied to?
Whenever anybody lies to you, they're exerting control over you. It's completely obvious. If you're to be lied, hang on. Hey, catapult. Let me ask you this very simply.
You have to let me really ask.
No. I don't care. I don't care about your question because I've heard it a million times. The fact is, have you ever been lied to?
Yes, of course.
Do you believe that the government has lied to you?
Yeah, of course. They have lied.
Why?
Everyone's lied.
No. Why did the government lie to you?
Why?
Well, it's because they want power, but hold on.
So you've answered your own question. Thank you very much.
I'm asking why specifically about the Earth. Why specifically
thank you very much. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say past that point.
But why doesn't it matter though?
Because it's unanswerable.
Yeah. Basically, he's already told you that there are
How is it unanswerable?
Why would people want power? Wait, why would people want power?
Hang on. Stop talking. Go ahead, Jedi.
He's already told you the answer. All right, there are 1,000.
His answer doesn't make any sense, though.
Listen, I'm
talking over him.
I'm going to expand on it. All right, he's already given you the answer. There are thousands of different reasons why people would lie to you. Right? If you're going to ask that question, we're going to sit here for 3 or 4 days and give you every single reason why we think.
Okay, well, give me one reason.
I will.
Like expand on power. Like,
can I answer this?
What kind of power?
I've got an example for him. Let me answer this, please.
No, so have I.
No. Let him answer it, Gizbo. He was already doing it.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So my example would be this to you. When you figure out the shape of the Earth, the next question is, how the fuck did that get there then? Because we've got a story for the ball, how the fuck that got there, Big Bang and all of this stuff. When you understand that the Earth is created, you have to ask that question again. How was the Earth created? Now that's going to send you down the path of God. Right? That's my answer. Because it's the next logical question after you discover something. How the fuck did that get there then?
The end.
I've got another example, if you don't mind me. If you don't mind me.
Go ahead, Gizbo. You're waiting in queue. Go ahead, Gizbo.
So my question, my example is like, let's say you were a cow, right? And your farmer has land, all this land, thousands of acres, but there's a fence around it. And you're just one cow, and you've walked all over this land, but you've never seen the edge, right? You've never seen the fence.
Yeah.
But this is all you've ever known, is this area. You don't know what's on the other side of that area because you never made it all the way to the fence. One day you make it to the fence, and you see that there's more land, but you want to get out there and look, but you're not allowed because you're at a fence. Is that not control?
Well, it kind of is, but I don't know why exactly, what part of flat Earth is really tailored about control. Because the thing is, there's control.
If you're given a set area and you're told you can't go any further than that area, you are under their control.
Yeah, but that's not really about flat Earth. That's just control of movement.
Hold on. I mean, you kind of just debunked yourself by asking that question. If you are given a whole entire story, for example, here's the Earth and how it got there, Big Bang and all that, that's control. They've given you a narrative and you believe it. Within that one ideology, that is control. They've given you the question and they've answered it for you. That's control, mate. You're not going to ask this question yourself because there's an authority telling you what the Earth is and how it got there.
I was about to criticize the cow theory, but yeah, you're exactly right, Jedi.
It's a whole fabricated religion that you believe in without
how the world got there is it's subjective because there's no one thing. There's religious and then there's the science.
Wrong. There's nothing subjective about investigating reality. There's only the objective.
You can go
The
look
objective.
for the curve. We'll be waiting patiently for the evidence of the curvature.
Yep.
People are people.
You can't say. Hang on, Helio. You can't say that reality is subjective at all, ever.
I didn't say it was subjective.
The answers are not subjective.
You didn't mean
There's an objective. There's objective truth, and then from there you can dive all into subjective truth if you want to.
There's different
There's
aspects.
always has to be a rock foundation of objective truth.
Relativism has no place in the study of reality at all.
Okay, so then what's the objective truth? So how was the Earth created then, objectively?
How are we supposed to answer that?
Wait a minute, full stop.
Anybody had to answer that.
Was in here with us. I didn't know the guy was here with us right now. I want an autograph.
Why don't you ask us a real question like, how do we know that the Earth is not curving?
Hold on.
Well, I just want to know what do you guys mean by objective truth? So, like,
Jedi, why don't you just teach him about the globe since he knows absolutely nothing about the globe?
Nothing.
Oh, we can start at the beginning if you want, but to answer that question, how the Earth was created if it was flat, you've only got two choices when you're just answering this question, how something was created. It was either intelligently created, in quotation marks or brackets, God, or it created itself. That's the ontological primitive, the dichotomy, two choices of creation when answering this question. How did the Earth get there? It was either intelligently created or it created itself. Because that's the Big Bang.
It created itself. Wouldn't that be intelligence in of itself? Because it knew to create itself?
No, it'd be random.
Yeah, so let's expand upon that point. I'm not talking about rocks having feelings. I'm not talking about rocks having intelligent design and designing of a self. We're just talking about things springing into existence for no apparent reason, which is the Big Bang ideology, right? First there was nothing, then there was stuff, and it came from nothing. So nothing creates everything. But those are the only two choices that you've got when you're answering this question. It's either intelligently made or it sprang into existence for no apparent reason.
Now you have one more dichotomy, right? If you draw a line, or if the Earth is not curving, what is it?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
If the Earth is not curving, what is it?
I don't fucking know, man.
Answer the question.
So it's just one or the other. It's not an I don't know.
Yeah. There's only one other option. If the Earth doesn't curve, if you draw a straight line, if you draw a line and it's not a curved line, what is it?
Oh, then it would be straight.
Right. So if the Earth is not curving, what is it?
Well, then it would be flat, obviously.
Yeah.
There's your dichotomy right there.
Oh, goodness.
You said it. You said it.
We've been looking for
So
the
before-
curvature and we can't find it.
Before asking why they lied, why don't you find out whether there is a lie?
That's true. That's where you got to start.
Yeah, before investigating crimes, before you investigate any crime scene, you first have to deduce that there was a crime.
If a victim is lied to, why would the victim try and figure out why somebody their abuser would lie to them? Oh, I must have done something wrong for them to have lied to me. Are they trying to figure out? No, they lied. That's all that matters.
You're trying to deduce the motivation of something you don't believe. That doesn't make sense.
Now we got Cotard syndrome all over the place.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that they lie. The fact is that they did lie. It doesn't matter why. Who gives a crap? They did.
Well, the point is that it's
Verifiable.
it's a totally irrelevant question
wouldn't it
before
be
you even know
unrealistic?
whether there is a lie.
Wouldn't it be unrealistic to put all that effort in, though? I mean, just for power. I mean, who gets power from it? Like, who exactly gets power?
Why did they put all the effort? You don't get any power from it. I can tell you that. You get nothing from it.
Yep. You become a slave.
You just you go back to sleep and go back to work, and then produce.
You don't benefit. You do not benefit. I'm answering your question. You do not benefit from it, okay? So it doesn't matter.
But who does benefit from it?
Hang on, Catapult. I think it's funny that a slave would ask why or how the master benefits.
Well, I'm not a slave, but I'm just saying.
Are you
lied to?
Wait, Catapult. I'm glad you're here asking these questions. I'm glad you are here asking these because you don't want to be a slave. You want to know. You're curious.
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't give a shit, you wouldn't be here saying, why are they lying? Wait. So they lied to me? Why would they do that? Wait. You're asking critical questions. That's good. That's awesome.
Catapult, you admitted that your government has lied to you.
Yeah, I obviously, yeah.
You also admitted that if a surface is not curved, it's flat.
Yeah.
Now,
I got another thing to ask him. I got one more thing to ask him. If you married a beautiful woman, you took care of her and you paid for everything, and everybody was coming around telling you that she's cheating on you, and then you go and you ask her, and she says, no, I'm not cheating on you. I'm not cheating on you. And one day you catch her cheating on you, and you ask her, why would you lie? Like, why would you even want to ask her why she's lying? You caught her in the act of lying.
Catapult. Catapult. If somebody lies to you once, does that make them a liar?
Well, it could. It could just be a one-time thing, though.
Right. Has your government lied to you more than once?
A liar that one time,
hang on.
not consistent.
Has the government lied to you more than once?
Oh, definitely.
Does that make them a liar?
Why did the government lie then?
Yeah, why did they lie?
It's not just the government that says the Earth isn't round or isn't flat.
Wait. Hang on. Who taught you? Who taught you that the Earth was a globe?
Well, it was basically. Well, obviously, you learn that in school.
From the government.
What is a school?
A school is a place where you go to learn, and
run by whom?
Obviously, that is run by the government.
Who writes the textbooks?
What's a school district? What's a school district?
Who owns NASA?
Well, there's other space organizations besides NASA that aren't.
Are there?
Do they do business with the government? Do they do business with the government?
Well, obviously they do.
Wait, they all
is the government a liar?
I already know the government lies.
Guys, they all contradict one another.
Who else benefits from that besides the government? We obviously know the government lies and they get power from that, but who else?
How does
You've just answered your whole question.
How does the government lie?
Yeah, you just answered it.
How does
You just answered your whole question, dude.
You just said it.
Well, how did I answer my own question?
You just said that the government has the control.
He's always been in control.
Yeah, I'm saying, how do they lie to you? What is their mechanism of doing so?
Why and what there? He just actually said that he actually answered his own question there. And he doesn't even realize it.
Over and over and over and over and over again, he answered.
Well, just because scientists say things, just like in the government, things are lobbied to push certain policies in our government. People that are not elected lobby our government for policies being pushed. So just like that, in the scientific community, they're lobbied as well. Those peer-reviewed things that you look at, they're lobbied as well. They're selected. They're not elected.
The fact is, Catapult, that the true answer, is so horrific, so awe-inspiring as to its nefariousness that it would throw you for a fucking loop. But good luck. It's so disgusting, so appalling that they would try to steal your ability to discern the nature of your reality, that you will have a hard time believing it because it's so horrible.
So,
but, I mean,
okay, I have another question. What's the end goal? Like, expand on the power thing. What's the end goal?
No. Catapult.
There's no end goal.
First, you tell me the nature of your reality, and then we'll discuss it. Right. But until that point, we're not going any further with this discussion. Either you accept that you've been lied to because you see evidence for it, or you continue to pose a question that is unanswerable to you because you refuse to hear it.
Well, I'm not refusing to hear. That's why I'm asking. So.
Why do you keep on asking it then? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, to me, it makes sense.
Right, because you're refusing to hear the answers. You're refusing to hear the answers.
I think you're sympathizing with the devil. Don't sympathize with the devil.
Yeah.
Let me say this 100%. Real quick. Right, so if you're going to be an investigator, the first thing you do is gather evidence. Find the bullet shell, the blood, the camera. The last thing you do is start talking about the motive. So you don't arrive to the crime scene and go, well, what was their end goal here for this crime? You don't know what the crime is yet. You're trying to work backwards. So we're just
okay. So
switch it up a little bit. Start with the evidence, and then maybe you'll get clues as to what the motive is. But you're going in reverse.
CB, did I not say it clearly enough? I'm just wondering. I'm not being critical.
You did. You did say it.
Okay.
You know what it's like. You need to say these things 10 times.
So the crime is that they lied to you, right?
No.
So then,
no, that is not the crime.
You fucking idiot. No.
Wait.
Sorry.
So, okay, then what's the crime?
That for fuck's sake, the crime is they've told you one thing and it is not that thing. That's the fucking
crime. So it was a lie then.
They've lied about the shape of the earth. Your question is, what's their motivation for doing so, and what's their end goal? We're trying to figure out what the lie is, what the crime is.
No, that's not it. They've lied about every single fucking thing.
If I tell you a lie and I end up owning everything that you have, including you, is my crime a lie? Is it the lie? Is the lie the only thing that's a crime?
No, it's controlling you.
They've stolen you. They've stolen you from you. They've lied to you about every single fucking thing. What is evolution? Show me it. Show me an experiment looking at it. What is gravity? Show me. They've lied about every fucking single thing, all the way down the road.
That's too
serious. Who measures the curvature of the Earth?
They've stolen you from you. That's the crime.
They've taken your mind, and it's theirs.
Yep.
Stop you asking logical questions.
So now that we know what the crime is, what kind of control?
If what he's saying is the case, they've stolen your humanity, your mind. Listen, you still have yourself here, and we all still have to exist here in this world. But they've stolen almost your entire humanity, but you're still alive, right? You had to buy gas and go to work and all that kind of shit. But
it's an illusion. Your freedom
stole
is not
you.
free.
I think what Deuce was getting at, they've like taken everything, because there's nothing that you don't have a grasp on anything, because the only way you benefit is
thank you, Helio. That was nice.
Okay, so wait.
All right. No, you. The only reason I jumped back in, Deuce, and I know you muted me several times tonight. I'm gonna.
I've not. Hang on, Helio. I've not muted you once.
Okay. No. Well, somebody else, whatever.
I would admit to it, and you know that. Calm down.
I don't care who it was. Anyway, so it's just like going back through. All right. Well, somebody's exhausted by whatever.
Oh, you're struggling to get through your words, Helios.
Is there any
Let other people take over for now.
beyond
40 seconds?
All right, we'll just move on to someone else.
Okay, so is there end goal just power, or is there anything beyond that? What's the power you?
Obviously, it's a multitude of things, right? It would have to be, but we're not going to get there. We're never getting there. We will never get there with you because you have to first deduce that the crime happened.
Well, I've already said that it happened. We've already.
Here's a way to think of it.
Which is why I'm asking this question.
I would like to give you an idea of how to think of it. If one thing can happen, or one thing that you can control to happen causes one thing that's good that you want to happen. But what if that one thing that you control makes a bunch of things happen? So you would rather have a bunch of things that your control, like, continue it. Like, it would make something happen in abundance. Like, you would have many scenarios from the one thing that you control. And then you control all the others that happen as a ripple effect. Would you rather have one thing happen, or two things happen, or three things happen, or what?
I guess.
Listen, Catapult, let me just say this real quick. You need to come at this like you're a good judge. All right, so we talked about what it's like to be a good investigator, but now you need to sit up in the judge seat. So you're saying, all right, you've got all this evidence, but what's the motive? Sometimes you don't know the motive. You can still make a conviction, send someone to jail if they have all the evidence, the blood, the bullet, fingerprints and all this stuff. You can send someone clean to jail.
I have a simple question for you, okay? You said you admit they lie now, okay? Now, does that make the earth a ball?
No.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, the question I was asking was that. Basically, I was asking what the end goal of it was. So I know that there's the crime, but
the earth is flat. We know that. Measured
There's
that
a
way.
bunch of things that can go off of the globe Earth.
Oh my God.
Dias.
Why did Jeffrey Dahmer keep body parts in his refrigerator?
Hang on, guys. Hang on. What did you say, Jedi?
We've answered this question 100 fucking times now, and it doesn't matter the answer that we give him. It's not going to be suitable. It's just going to ask, but what else? But what else?
And I have said that 3 times. I've said that it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter what answer we give. It is not demonstrable to him. He will not accept it.
Their ideal situation is that a bunch
It's just
we are at cognitive dissonance. Whenever you ask that question, you are pointing out that you are experiencing cognitive dissonance.
I got a question. One, move on after this. If you don't like it, you can tell me I'm stupid. What would satisfy Catapult? What would satisfy you as an answer for why they lied to you?
Well, I just want to know.
No, what would satisfy you? What would make you believe that they lied to you and that was a bad thing?
Evidence that the earth is flat, maybe?
Yeah.
Because then
you're creative and that you're special.
Yeah, because then they're hiding the nature of your whole reality. If they can lie to you about that, they can lie to you about anything else, and they have. They've showed you pictures and cartoons saying that this is what you are and you're insignificant and that you don't fucking matter, but you do.
Go look at those pictures of Earth. Why don't you go scroll through pictures of Earth and space and all of the things, and have some discernment, man, because you'll see that it's all computer generated.
I think it's telling that you're requesting from us a reason. Like, we're the arbiters of everything now.
We didn't lie to you. We're trying to tell you the truth and make you think for yourself.
Right.
Go on,
and
T-Wood.
You should be able to consider this. Like, look at the evidence presented and then based on your own reasoning and your own logical thinking, you should be able to fathom some potential motives yourself with your own mind instead of relying on others to dictate reality to you.
May I say one thing, though, to add to that? Nobody's angry at you in any way. We are trying to pull you out of fire, and we want to save you. We want to, like, pull you out of this crap that they have tried. And we don't want you to go back into it and be like, oh, these flat earthers are just stupid, whatever. No. And I know sometimes people get excited and come at this conversation like dogs chasing a rabbit, but it's because they're passionate. We have evidence, we have proof, and so many people do not give a crap. And I'm thankful that you're listening, dude.
Yeah, if you see somebody's house on fire, do you go and calmly tell them?
But I just don't get why. I just don't get.
You don't need to know why.
We can speculate on that all day.
Then you won't. Then you won't. If you don't get it, then you won't.
Do they think they're doing it for good? Is it just? Is there power? Do they think they're doing it for good?
Hey man, I'm at your house. I'm at your house at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm knocking on your door, and you're like, "Why are you at my house?" I just don't understand. Bro, your house. But why are you at my house, man? Your house is on fire, dude. Get out.
It's worse than that. He's asking you why the house is on fire when you turn up to his house. But why not?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why would my house
trying to?
I can't believe you. I'm going to
help you, bro.
Tell you why it's on fire. What's the benefit of it being on fire?
Well, are they just? Is they lying for power? Do you think it's just because they're assholes and they just want to have control, or do you think they're doing it for good?
Because the people will believe it anyway. They can say anything at this point, and people will just go along with it. Well, why would you ever stop if you had that kind of people on the hook that easy? Why would you ever?
Hang on, catapult. When has anybody ever actually done any good by telling a mistruth over and over and over and over and over again? It won't ever happen. I'm sorry. They're spending millions, billions of dollars to show you pictures of lies. No. Why would it be to?
Sorry,
because there doesn't seem to be any real reason other than power.
Catapult, I gave you an explanation within my first answer when I expanded on it. When you understand the Earth is a level plane and not what they told you, the next question isn't why would they lie. The next question is how the fuck did that get there then? Ultimately, they're removing the creation story from you and giving you a new one. Is that a better answer for you? Because I'm slowly starting to lose my patience. We've given you 5, 10, 15...
I'm back on to why, because I just don't know.
But we've given you...
power. If it's power...
We've given you...
Okay.
I have the answer.
No,
this will work for you.
Jedi
It's a
is already
perpetual
answering
motion
it.
machine.
Jedi's already answering it.
Go with it, Jedi. Yeah,
Back to my first point, it doesn't matter the answers that we give you. You keep respawning on your first question, completely disregarding what we've said. So what's the fucking point in talking to you if you're not going to listen?
Because you're not answering the fucking question. That's why.
Awesome. So the answer to the question is they are giving you a new story about how the Earth got there because it is not what you are told. There you go. Now go and think about that for a fucking couple of days.
No, hang on. Catapult, can you repeat what he just said?
Okay, you know what? I'm fucking done. You guys aren't going to answer my question.
He can't repeat it.
Get the fuck out of here, then.
Answered it 10 different ways,
yourself.
Can't repeat it.
I will.
Dude, all I was asking was...
We've answered it. We've answered it. We've answered
Are they toying with us or what? Like, it's just for power. Okay. So if it's for power, is that it?
How are you getting that? How are you getting that from what Jedi just told you? I asked you to repeat what Jedi just told you. Can you do that?
Okay, well, I have short-term memory loss, okay?
Short-term?
No, it's not okay. It's not okay that you refuse to listen to the answer if we give it to you. It's not okay.
Yeah, but your answer.
No.
Really
Do not. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to sit there. You're not going to sit there and threaten that you're going to leave. We don't care if you leave. We don't care if you're here. You're not going to sit there and threaten us with your fucking presence. Ridiculous. Absolutely childish. Don't come back.
You scared him off.
I didn't scare him off. He's a chicken from reality.
He may change his mind too. No.
He'll have to.
He obviously
He'll have
suffers from some mental faculties. He's confused.
No, and he is perfectly fine. He doesn't suffer from short-term memory loss. He's experiencing cognitive dissonance. It's simple. It's really easy. We see it all the time. Not that big of a deal.
He's got some issues.
He doesn't.
He
has no issues.
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
we all did at one point.
Jedi's right. He was stuck on loop.
Yeah. He went on a feedback loop and kept on going and going and going and going and going.
Yeah, we made the same point 17 different times from like 6 different people.
Yeah, each one of us gave like 10 answers, 10 different answers.
Listen, if my answer didn't suffice, there is no answer that suffices. If Jedi's answer didn't suffice, there is no answer.
Shit, I only had one more answer up the sleeve.
It's good to see you back, dudes. I've missed you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I agree.
But can I try and explain what I was trying to say though to you guys at least?
No. Yeah, absolutely. You go ahead.
Perpetual motion machine. You create unlimited control by harnessing people's minds. They're going to automatically go and the 4 Fs. They're going to do the thing, and then you can harness that forever. Perpetual motion machines do not exist unless you can make people work for you for free.
It's not though, because you're putting in $52 million of their fucking labor every year into fucking space pictures. It's not a perpetual motion machine because you're always feeding it. You're always feeding it energy.
But the point is, the slaves pay for themselves, so then you just sit on there and ride it out, kind of thing.
I guess so. If you're at the top of that Ponzi scheme, sure.
It's for them, not for us to have a perpetual
but
motion.
But it's not perpetual motion, right? But it's not.
Yeah. It's
every sweat of everybody's brow is always
with their money.
Feeding the
sort of is like perpetual motion of a mind control of this idea of space existing. So I mean, it's way more than $52 million or $60 million.
I have something to add, but hold on a second. I'm going to get it, and you'll see why I said that. Though.
Go for it.
Let's take a screenshot. Oh, dang it.
Hurry up.
No, my mouse is in the way, and I don't want a screenshot of that on there.
He has short-term memory loss.
No.
Short-term memory loss. No, you're exactly right about that. I mean, it's just like it's sad that how easy it is to convince people of this outer space idea. But anyway,
it's easier to fool a person than it is to show a person that they've been fooled.
The seed's planted now, so he's down his way.
The propagation of a faith. Like propaganda is mind control. You propagate faith. You're like, this has to do with that perpetual or perpetuating the motion thereof. They keep on putting this thing into people, and then it controls their behavior, influencing their natural instincts to do something unnatural, like obey some kind of mysterious system that doesn't actually help them.
Right.
And then they
as long as it's comfortable and functional. And what else would you be able to do? Right?
And as far as the who's they, whoever gets a seat up there, whoever gets up there and buckles up, that's who they are. Doesn't matter. It could be anybody.
What's funny is the constant grinding of people trying to find out the nature of their reality and they'll just throw everything at it but what's in front of their face. They'll be like, oh, new age, oh, these energy fields, oh, this and that, oh, I'm creating my own reality, simulation, all of these things except for what's outside of their window. They won't look at that. It's insane.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, often in the lobby, my answer to that question would be to instill within you a mindset which causes you to ask that very question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very true.
Why would
they've disconnected from reality? They everything in modern day society disconnects you from it because you don't want to take responsibility for reality, and you read whatever happens. But I noticed that.
Because as soon as you answer the question, as soon as you come to the nature of your reality, you realize that you're responsible for your deeds and your don'ts, the things you've abjugated, and it's horrifying. And that's why I told him the truth is actually horrifying, and it would horrify you to find out that you're responsible.
Yeah, when you're a child, right, and the first time somebody does something mean to you, you don't know why they're doing it. So you're like, why would you do that? Like, why are you so mean to me? Type that you have like a reaction like, why? Because you're truly confused because you have not experienced anybody being mean to you. And then you grow up and you're like, well, why would they lie? Are you having a flashback to be a little kid? Like, come on, you know why.
Wait a second, Aether, are you trying to tell me you weren't beat as a child?
No, my point is when you're a little kid, if you can go back to, if you can imagine back when you're like 2, 3, 4, whenever the first time somebody did something, I'm not talking about spanking, I'm talking about somebody being mean to you just for no reason, and you're like confused as to why would somebody be. Bullies exist.
The first time anybody was mean to me, I knew it was because they were exerting control over me. It was a power dynamic.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a natural feeling. I automatically knew.
I gotta hit him back or something. Yeah.
You get that. You get what I'm saying though. Like that kind of confusion that a child will have the first time that some kind of super negative thing, like they're used to being around people who love them. Now there's somebody who does not love them at all. Why do so then the same question, why don't people love you? Are you gonna say why would they why don't people love you? Why doesn't everybody love you? It would be like a similar question.
It's because you're generally unlovable.
Everyone is, aren't we? No, really though, think about it. Everyone is because we all have our worst moments and the worst versions of ourselves that we've ever been. So there's one point or another where everyone is unlovable.
Yeah. If you're unable to forgive someone, they become unlovable to you.
Yeah, so you got to forgive yourself, forgive other people, and move forward. But so to answer the question, why would they lie? Why would anybody answer a question with a question? I hate when people ask that, guys. I hate it.
Yeah, but the answer is so much more profound. It is so much more profound than that.
It is.
It is so much. It is so
you can't
very.
Tell them.
But it is integral. When they ask that, it's an important question, and I know we want to reject it, but we have to at least give them the ability to accept the truth.
The bad part is you can't tell them though. We have to like practically hold their hand and walk them to the point where they're like, "Oh, okay, I get it." Yeah.
You know why we don't like that question? Because it's uncomfortable for us.
Why would my parents tell me there's a Santa Claus? Why would they lie?
Because they hated you.
There's a million answers for it too. So like,
no, but it is an uncomfortable question for us. Tell me it's not. We know it's the most painful question we're going to get.
Look at all the people that are still walking around with masks and wearing masks.
The real answer is, yeah.
It's unreal, man. This is the amount of control that they have over the people.
The real answer is your property. That's why they'll do whatever they want to with you.
Yeah,
you are their property. You are
chattel.
Yeah.
No, 100%. But it is the most uncomfortable answer or question for us because regardless of us being able to see the truth, we're not out of that system.
Yeah. You can get out of it in your head, but you are not out of it. You got to die to get out of it, or wait for the king to return to something. But you can't actually get out of it.
You can be mad at people that are falling for it, and people that are wearing masks. You can roll your eyes at them or tell them like that they're propagating the system that's controlling them or whatever. But really, they're just deceived. Like
The truth is most times when people are mad at someone, it's because it's a reflection of what's inside of them.
That's true.
It's a reflection of what's inside of us when somebody asks us why we get upset at that question.
It was an eye opener, I'll tell you. It was an absolute eye opener. I absolutely opened my eyes. I thought that most people couldn't be controlled or something, and I realized, fucking hell, like most people are. Just masks and
I kind of wish that we would have mentioned that. I'm like, did you see how many people have masks on around you still?
Yeah, even now, and we're not supposed to talk about it, but did you hear the latest version? I couldn't believe it. You know what it's called? The Kraken.
BB-8.
The Kraken. The Kraken COVID. I swear to God, I think I read that tonight. It's called the Kraken variation.
XBB 1.5.
Yeah,
is its designation. XBB 1.5.
Right. In short term, the Kraken.
Brought to you by Boston.
Yeah, I suppose the point I was making.
Boston University.
Yeah, I think I suppose the point I was making that this has been an exercise in control and how can we just tell them there's something and everybody believes it. I mean, everybody.
What we just experienced was us being. What's that guy's name? Morpheus holding out a red and blue pill, and Neo took the blue pill.
They all took the blue pill. Fucking hell.
Neo did, yeah.
Shit.
So hypothetically.
Not only that, but we're trying to talk to them as if.
Oh yeah, you're right. In reality, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
What were you saying, Jedi?
But not only that, we're still trying to speak to them as if they've taken the red pill. So we're talking red pill stuff, but this guy's just taking the blue pill, and he's still battling with the stuff he's just not going to get. Because blue pill, right?
But why take the red pill? To know the truth.
Because he's asking the question. He's asking the question. If you're asking the question, you naturally want to follow the reality.
He's like, well, why would I take the red pill when I'm taking the blue pill? That's what he's saying.
Why would you know? He's asking us why we would offer him the red pill.
Right.
Short of him debating AI.
But I'm taking the blue pill, so why would I take the red pill?
It's really similar to what's happening here. Like that guy was literally stuck on that loop, and it's just like the AI that Oakley's been debating with online, and it always circles back to the exact same thing, even though it apologizes and everything for contradicting itself. But it always loops back to just this same.
Oh my God! What if Matthew learns his AI? Oh my God!
I'm okay with Matthew learns only because he will concede to things. At least he's honest.
He's never conceded anything to me.
He's coming. He's coming to Texas for the 2024 Eclipse. So I'll let you know personally when I have a beer with him if he's AI. I told him I'd have a beer with him.
Look, I'm not saying I'm not saying he's all perfect, but he has conceded. I've witnessed him concede to many people many times.
Yeah,
so I appreciate that about him. At least he's just still stuck in his religion.
He's never once conceded to me on his original hypothesis or his point. He'll concede little points. He'll concede little points, but he'll never concede his original proposition.
Yeah, that's the basis of his religion. So you're challenging his religion at that point.
Oh. Did I ever tell you what I got him to admit to? I might be roboting. Am I roboting?
No, you're not. Was it homosexuality?
I asked him, I said, if NASA came out today and said, hey,
now you're
all approved. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, buddy.
What he's trying to say, if NASA came out today and said that the Earth is flat, he would still not believe it.
He would say that NASA was lying at that point.
Right.
That's how deep the spell is.
See, he'd say, now they're lying. They weren't before.
Oh my! So I happened to send that guy a friend request and one message before he left the server, and then my second message didn't go through because he left the server. He just sent me what, like just one word, no punctuate, just what. Now I'm trying to think of what to type.
Just say, come back. We're not mad at you. We just want to wake you up.
Was there a question mark afterwards? Or?
No, it was just what, like not even a question mark, just what.
Just say, hey.
Are you talking about the kid? Like
well,
the
I sent him the sentence I sent him was perpetual motion, unlimited control, minds are everything. And I wanted him to say what so that I could elaborate and then try and get him to come back and talk. Like nobody's angry.
Tell him to think about it. He doesn't even have to come back. Just tell him to think about everything that was said.
Yeah.
He has to come back. Why would we waste our time?
Yeah.
Have him come back.
And if you don't want to come back to that, maybe tomorrow or something. Just come back sometime. Take a moment, whatever.
Tell him I said he's welcome here anytime.
Yeah.
Just not when he threatens to leave. If you threaten to leave, I'm not going to treat you nicely.
Yeah, that's like if somebody's like, I'm going to hold my breath until you give me candy. Okay. I mean, you got to breathe sometime.
You look nice blue.
I'm going to leave Twitter. And I'm going to leave Twitter.
Everybody was getting kind of like passionate. So I get it. He registered that as anger and not as being passionate about what we're talking about. And probably
I only got passionate after he said we haven't given him any answers and he was going to leave if we didn't.
Yeah, that was him getting a little bit aggressive with how he was doing it. And then you responded by like, okay, and like,
Juice was right. It was a level of cocktails that was happening.
Yeah, it's a revolving door. Those
denial. It was an inner battle. He couldn't get the information he was told to align with what he believed.
Well, so many people come in though all the time with these similar attitudes, so it's like there's no difference between this guy and the next person that's going to come in here and ask almost identical questions.
What was the correct answer then?
Except for that I'm responding to him right now and I'm about to hit enter on this 3-paragraph.
I gave him the correct answer. Jedi gave him the correct answer. You gave him a roundabout correct answer. We all gave him correct answers.
Yeah. I was trying to point him back towards everything y'all were saying, like exactly what you guys were saying, and that wasn't okay. Well, here's a little bit more that might elaborate generally, because nobody can be specific. How many? I got a bag of million reasons. I'll give you all 1 million of them.
There was nobody more specific than Jedi.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. And I posted in there. Listen to the Jedi Master. But
what was the answer he was looking for?
Oh, he didn't fucking know.
We asked him.
He didn't know.
He didn't
know. Sorry.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
That's what I. That's
He
what.
doesn't even know the answer.
That's what I asked him. That's what I answered.
You did. That's exactly what you asked him. What answer would satisfy you? I don't know.
The answer was the correct answer was I'm sorry they didn't go back to sleep.
Right.
He wasn't looking for answers though. He was just hoping that he had a gotcha there that would stymie the room.
Perhaps. Yeah.
No, he was. That's why he said
Gizmo, you've just
you're
been
roboting
talking
Gizmo.
nonstop, and it's roboting
Hang
out.
on. Okay, so he conceded that he wasn't going to accept our answer when he said he didn't hear an answer.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Like, how could he expect anybody to just have the answer to that question?
But we did. We had the answer.
We did, exactly.
We answered it over and over. And then what did I do? I actually asked him the question. I said, "Hey, what would suffice as an answer for you?" And he couldn't answer. He couldn't answer that
because he didn't want the answer, or else he would have conceded that we had answered him in several different ways. In several ways, we put it to the finest point we possibly could. Jedi, I think
He
was
answered it
the
himself.
best. Mine was second.
He answered it himself.
Yeah. Well, he answered it himself by saying, yes, the government has lied to me many a time. And of course, if they lie in a multitude of things, they're most likely a liar. Yes, he answered it himself.
That was a good opener.
Yeah.
His goal was to try to get you in a position where you had no answer. He didn't want an answer.
Right.
But we hear about think tankers all the time. When they do lie about one thing, they have a bunch of different reasons to pursue the one lie if there's more results from that lie instead of a singular amount of results.
I think you all handled it really well, and I appreciate you letting me speak a little bit.
Me too.
Thank you.
I did get muted for the first time tonight. It was kind of it was great though because I
can tell you I did not do it.
I deserved it. I did beat the shut up.
I did not do it. I didn't mute anybody tonight except for him.
I think it's a pleasure to have you and Jedi in here tonight, Bolt.
We're just
I'm kind of new. I'm kind of new anyway, so I haven't experiencing you two were. It was pretty amazing.
We're proud of you for speaking up. It's good. It's refreshing to have a lady voice in here.
Oh yeah.
True.
I don't think that matters too much.
Even though there are no women on the internet, but you're welcome here. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Look, I enjoy being here and I enjoy popping up.
Are you married, Kim? I'm just kidding.
I am married.
God damn.
Whoa, P-Mac.
She's a good woman and good wife.
I love my husband. He's amazing.
He's a lucky guy.
Does your husband ever
He
come on?
is an amazing guy. I feel like I'm the lucky one. So.
Jedi, what did you say?
I asked Kim if her husband ever comes onto the Discord server and expanded on that.
He's not necessarily a flat earther, so it's
He can still come here.
Yeah, I'd love for him.
I was going to invite your partner to come in if you wanted to for half hour and an hour some evening. Come and have a chat with us if you wanted to.
Well, he's working long shifts right now, like an hour and a half away. So I'm not. He's asleep right now. I have to make him lunch and make sure that he has green tea in the morning and all that.
No worries.
Stuff.
No worries.
Matthew learns is in the he's here all the time. Love him to death too. I don't care what anybody says.
I didn't hear you.
I said Matthew learns I love him to death. I don't care what anybody says. The one thing, you know what? I have heard him concede though. He said he's told me personally, I've heard him say it, that all the things that supposedly work on a globe could work on a flat Earth as well, because of the way we observe it and everything. And then I said, well, what's your reason for believing in the globe? And literally, his only two answers are sunsets and satellites.
Sunsets and satellites.
Yep.
So, being as we've removed the physical obstruction formerly known as the horizon for the sun to disappear behind, he still thinks the curvature of the Earth is making the sun disappear. And he's still going to use satellites, even though I'm pretty sure that everyone's told him if you don't contain gas, it's going to fuck off.
Yeah.
Pretty ridiculous.
That's why I don't like Mash Burns. Sorry, he's been here for what, 3 years now? 4 years?
Yeah.
Points.
And next time, go ahead and ask him why he's here. And if he gives you an answer, ask him again, and he'll give you a different answer every time.
Okay.
When you press him, he'll tell you that it's actually a refracted version of the sun going behind the refracted version of the horizon.
I don't know what's up with that guy.
But I've asked him questions, not necessarily like picking a globe side or a flat Earth side, but just like a physics question. And at least he's like honest about that. Like he'll talk like what is observable in reality. He will be honest, except for the globe versus the flat Earth thing.
I really think that he plays devil's advocate.
You want to talk about thermodynamics? He'll talk about thermodynamics. You want to talk about other points in physics? He'll talk about that.
You guys are giving him way too much credit.
I know. I still think he's a nice guy. I don't care what he says.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I do.
There's one thing I never want to be called, and that's a nice guy.
You guys are just too used to the trolls treating you.
You're an asshole. No,
I have a soft heart as a female. Okay.
I don't think
He's
somebody
a next level
could.
troll. That's the goal.
I don't think somebody could be a normal person if they go to a place where what they're talking about is antithetical to their beliefs for 3 years and never once.
No conceding.
Yeah, I think he's
an
he's
actual
worse.
point.
But he still makes our arguments very good online because we can keep up with whatever he's saying always.
You know what I think is going on? I think he's trying to become a flat earther.
No, he's not.
Around this long?
I think
I
he's a
don't get
used
that
globe.
vibe.
He's a used globe salesman. He comes in here with the nice guy salesman-y approach, right? So he's a next level troll. He's worse than the run of the mill troll.
I think he's looking for a reason to become a flat earther, and he just can't let go yet. It's like trying to
let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. If you have a friend who comes over to your house and they're polite, but they always contradict whatever you say to your children. They always contradict whatever you say to your wife. They always contradict everything you say. Is that person really your friend?
No.
Right. Yeah.
If they come over for 3 years and they do this to you time and time and time again, and you put up with it the whole time, and you're like, yeah, but they're a nice guy. Who's really at fault? Is it you? Is it your wife? Is it your children? Or is it him?
Yeah.
It's me. It's me.
Good point.
That's the thing.
That's the thing.
People
That's
have
the
been.
thing. All the mods and the admins here have not kicked him out yet. So I mean, whose fault?
I have.
Oh, you have?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's been banned.
Trust me, I do not put up with. I do not suffer idiots for idiots' sake.
Me neither. I do not suffer fools gladly.
And you can say he's a nice guy, this and that, and he's conceded this and that, but he just told me that you sticking your hand out a car window was evidence of gas without a container.
Well, that's the thing.
I refuse, and he said that before, and I've slapped it down time and time again, and he continues to make that point. He continues to make the point of satellites with no container. He continues to make the point of sunsets of refraction upon refraction with no speed or slowing of the sun. Evidence of it. So where at what point do you say this person is not here in an honest way? They're here either one, for benefit, unbeknownst to you, or two, as a fly in the ointment.
Right. People have been giving him his flowers, I think, because we're so used to people coming here to spiral and just troll. So one half decent person, like, oh my god, this guy. So
yeah,
he's going to be a more effective proselytizer here if he smiles to your face and he charms you and gets on your good side. And you go, yeah, he's a nice guy. You know, you're going to keep him around.
Exactly. That pretty girl looked at you, even though she was stealing your wallet, but you haven't gotten that much action in a while.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you might let it happen. Nope.
Well, if you put
Not
it that
that
way,
desperate.
Sorry, Deus, not moderator. Cold Sun has been complaining for a while that he's been muted. I don't know if he wants to be unmuted.
Oh, my bad. I'll unmute him. Oh, sorry, Cold Sun. I did not mute you, but I will unmute you. There you go, Cold Sun. You're unmuted. I hope you have something important to say.
Better.
Because that took a lot of energy out of me.
And I was stuck up for you, so don't let me down. I won't do it again.
He said thanks. That's good enough for me.
But Deus, it's definitely good to be back in the room with you, mate. I've forgotten how good it can be when certain people are working together. been a lot of fun.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you're back.
And Helio, you did a good job too, dude.
Don't tell Helio that. He'll continue on.
I love Helio. Look, I love you guys. You were legendary for sure. Jedi and Volt.
Jedi is back. I'm just trying to figure out what stage I should stop saying I'm glad you're back. But I'm glad you're back now.
Thank you.
Both of you.
Oh,
It's been about a month or so, hasn't it, Dave?
I was here yesterday, but I only dropped in for a second. Yeah, it's been about a month. It was over the holiday seasons between like Thanksgiving and Christmas.
We didn't see Jedi for about 2 years, and I was like, "Where's Jedi?"
He was walking down the street like Bruce Banner and the Incredible Hulk. Every time I thought of Jedi, I always heard "din-din-din-din, din-din-din," as he's walking.
Yeah, he was able day on this fucking server, man. He disappeared like that. Everybody went, "Where's Jedi?"
Well, he's back now, so that's what we need to worry about.
We're going to stop now saying, "Jedi, we're glad you're back."
Yeah, you will stop saying it after a while. So, fucking hell, Jedi, back. I wish you'd piss off.
Hey, Jedi, I'm really glad you're back.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Hey, Jedi, I'm glad you're back, man.
Honestly,
I'm pleased to meet you, Jedi, because I'm meeting you for the first time.
Yeah, pleased to meet yourself as well. I've listened to a couple of things that you've said, and it's very intelligent. I like what you've said. I've tried to expand on some of your points, especially when the gentleman earlier didn't understand what you were saying. I thought it was a brilliant point where the gas is produced. So you keep speaking up, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good point. And not one often made.
Right. We finished with our little circle jerk. Are we all okay now?
You guys are so
never kidding me, yeah, fucking ball bag.
Honestly, though, if the only describer you can use for a person and the only benefit you see is that they're a nice person, they probably are taking something from you that you don't see.
That's true.
Yeah, especially when their actions are going, are not displaying themselves to be a good person. Like Deus's example earlier. Nice person comes around and starts contradicting what you say in front of your family. You're actually a nice person.
Yeah, and making so much sense. Like him, I don't know, just clinging on to things that why?
You have to ask the motivation at that point. You have to ask the motivation.
I mean, it is kind of like a religion. It is.
Ask him directly too. Ask him his motivation. What is your motivation?
It absolutely is a religion.
Okay.
It absolutely is.
I mean, his name is Matthew Learns. I'd like to ask him next time I see him is what he's actually learned over the last 4 years.
I've asked him 100 times.
Is it? Yeah. What are his answers?
I've even insulted him on his name.
Good.
I've asked him why he was there. I did. I think it was in Cosmology Tartaria, maybe, or maybe here. I don't know. I feel more obliged to speak up here than there. Can't really get a word in over there.
Good. I'm glad you feel obliged to speak up.
Yeah, I asked him why he was even here because that was an interesting question that sprung up in my mind. Doesn't make any sense that all the Globers know Matthew, and he's still here after so many years. Because I'm new new-ish to this.
I don't want you guys to make it a hostile place for Matthew. It should be an uncomfortable place for Matthew. Always make sure that when you're talking to him, you are hitching a plow up to him and making him plow your fields. I.e., there are new people in the chat. There are a bunch of people on YouTube. Make sure you're making them work for you. If there are new people here and he's not making any sense, move on. Don't spend time on him unless you're actually making him work for you.
Yes, that makes sense. That's what I was saying. I was saying that he is still good to argue against when he brings up these things for the live chat.
Yeah, you can make him a good foil, but beyond that, if he's not serving your needs, discard him.
That's why he leaves when he does. He helped us out.
He always leaves when I get in the chat. Always.
Jim, I noticed that they ask a couple of questions and people just bring them completely down, and then they kind of switch to something else, and then they disappear.
Gish Gallop and then Gish Gallop and Ghost.
Yeah, and they went into the weeds.
They do that Homer Simpson into the bushes thing.
In the bushes, yeah. Back pedal, yeah, in the bushes. I've seen that so many times, man.
Yeah,
that's the one. That's it. Thank you, Tim.
Also, how can you weigh gas? Please, somebody tell me that, because it doesn't seem possible. Seems to be the opposing factor for buoyancy.
With the container.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yes,
do
with
some
the
math.
container.
That's about it.
If you're trying to weigh gas, though, it doesn't weigh. It opposes with buoyancy.
Well, the difference between like empty container or not empty container, I guess just changing the PSI in a container and weighing the different PSI. That's how you would weigh gas.
Okay, it just
I believe they, using the container, it's pressurized to the point where it becomes a liquid, and then they weigh the container there.
Is that fucking Lou?
Yeah, fucking Lou. What's up, Days?
It's just Lou, man.
But yeah, they weigh the liquid, so they're not really weighing gas; they're weighing liquid.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're trying to weigh a gas by containing it, you're not really weighing the gas. It's adding like the buoyancy component. Period.
It depends on the on the nature of the gas. If it's just air, then
it would still
it's going to be it's going to have a neutral buoyancy to the surrounding atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, but in water it would be buoyant.
Yeah. Well, so is a piece of wood.
Everything has a weight. Even everything has a weight, right?
I don't want to say yes because I don't know.
Right.
Weight, weight is an only direction of downwards, right? Pressing down on a scale. Not everything has weight because not everything goes down.
Okay.
I mean, because as soon as we start talking about photons, this whole chat's going to go crazy.
Yeah. I'm just talking about weighing gas. The idea of weighing a gas.
No, I know, but he said everything weighs something. I was like, well, that's a much deeper question than we need to get into here.
Does a photon have weight?
Let's not do it.
I don't even know about photons. I just believe there's heat and lack of heat.
Yeah.
I think there's light and lack of light.
Yeah.
We can't go any further than that. This is a religion question.
There's gas.
It's kind of philosophical, but it's also it just seems apparent because when light comes on, there's no speed of light. When there's light on, you see light.
Okay, this is a deeper religious question in this chat more than God itself.
Oh, well, my bad. I'll stop.
Rainbows have heat.
I think this is one of the. I shouldn't say it should be banned because I actually want the answers answered as closely as possible, and I think Witz has done a good job. But
I've seen him. He's doing good.
But as soon as we start talking about this, we're calling in the devil because we're speaking his name.
I'm not saying Whitson is right. I'm just saying he's doing really good, bringing up the conversation. I've said this about a lot of people. Like, there's people in here when we stick to like the facts, the facts that are just out there, what you know versus what you know. You can go out there and say Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent or Dave Weiss that are like literally going out in the hypothetical realm trying to find the answers that, like, you know, basically are the truth, and try to figure out what the real story is versus the story. Because the story we've been told, we have an answer for everything in order to complete the whole story there. And we know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. And these people out there, they're doing the research, trying to expand the story and give us more knowledge.
Right, but as soon as we start talking about scientific endeavors that we don't know, is as soon as we start getting into the weeds of what is unknowable.
That's why there's Speculation Sunday.
Speculation.
Yeah. Have you been here for that yet, Deus?
No. I didn't know that there was Speculation Sunday. I actually like that. I'll be here more for that than anything else.
Sunday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Have we made it official like that? I didn't know we did that.
Not official. It's still not official. There's no like thing that says join for Speculation Sunday or anything like that. But I mean, everybody starts as soon as 10 o'clock hits Eastern time, man. Everybody starts in on, like, you know, like what could be more of the answers that are out there.
I'm into it.
A couple of weeks ago, I liked the format that we were kind of doing on it, inviting people to come in with their speculation, but then also kind of breaking it down, like pointing out, like, what about this speculation? What can we know? What can't we know? Like, how could you figure it out if you wanted to? You know, like,
there is no format, I guess, on speculation.
I could go deeper into this speculation, I promise you, but I won't.
It's just like it just sort of kind of happened, right, Lou?
The format,
not just any speculation, not like everybody just speak whatever wild speculation you want.
It would be logical, like
there could be a subject we bring up and talk about, you know, on Sunday evening.
I think the only format is don't violate TOS.
Make a wild claim that you can't back up.
Hold on, even with, that's not all, dude. If Discord give a shit what we talked about in this room, this place wouldn't exist. So I mean, as far as
we can
where we're
test
live
that.
streaming and stuff, you know, the different live streams. That's where you kind of get like, oh, well, they can kick you off of there. But Discord,
but India,
dude, I've been to other Discord rooms. There's just like, I can't believe that they let people talk about this shit.
Discord servers can be nasty, man.
It's just like if they would give us shit about just speculating on, you know, spirituality and all this kind of shit. I was just like, you know, man, it's not even worth being here if they're going to give a shit about that.
Well, here we can always test that with writing a lot of shit in the text chat and see how long the sale will stay up.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I don't think they regulate the voice rooms as much as they do like text and stuff. So
they don't regulate the voice at all.
Yeah.
Well, it is live stream, so there might be some, I don't know, cooperation.
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
I'm retarded.
So if we're gonna do speculation, hey, if YouTube or Twitter or whatever, Twitter's never given me shit, but YouTube gives me shit all the time. But yeah, if you want to just freaking talk, man, just speak your mind. You know, if we're gonna have a special night where we
you mean like when Gemsy said that homosexuality was caused by parasites?
Sure, yeah, fucking say it. You know, say it.
Gay parasites.
Gay.
I know it's true.
We were
Definitely
infected with homosexuality by parasites. Yeah, sure. Fucking say it. And do what it do.
Well, I'm saying
We
it.
live in
I'm saying
such a
it.
crazy world. We live in such a crazy world. Nothing's off the table.
But anyway, I mean, as far as like, getting into different types of spirituality, I mean, even inside the server, we don't have to live stream everything, but we can talk about.
But
shit.
if we're cool with that, I mean, because Gemsy was saying that we could cure homosexuality with ivermectin, so.
Don't do it.
Is that what he said? I didn't hear him say that.
Horsey worm? Serious?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an anti-parasitic, and you would be able to cure the gay with it.
Cure the gay.
God.
What'd you say, Jedi?
Let's go march to the Capitol with this information.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take this one to the CDC.
Hang on, what'd you say, Jedi?
It's just expletives in the background, mate. I'm just putting my head in my hands and shout out.
Okay, I'm just saying what Gemsy said. This wasn't on a Sunday, so.
The fuck. My imagination's gone wild.
This is brilliant, man. I mean, we should take it to the CDC.
Wait, hang on. What if it's true? What if it's true?
Yeah, no, there's that. I mean, what if it is true?
Okay.
Oh shit! Then I won't laugh anymore. I don't even know. I don't know if you should cure gay. I don't even know what the fuck that would mean.
Okay, so there are parasites that change the behavior. Toxoplasmosis is one of them.
Yeah.
So I mean, when he said it, I was like, "That's ridiculous," and then I started thinking about it. I was like, "That's not ridiculous."
This goes back. Doesn't this go back to the experiments by changing hormones into making
for
gay
now until speculation Sunday?
Wait, hang on. Don't. What? This goes back to the experiments of what, Jedi?
Turning fish gay.
Oh, you mean?
Or the frogs gay, like
Yeah,
Alex Jones was talking about.
Yeah, frogs.
Well, that was a real thing.
That wasn't ivermectin. That was
no, that was what was it? It starts with an A.
Atrazine.
Atrazine. That's right. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Janae, what's up, girl?
So what we're getting at is, although it sounds preposterous, when you think about it, it might not necessarily be that ridiculous.
Right. When he said it, I was like, "You're off your rocker," and then I started thinking, I'm like, "Hang on, maybe he's not wrong."
Did somebody just shush somebody?
My dog has little dogs right now.
Oh, you were shushing your dog, not us, right?
My chihuahua.
What if you could catch the gay from the dog licking you in the mouth, just like any other parasite?
Yeah.
You guys, that's right.
Catch the gay.
Y'all are gonna kill him.
But yeah, atrazine, turning the frogs gay.
That's a real thing.
Yeah, there was also like in the what's the plastic thing? Certain plastics that have estrogen.
Phytoestrogens.
Petroleum derivative. Hey guys, it's a petroleum derivative that slowly lowers testosterone. So that's why we got a bunch of gay dudes.
Soy boys.
Yeah.
They probably drink their Starbucks from cups they bought from Starbucks that have all the phytoestrogen.
Well, no, they're getting that, but they're also putting soy milk in their coffee.
Yeah, the soy is another estrogen derivative.
Now recognize that we started seeing this the gay like large amounts. It started like in the early 90s.
And by the way, this isn't speculation, so it's not speculation Sunday. This has already been studied by many psychologists and scientists.
It's fuck that. It's Friday.
You already said that they don't pay attention, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as the voice
I
goes, but
graduated-
if you start posting stuff,
I graduated in '89,
well, they're
and I
listening
don't
on
remember.
YouTube. We're on Discord. It's still we're live right now. So
Stop talking over Jenny. What did you say, Jenny?
I said I graduated in.
Fuck them anyway. Go ahead. Sorry, Jim.
I graduated in 1989, and one of my best guy friends came out of the closet after college or during college. So that was not a topic. We didn't talk about it. I mean,
Right. Did a dog
But
lick
it's
him in
not-
the mouth? Is my question.
but I mean, homosexuality has always been with us, but the prevalence seems to be rising, if you ask me.
Well, yeah, that's obvious.
As if it doesn't matter, right? It's like, you can be attracted to
There's also some mind games going on too.
Trans.
Yeah.
weird stuff. Yeah, it's like
Well, yeah, we actually can't talk about that.
Yeah. I was going to ask if we can actually talk about this now.
You can't.
I'll say one thing to close it out, though. Some people in the community, in their own community, oppose what's going on. I find that fascinating in and of itself.
That is actually fascinating. I agree with them 100% because what they're actually going against is the predation of children.
Oh gosh, yeah.
They're going against that because the official alphabet people have said that if you talk against this with children, if you say the groomer word or whatever, then you're being homophobic. So if you talk against this, then you're being homophobic.
That's not
because
really
you're trying to defend children. So they're saying that all gay people are predators of children, basically.
Well, in my opinion, I think it goes against procreation altogether because.
Well, of course it does. Of course it does.
Have you guys ever heard of I don't want to. No, we probably shouldn't go on. I could talk speculation
Yeah, I
Sunday.
know. Well, this is speculation. We're talking about nature.
Let's just stick with that ivermectin will cure the gay.
Oh my god!
I thought it created the gay. I don't know.
No,
Hey, y'all
parasites
remember
create the
Toys R Us?
gay. Yeah.
Atrazine.
It's atrophy.
Atrazine pauses it.
Pauses the gay. Ivermectin cures.
Wow.
Hey, wait! I thought ivermectin was a horse.
Pushing ivermectin.
It's a hormone that they put in horses.
No, it's not a hormone. It's an anti-parasitic that you can give to any living animal for parasites. No. They give it to humans every day. It was created for humans. They only give it to animals because it works.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never mind. It's not a hormone. Yeah, I'm giving false information. You know. About
yeah, the guy who came up with it won a Nobel Prize for it. Yeah.
I said it wrong. My bad.
It inhibits RNA sequence from multiplying.
It's not going to cure gays.
How do you know that?
It inhibits RNA replication.
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
No. I'm asking Helio. He said it's not going to cure the gay. How do you know that, Helio? That's what I thought.
I don't think any drug could cure a proclivity to, So
how do you know it's a proclivity and not a form of toxoplasmosis? Sorry, I kept on saying toxic.
Say we've been poisoned.
Something that.
You don't. Okay.
I really don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's Shemsy's baby. I'm just defending it because I don't know.
Speculation.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I said it was speculation. I said, what about the speculation that this?
I mean, as far as I know,
my only problem with ivermectin. Sorry.
The only reason that every single person is having a conversation in this room because they were born of a mother and a father. That's what I know for a fact.
How would you know that? If Matthew was here, I would disagree. What were you saying, Kim?
She was giggling.
Yeah, I was giggling. That was funny.
What were you saying, Kim?
My thing is that ivermectin was kind of like a thing that was being pushed on the opposing side. I question it, so I don't like the opposition and the controlled opposition.
Right. But to be fair, the only reason why I defend ivermectin is because I've had to take it before, and I know it works. It was the only thing that worked.
I got you. I mean, from my research, it just seemed like ivermectin was something that could kill off of like cells at a degree, maybe like target certain ones.
It inhibits mutated RNA sequence. That's
I don't
what it
know.
does.
I don't know.
I know this. I read the research articles on it. That was the one. Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, but with every
hydroxychloroquine denatured the RNA sequence, and ivermectin killed it.
No, so that's what it's designed to do, and that's what it does. But with everything, there's side effects. Could it be killing off other good things in your body and stuff like that?
Yeah, it actually does, and you're forced to take probiotics, and you make a lotion out of the probiotics you take internally, and you put it on your skin to promote good biotics on your skin. So yeah, it actually does kill off some beneficials, but you need to
research it.
You need to replenish them.
Well, I mean, why would you even take it in the first place? Or because you're feeling bad?
No. I lived in LA, and
you might be becoming gay.
Yeah, I was afraid of the gay. No, I lived in LA, and I was listen to me.
To not be
listen
gay.
to me. I lived in LA. I was a general manager of a shop, and I was the only worker one day, and I took this itchy man's money. And the next day, I was uncontrollably itchy. I went to the doctors. They said I had scabies. I took ivermectin, and it went away. Before I went to the doctors, though, I tried a myriad of things, including everything I read on the internet, like bleach baths, this and that. I went through everything. The only thing that worked was ivermectin, and it was gone within 2 days.
So you took antibiotics before that for scabies?
That's gross, man.
You take antibiotics for bacteria, not for parasites.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked on scabies.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. It was not bad. I'm trying to remember what exactly is scabies.
Mites, skin mites.
Oh, mites. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
It's like cold sores, but all over your body.
And then
I like this medical
like
talk.
lice or something.
No, it's much worse than lice. They burrow beneath your skin and then travel under your skin.
Yeah.
But the ivermectin got rid of.
They're all over your body, and down to your eyelashes itch. Everything itches.
And that's why they give it to horses, because they're exposed to elements.
Well, it's because of it's an anti-parasitic.
It's like boom. Yeah.
It's an anti-parasitic, and it works. It works very well. And yes, it does have negative side effects, but you can counteract it very easily.
So you're saying you have to take probiotics because it messes with your
gut biome.
With your biome, yeah.
Hey, Lower J, you're hot miking. Lower Jersey.
Lower Jersey.
I don't.
Hello.
Let me explain.
Lower Jersey.
It sounds like he's listening, like in the background to what we're saying.
Anyways.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I've never even said, I don't think I could even get ivermectin here now.
Yeah, you can very easily.
Or just go
you can very easily, actually, if you had indications of it being needed, you could very easily get it.
You can't get it off label though.
No, they won't. They won't give it to you off label. They won't even give it to you for horses unless you have a veterinarian come out and look at your horse.
Yep. So I can't get it then because I don't have a.
No, you can. You can. You can tell them. Listen, I've got the gag. I need to cure it with your ivermectin.
But you have to go to like what?
Doctor. They're called doctors.
Oh, I don't go to doctors. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know. All right, so I have to go to a doctor to be diagnosed with something, and then they're going to give me some pharmaceutical, or they're going to prescribe pharmaceuticals. I'm like, I don't want to take that, but I think I want to go with some ivermectin. If you tell your doctor you want to get ivermectin, then he's going to be like, that's bullshit. And go ahead. Tell me how I'm going to get this ivermectin.
Julio, you can also go to Mexico and you can buy it over the counter, but then you have to smuggle it back in the United States.
No, maybe I could just go down there, stay for a couple weeks, take it, and then I'll come back.
Well,
guess who doesn't have any money? This nigga, me.
I was going to say me.
You said the bad word.
You're so funny.
Hey, but guess who else isn't sick? Me. I'm not sick. I don't need it.
Well, eventually you're going to need a doctor for something.
Yeah.
Well, I might have to go to a hospital one day, but I don't go there for them to diagnose me with anything.
Hey, Helio, do you have any dogs or cats?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have worms.
Oh, speaking of that, I do need to worm myself. I think about that.
I do need to deworm myself.
Well, the perfect way to do it is with ivermectin.
Yeah, but how do I get it? You said I can
You go to the doctor and tell him you got worms.
Fucking doctor. I don't go to doctors and tell them I have worms. I mean, like, what am I going to do?
Too personal?
Like, pay him $200 to say, I have worms in my poop. I look at my poop when I poop, but I don't see any worms in them. I think I'm
How do you know? You got to look closer.
I think it's
got to get really into it.
I don't think the worms can survive the alcohol I drink. I promise you that much.
You gotta look for rotavirus.
Rotavirus? Oh my! I already know about some of this stuff, so it's not an issue for me. I don't go to doctors. I don't go to doctors to get diagnosed with anything.
I've done steroids, and yes, I'm on steroids, monitored and managed by a trained hormone clinician.
You know how long it's been since I've been to a general practitioner?
10 years.
I'm more than that.
15.
Fucking Lou, that's
25. That's my last offer.
Fucking gross, Lou.
What the fuck is that, Lou?
For fuck's sakes, dude.
It like
fucking nightmare fuel.
And then it fucking.
Oh.
Don't delete it.
I'm not saying people shouldn't go to a doctor. I just don't go to a doctor. Go to doctors if you feel like you need to go to a doctor. I don't go to a fucking doctor.
Is that medical advice?
No, of course not. You can do it if you want to. I don't fucking do it. So whatever. I don't get generally practice medicine upon. I mean, I just happen. Maybe I happen to, to not need it.
If you're experiencing a medical emergency, hang up and down 911.
I don't feel good all of the time, but when I feel bad, I just get over it, and then I feel better.
So you make a bridge.
Hey, they say you should go to Jemsy's doctor, Helio.
Jemsy's doctor? Maybe I should have. I don't know. That motherfucker lives in where? Jemsy's doctor.
He lives in Connecticut.
Yeah, he's up like the Boston area. He's like, I don't want to go to any of those motherfucking doctors either. Whatever.
it is a massive thing here. People pay. Everybody pays into the
I
health
don't pay shit to
No, I
go
know.
to any doctors because I don't fucking have a doctor.
But you know,
Some people think that's funny. It's just like, you don't have a general practitioner. You're just like, I get a checkup. No, I don't do checkups. No, I know I have high blood pressure, but then I went to a doctor and he was like, I'm going to give you these drugs.
Eat
And as soon as I
dandelion.
started taking these freaking drugs, I started shitting blood, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to freaking take these drugs anymore.
Eat dandelions. Eat dandelions, Helio.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You're roboting out, Gizmo.
I only go to a doctor for roids. That's the only reason why I go to doctors. I only go to doctors for steroids.
For steroids,
That's
for inflammation of what?
No, because he's all natty.
For testosterone.
For working out?
He's all natty.
For life. For life. I miss being my old asshole self. When you have low testosterone, it fucking sucks. So I go to a doctor for it.
So you go.
And I'm happy now.
We're all making jokes now. Well, I mean, I'm not making jokes. I just don't go to a GP. But whatever. That's everybody's choice. I just don't do it. I'll be 50 this year. I'll be 50 years old this year.
Why?
No desire to go to a GP.
Stop being 50.
Who told you you were 50?
Well, I mean, I just.
Who told you were naked, Helio?
The devil.
Oh shit! The devil told me I was. So I'm the emperor has no clothes, right?
50 what? Revolutions around the sun, Helio?
Oh, shit. Fucking A, man. Can't we at least have one thing where we can know our birthday? Or at least
No.
You can measure it that way. I mean, I'll be 50 this year. I mean, shit.
Here's the thing, Helio. You are considered Helio in a flat Earth server.
Cool. Well, I'll give you guys that, and I'm Dennis to my friends, everywhere, and they're like, he's gonna be 50, and I think I'm crazy as fuck for talking to you flat earthers all the time, but whatever. It knew what it
I love
did,
you.
and he just doesn't go to doctors. Where a lot of you guys do, but I don't. I mean,
How are you going to pass the blame on to us for why your friend thinks you're crazy?
No.
Or gay.
No. I'm not gay, but I do.
Then why won't you?
No, it's not your. I know. It's not anybody's fault that I don't go to doctors. Just because I'm a stubborn old fuck. Yes, nobody's fault. It's my fault that I don't. Or if it ends up being something bad for me, it's just because I'm a stubborn old fuck. That's
because you were born this way. That's why.
Yeah,
That's right.
I've never had a general practitioner. There was a portion of my life where I had some back issues, and I went to a doctor, and he gave me shitloads of fucking narcotics, and I was addicted to that shit for a long time, and it was not good for me. I got addicted to narcotics. Pills and shit, and once I got off that shit, I was like, I ain't touching that shit again. I'm never going back to these doctors, and I'm not in pain, and I rarely have any like bodily issues. So I'm just like,
you're really making it difficult for me to inject gay into this story.
No, bro, it's just like I haven't really had a major issue, physically that I need to go to a doctor for.
I'm just saying,
I don't blame
you're kind
you.
you're kind of pissing on my parade.
All right. Call me gay.
Helio.
Go ahead and just get it over with. Call me gay.
But Helio, just eat dandelions.
I went to the doctor one day. I says I might be gay. He says, bend over.
Better just eat the shit out of them. Yeah,
What
if they've
are they
been
going to
sprayed
pick them
with
out of the
Roundup,
yard and
please.
just start slamming them down my throat? Is that what we're doing?
No, Helio.
Or something.
Helio, I want you to take a video of you going out to the lawn and just grazing on dandelions.
Grazing on dandelions.
Just picking off the heads with your teeth and eating them.
This is like, Kim gave me the best advice ever. I'm just going to be like,
why wouldn't you? Just do it. It's the fastest, easiest way to get everything.
As a matter of fact, where I live, they don't grow in my yard, so I'd have to go.
That's crazy.
Well, they don't grow on trees.
Be awesome though.
Helio.
You know what would be awesome though is if I went to somebody else's yard and I didn't know them, and they just make a video of me.
Get on all fours and start grazing on them.
Hey, what you doing? I'm eating your dandelions.
You look at him and you look up at him and you smile. You got all this yellow and green shit in your teeth.
Like, what are you gonna? You're just gonna mow this shit down anyway. What are you gonna do with all these badass dandelions?
Trying to get rid of my parasites.
Trying to get rid of my
I've got low T, bro. Give me the dandelions.
You can like take the roots and eat the roots, man.
Yeah, by all
low
accounts,
down.
I mean, she's not wrong about the dandelion. But you don't just go out and just pick them off the lawn and eat them. You can, but I mean, just
Why not?
I mean, people make tea out of the leaves and from the flour and stuff.
I'm
not
strong
gonna do that, but you can.
I've done it.
Be a man and take your medicine, Helio.
Can you imagine like two fucking retired people? Jemima?
I'll try it, maybe, but like I said, they don't grow in my yard.
A guy in our front yards on all fours eating our dandelions.
I can't wait. Is it before they turn into the little things that you blow?
I don't think he's
after.
After you can't eat. After it, just like
the yellow flower.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
That's before. That's before.
Eventually, yeah, that's before. Afterwards, it turns into these little seeds, and then you just blow it, and then it just goes.
That'd be like eating cotton.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't want to eat cotton, Helio.
No, I don't. I think I could probably eat a dandelion flower. At bloom, maybe.
I want to see it.
I might do it.
I'll do it.
Yeah, but you're not Helio. I want to see Helio do it.
That one ain't gonna kill me.
Although Kim, if you want to get down on all fours and pop the heads off of dandelions and videotape it, I'll watch.
I'm not gonna graze on dandelions, but I might
do it for the vine.
I don't even know where to fucking find somebody, somebody's yard that has dandelions.
Man, just look at an unkempt yard and you'll find a ton of them. This is America. You can walk anywhere and find a dandelion.
But I can go to the farm.
That's what I want to see right there. That's what I want to see. What I'll do. Post it.
Grazing on dandelions. That'd be funny.
But just the heads of the dandelions. Go ahead.
Just the yellow flower, just like.
Hang on, somebody's got a question.
Yeah. So if you guys look in the lobby chat, maybe scroll up a bit. We're coming up with hypothetical names for a Flat Earth digital magazine. And I just wanted to know if any of you guys had any ideas to add.
Scrolling up.
Which chat?
Yeah.
The main lobby.
Lobby. Okay. We're in live stream voice text. I'll look. I'll go into lobby this once.
Yeah, that's such a pain, man.
Once? You've never been there before?
Oh, I've been
I've
there.
been
I've been to this cesspool before.
I like being here. Let's just say that.
I do like it. It's fun in here.
It's funny as shit.
Gay Helio Gazette.
I would stay away from anything that says flat Earth on it. I like
oh my God.
What was it? The Skeptic Tribune is really good.
Or True Earth.
Yeah, something that
Those are-
sounds up to date, something that, people can look at and say, oh, that sounds kind of sciencey and stuff like that,
Yeah, like topographical plane. Earth. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you
How about
don't-
Imperial?
Yeah, I guess, Bo, you don't want to eat that dandelion. That's.
I put that one right
Got it back.
I saw a video. I saw it a couple times, I think, on Facebook. Where, you remember those? Remember what they're called? Shit. Where it's like it looks like a hot dog or something on a stick. That are in the fields.
How about Empirical Times? Saggy.
That's kind of cool. I mean, I might think of maybe what's shoot?
Is it TEDx Times?
Have the same letter. Like what's the phrase when you put two words together that have the same first letter?
A synonym or a
Alliteration.
That might be it. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Yeah, it's alliteration.
Yes. Yes. Synonyms.
Transliteration.
Oh yeah, alliteration. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think
so you want
the alliteration might be pretty cool. If you guys have any
okay,
ideas.
so like empirical empire. No, that sounds stupid.
We all sound stupid right now.
Yeah, it does when you say it like that.
Because we're trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about.
Like empirical evidence.
That was asking, actually.
Huh?
Who is that was asking?
Yeah, that was me. So we're going,
Actually, your suggestion of the plain print, I think that's pretty catchy.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like I've been here for a while. I've been in, and I've mentioned all throughout the way. Maybe getting like a magazine going or something, so people have kind of like a firm idea, like what kind of like the main guys that kind of run the whole joint. They how they would defend their arguments and stuff like that, and it'd be something available for anybody that is maybe new or something to look at. Just as good as probably the content.
Oh, for God's sakes!
I would say no. I would say
And we'll keep on fighting to the end.
Are you talking about like a magazine with articles saying, "Hey,
people don't read.
Flat is this, and this is the flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth, or whatever."
I was talking with CB and chat.
That's
and
already
he
been
mentioned
done.
digital
I
magazines,
just don't
might be
think
pretty
how
cool.
that would. I don't really think it would be.
The Babylon Bee is a good thing. It's a bit like the Babylon Bee.
What about the plane observer?
Did you say Plane Observer? I think it cut out a little bit.
Yeah, the plane observer.
That's a wee bit genius. The Plane Observer.
I like the Plane Observer. That's really good. Or empirical Analytica.
Analytica sounds very fancy. Ooh, I like that.
And it saves the alliteration, but not the spelling.
Yeah.
And what Indio set up with the wiki page.
What was the one that was said before that?
The Plane Observer.
The Plane.
The Plane Observer. PLANE.
Yeah, there's some good ideas in here. Because what could happen is if you guys wanted to like set up maybe like a digital magazine or something like that, somebody gets like an email list or something, then what you could do is like have some of like the main guys that kind of like really know what they're talking about here, like write columns to add to it, and have like a kind of like a small list of columns with like different like viewpoints and evidence and stuff like that.
How many are you inferring that you're not talking to people that don't know what they're talking about?
No, he's saying somebody that can write, who's learned and able to properly convey the message.
All right, so he's
wait. So is he talking shit?
No,
yeah,
no,
he's
no,
saying
no,
he's
no,
saying
no,
don't
I'm saying that,
don't send him something with the beer fucking coaster on it.
Why not though, man? It's like
Can you mean the shit out of it?
Man, it's flat Earth. Anyway, no, that wiki page that Indio made is really good too. Anybody have the link for that?
It's a good deal, sir. The Plain Observer. That's it. The Plain Observer.
I like the Plain Observer. I like Empirical Analytica, and I also like. But he wants that alliteration, which I get.
Yeah, written text instead of us talking. Somebody. That
No. No, he wants it. He wants it to sound catchy, with, like Horizon headlines. There's a good one
like
that CB put.
A report.
No, something that has
Plain
a
Observer?
matchy sound.
I think that's actually very, very good.
Plain Observer would make like a good like Babylon Bee or The Onion style.
Exactly.
Yeah, a little satire.
Yeah, we don't want anything that sounds satirical or something comical. We want something that sounds like something that sounds science, something legitimate, resourceful.
But at the same time,
reliable.
A few people that are going to take it serious, and that's So it's just like I feel like this platform is better than just like nobody's going to read those.
Nobody cares what you think.
Okay, well, fuck it then.
Thank you.
I would probably think that the columns would come from some of the big guys around here, maybe even some of the guys that are in the chat right now that they that have done like a lot of research and can easily like talk about all the different pieces of evidence, and it could be just kind of like put in stone there for everyone to see.
Okay. Well, we've already done that. 2,700 videos we've made.
Yo prometo.
It's just all suggestions, just something kind of just throw out there for the community.
I get that, but how many people in a concise article? Are you talking about articles like a magazine? You said the magazine type platform, right?
Yeah, like a digital magazine or something like that to make it easier. So there's no real funding that has to go into anything. It's just kind of just like someone can write a column, and then someone else can write another column, and then someone else puts it together and makes the font look all kind of nice, and then someone else does like an email.
If you can't see that the Plain Observer is genius, and I don't know what to tell you, man.
The print observer? Wait, what'd you say?
No, he said the Plain Observer.
I think it's good. I mean, it doesn't have the alliteration, but it definitely has the point across there. That it's the Plain Observer. We observe a plane.
Oh, no, you're getting it.
I think that's about the extent of what's going to happen in that.
I think it may be too on the nose, though. It's good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it may be too on the nose.
Yeah. I don't know. It was something that it literally just popped into my head because we observe, we make observations, and we live on a plane.
No, it's
observer, good. The writing media.
It's good. I like any magazine that says The Observer because it means you're bearing witness to something.
Hey,
I got lucky.
You always call it. We've been looking for curvature for 36 years, and we still can't fucking find it. I mean, you read it all tightly.
Like how to. I mean, we do this here, but how to create a.
How to find curvature? There isn't any.
With articles, how far does Flat Earth go beyond observable, measurable reality, where you could just
also
make an entire magazine about it?
That's a long
time. Also, profanity.
Oh my God.
Profanity will catch the eyes more than anything else. So you have to think of a profane thing to say.
What about this? Here, I'll write it.
Yeah, it would take somebody with some balls if you'd have to have some backing, like money and shit. And
about like a book.
And then, like, like make like a whole magazine that somebody's gonna read. You know,
Oh, dude.
whatever.
That he sent in the live chat. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's a lot.
The Linear Legend is good.
What if like the community worked together to kind of like put together like a book, like every chapter is like a different question that gets often asked.
Yeah, if you listen, if you pose a question and you find people that you really want answering it, give them a tranche of questions. Go through all of the things that they give you if you get anything from them, and then find the best one. Make it kind of like a contest. Are you going to get print this month or whatever?
Yeah, because I would like to contribute.
If there's
and I'm not super valued. I am valued, but I'm not like
you start the magazine and then we'll support you.
Yeah, we'll answer. If the Earth is flat, then why are all the planets round?
Oh my God!
That's one of the questions we get. You know, yeah.
I've actually got the perfect name for it: The Principle.
You can't use that one. That's documentary film.
Yeah, but this is a magazine. It's a what film?
You haven't seen The Principle?
No, and I mean like the scientific principle.
Oh, okay. Well, you missed it. Then you need to watch the documentary film called The Principle.
What's it about?
You haven't seen that? It's about. Well, it's not flat Earth, but it's about creation and it breaks everything down. You know. Through.
Oh, okay. So it's already been used in this space then.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah. Dude, you gotta watch it. It's pretty good.
Don't tell me what to do.
But they have the same good idea.
Watch it. I'm not going to make you watch it. Look it up.
You said I have to.
Hey, I'm just suggesting it. You do what you want, bro.
That's right. I will.
Have you seen it, P-Mac?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, isn't it?
Freedom.
That's right, Kim. I'm my own fucking woman. You get me.
Woman.
That's right, Kim. I'm my own fucking woman. That's so silly. That was pretty good.
Anyway. Yeah, man, you got to watch The Principle if you haven't seen it. It's a good show.
Stop telling me what to do.
But you don't need CB around when you got me.
Telling you, I'm talking to people who are listening. If you haven't seen The Principle, watch it. It's decent. It's good. It's a good.
I like CB though.
It's enough for people, isn't it?
What'd you say, Jedi?
How you doing?
No, what did Jedi say?
I just told Hido to stop telling everybody else what to do. That was all.
Oh, okay. I thought you were sniping me from the cheap seats.
No.
I'm going to take a smoke break. Sorry, Jedi, if I'm just like...
I'm fucking with you, buddy. I'm not being serious. I'm just fucking with you.
No, yeah, you know what I do sometimes. Do what I do.
Do you
I
know
love
what you
you,
do?
Julio. All will be all in all. That's
You
all
know, I'd be all about like a magazine with flat.
Oh, you just said nobody would ever read it. Now I'd be all about it.
I know
you're a flip flopper.
I'd know for a fact I wouldn't read it. So
I bet you would.
You would.
I might if there was anything. Because
we were all writing articles.
How many points?
He doesn't even need live stream voice text, you guys.
How exciting is flat Earth when it's flat? You know. No.
It's very exciting.
No curvature.
Helio. Listen. I'm
not a journalist, so maybe that.
I'm not done talking. A well-written magazine with points that are often pointed out and a good argument to them would help many people coming to the flat Earth answer their burning questions and be able to answer other people's questions posed to them. It's a good idea. Stop shitting on it. I don't care what you think.
Plus, if you do it right, like a magazine, you could have the journalist who's writing at the time do his thing, but then also run it by other people, have editors, like go like, hey, this is good, but maybe you could word it better like this, or this is good, but like you made a claim here that we're not sure we could substantiate. Like, let's take that out. That type of thing.
The plain our truth.
Maybe
the fact
maybe
is
I
that
just shit on it so that you guys could talk about it more. How about that? What if I did that on purpose?
The plain
hey, what the hell, Gizbo? Why are you taking my analytical? I came up with that.
I'm just
Analytica.
Working off of it.
I'm just expanding on it. I was working off of it. You gave me a great idea, and I saw something that, like, I
don't
was
like
looking,
it. I don't like it. It's mine.
No, all right.
I'm joking.
No, I've seen some good newspaper names or like news media names up in Canada, and so I Google searched newspapers in Canada, and what came across was the Red Deer Advocate. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. Advocate Analytica.
You live in Canada?
You know what sounded really good back in the day, guys? The Dearborn Independent.
No, I do not live in Canada.
So somebody's from Michigan.
No.
Well, all I'm saying is you should look into the Dearborn Independent if you haven't, but I'm sure all of you have.
I've done research and a lot of research on my own, and I've come across, where is it at? The Toronto Sun. The Toronto Sun's given me a lot of information that you normally don't pick up in the news. So,
oh my God, the Sun. Focus on the Sun.
People call it all the time the sun, the sun, the sun. We have one of them here.
Yeah,
it's illuminating.
Right, the Sun. What about the Sun? Do we disagree with the main story? Heliocentrism, right?
Yeah, I don't really want to focus on the sun.
Call it the Earth.
Is it moving?
No, that's the whole point. It's a diversion, right? That's the whole point. But all of these rags are called the Sun.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
So if you do too good of a job with this, watch all the Glovers all of a sudden talk about how it's flat Earth propaganda. Look at that. All of a sudden sounding like a bunch of conspiracy theorists who don't trust the articles they read.
Well, no,
but also make them read it.
There's no prognostication or I can't even say that word. You can't prognosticate without actually investigating. So while you may read something, you have to, check the veracity of it. We don't want anybody to believe us anyways. We want them to go and look.
Imagine the total opposite. Like somebody.
I'm just saying, it would be funny to, I don't know, just because
I think it'd be an amazing resource for even me honing a better argument than I already have, or at least distilling it.
So you had an argument?
Yeah, I'm arguing with you right now.
It's an awesome idea. Yeah, like if you write things down and you like go over it a few times, you might word it better. Taking your time, putting it into print.
Yep.
Really fine tune that.
And even like kind of breaking it down to layman terms.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of the endeavor, is to come up with the most concise way to put something. I mean, other than that, you're not doing writing a justice if you're not conveying it to the most people
it's like
the easiest way.
Yeah, it's like the language of legalia. There's a whole language to the legal system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps the format could be like the top of the page could be like a question that's often asked, and then
what I was thinking.
The column could be a response to the question, and then maybe someone else could have like a foreword to add like a little bit more to it, and maybe the page can, have some pictures, or maybe the next page could have some pictures that describe it a little better. And each page, or each, part of the magazine could just be like another question. So maybe we have like 5 questions answered per article or something like that,
Dude, I bet we could get Owen I bet we could get Owen Benjamin, once we start printing it, to actually write a column.
Yes,
you could have set it up where so and so is doing an editorial, whatever, like his another person is addressing just a common topic that we're seeing, or and other things about like where we'd like to see the flat earth go. And then at the end, have a few questions that were asked after last month's issue, and say like, here's a few questions that we got after last month's issue in regards to and then answer that. You see what I'm saying?
Shaggy, I think this guy wants to work with you.
Sorry,
I can't hear you over everyone else. What?
Shaggy, I think Rue wants to work with you.
Who wants to work with me?
Yeah.
Who?
I'm just throwing ideas out there. I don't want any jobs.
Oh, okay.
No,
I'm just saying.
It's all hypothetical right now. If you guys actually like want to like write columns or something and like send them over to, and maybe me, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, someone that wants to do like the formatting of the thing, it would just need a couple. All you need, is a couple people that want to write up like a solid stone contribution. And send them over to whoever's doing the formatting, and then the formatter can send it over to someone that can do the distributing, the person that has like the email list or something like that.
Yeah. Or even kind of like site. If there's I don't know, that might be too much work, but if there's a bunch of people that are writing for one subject, you would cite other people, in a way, for one question.
Oh, you could have another page that talks about the anti-flat earthers and some of the bullshit that they'd recently done. Like
as a title, you go ahead. I'm sorry. You can
like
also,
how are you going to like apologize and then not even take a breath?
I know I'm a bitch. You already know. I was just thinking about this
again.
Well, hang on, Lou. You asked him a question.
Sorry, finish your point, Lou. Sorry, brother.
Anyway, I just finished. Yeah, like say Professor Dave does another video, or somebody else, right? Like it's full of stupid claims. You go through and maybe talk about, pick their stuff apart. That could be another like page of it. Because if you're talking about like a magazine, you want a variety of things, not just answering the same common questions. You're going to run out of material pretty quick.
Yeah, the antithesis.
Well, I want to say they have a page or a magazine or whatever you want to call it called The Sun, right? And so, how about we call it
Dark Side of the Moon?
The Earth.
No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to shit on your idea. This is a green board. This is a green board. Everything goes.
Yeah, but if it needs to be a question, it needs to be something that would be profane and catch the eye.
Wait a second. What if it is a question?
I would like it to be a question.
The Earth?
Or what is the Earth?
Oh no!
Something to think about.
Never forget the question that plagues us all. Where am I?
The antecedent. Come on.
I mean, one of the main columns in Europe is called The Sun.
You can call it. CB would love it. Call it The Moving House.
Ooh, that's not bad, honestly. Hey, Saggy, are you writing all of these down?
Dark.
I I haven't wrote. I haven't wrote any of them down yet, but I can.
Write them. This is my suggestion. Write them all down, and sit with them for a day or two, and then pick out your favorites and bring them to somebody you trust on their judgment, and have them pick out the ones they like.
I'll open up a Google Doc right now and just start popping some in.
Yeah, you may want to like explore other people's options like during the day. There's other people in here too.
Whoa, Kim, he's got the best minds in here. It's both me and Jedi. How dare you?
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget about me too.
That's not the best mind.
Wait, who are you?
I'm some guy on the internet.
Just some young guy?
Yeah, I'm just. I'm cream of some guy.
There are a lot of ideas that have come out kind of fast. So if you need to, go back on the live stream and re-listen to this. Also,
wait, we've written them all down. We've written them all down in the lobby, Lou.
So I'm copying and pasting to a Google Doc right now, and I also think like there's also like if you guys like wanted to make maybe a book though, like that could also be on the table here. I mean, because that's something that can get like you could say a lot of information put into one big place rather than tidbits of information over the course of years. You know,
make it a coffee table book that you can give to all your relatives for Christmas.
Hang on, you should You should do this like comic books do, where they'll come out with a whole year of comic books, and then they'll bind them into one book and a hardback or whatever.
Yes.
So you can pick out your best articles or the articles that got the best response, and publish those in your book.
You can also make like a smaller, more like a bathroom book that you just leave in bathrooms, like one that you just.
Yeah, but the Dearborn Independent became the International Jew. By the way,
I would call it the dark. And I put a little moon above it somewhere. Every star. Just call it the dark. Not the sun. The dark.
Call him what? The dark?
The dark. I call it the dark. When I go, is it sun? Yeah, the dark. But we moon and we fucking
the dark aspect.
The dark. Yeah. Nine. Thank you, John. Person.
I'm not sure I got it right, but I wrote down the dirt. I'm not sure that's very good.
I think that's already taken.
That'll be the name of the part. That'll be the name of the part where we talk shit about the anti-flat earthers.
Oh, like spilling the tea?
I'm not familiar with spilling the tea, actually, but I'll say yes.
Well, I guess if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know. It sounds English.
I guess if you don't, you don't. No. Well, no, it's Indian.
Okay, well, it's not American.
You're not American.
I thought the Indians were American originally. The Aboriginal
how would you
Americans.
know? What are you going by that from? Where did you get that?
I know. I'm just making.
Somebody say that to you?
Yeah, they did.
No evidence.
I know that. I was just making a joke.
He's fucking like literally sitting on it, like owning it. Fucking love it.
Supposedly Columbus came to America.
I fucking know it. I'm owning it.
Really? Tell me more, Helio.
I know what I'm talking. I can't prove it. Fucking cool.
Are Canadians even French?
Tell me more.
Are Canadians even human? I don't know.
Maybe we call it the humans.
Yeah, you could have like a comic section in there, but it's literally just all the memes that we make about the anti-flat earthers. Like,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
or whatever our best flat Earth memes. Some of them are pretty damn funny.
Fucking brilliant.
Like what?
Like what? Flat Earth memes?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, instead of like a comic strip, you could basically, yeah, maybe somebody wants to do a comic strip. Even that would be cool if somebody could. Somebody likes to draw.
Talking about making a magazine, though.
Yeah, but that's whatever. It's kind of like a newspaper or magazine or whatever. It's online. He's talking about.
Sure.
I like how
coming up with all kinds of ideas.
I like how Helio's never seen a Hustler.
He thinks it's all titties.
He's never seen a comic strip in a magazine before.
I'm quite aware of some bullshit. What are you talking about? Never mind. Maybe I haven't. Make fun of me all you want.
Give me your fucking money!
Hey, that's not true.
Good news.
I am out of my fucking mind. So it do what it do.
He said, "Give me your fucking money."
Oh, I thought it said you're out of your fucking mind.
No,
that's not what that last clip said. My man.
No.
Of course, you could have a speculation section too. You know, something like that people have been.
That's a good one. That honestly, having a speculation section would be amazing.
That's the op-ed.
I mean, because
the op-ed section.
A container is not speculation, but what does the container look like?
It could also be an opportunity to advertise maybe like maybe in-person events or what was it called? Maybe certain YouTube channels or something like that you know are upcoming. You know, get them just a tad bit more of attention.
Is this going to be online mainly, or are you going to go to print?
Well, I'm just talking hypotheticals right now. I'm just saying if you guys wanted to, maybe we could work on something here together.
Really easy to make a page like that.
It would start out in my guess. You would do it online, and if it takes off, yeah, you try to get that in print, right? Like,
I was looking online. I did find a couple of websites. Actually, one of them is, I think, free. I mean, I would have to sign up with an account, but I don't know if it would charge me anything after making it. But looking at it, I mean, it says there's like free like templates for this type of stuff. So like, it's basically just getting the columns in. That would be like the work.
Right. Really quick. I have some personal questions to ask you. It says you're on the fence.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm on the fence, but that doesn't really stop me from, helping out you guys.
That's not a great place to be, man.
And, if you guys wanted to work on something like this.
No, but why are you on the fence?
I'm just not fully convinced of either side.
Yeah, I kind of want to sing right here.
Okay, so you're not convinced.
I'm going to sing if you don't talk.
You're not convinced. So what is holding you back from going either way? Like, what exactly perplexes you about the globe, or what exactly perplexes you on the flat?
I'll give the same response I gave. I believe I was on chat a few days ago. One thing that I would find skeptical about, the globe, for example, is what you guys call in the, let's see here, the additional information tab. I saw this. I think this was crepuscular rays. I saw this. Yeah, I was fairly interested in that because it's like, if you were to like trail like where the light's coming from, at the angle that it is, it wouldn't be millions and millions of miles away. You take it like the shape of a pyramid, and you bring it up to that center point. It looks like that. It's not like going up that high. I mean, it would only be like
you would expect it to be parallel, but say I could explain that on a globe Earth, because I don't think corpuscular rays are necessarily that great of a explanation or evidence.
They're not one of the most solid flat Earth. They're not one of the most solid flat Earth arguments that we got. That's for sure.
Pretty good, I think it is. I think it's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good just because it's what we observe.
Yeah, but anyway,
right? No. That's fine. That's fine. But this is still looking up.
That's true.
I'm looking at the stuff, and I've seen the picture you guys have there, and I was pretty darn interested in it. It looks like if you just trailed it up like a pyramid, the light source is only a couple miles up.
Yeah, that's all well and fine, and I believe that it could be. I want to say circumstantial evidence, but not direct.
So something that can be probably explained either way.
Just because you saw the sun and the corpuscular rays to the clouds,
I can explain it in a song.
Not necessarily, but
stop it, Kim.
Somebody stop.
No. I wasn't stopping you, Helio. But no, it's not direct evidence. It's more circumstantial. I don't think it's a good solid evidence. I don't think it's the best evidence.
I'm sorry. What was the magazine you were you were thinking about producing?
Hang on, PMAC.
Oh, PMAC.
Let's stick with one question at a time, because I'm not trying to grill you here, Sagi.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get down to an understanding.
And I suppose
whenever somebody says they're on the fence, I'm genuinely curious what has brought them to this point. Of course, you believed that it was a globe before you started investigating, right?
Yeah. What brought me to the point where I was on the fence is, I was probably here maybe a year before I got on the fence, because I was waiting every day. I was looking in the lobby chat, and then we'd have we'd have globe earthers come in all the time, and they would always like joke around or give really bad arguments. And
They're a bunch of shitheads.
Yeah, they were just trolling, and it got to the point where I'm like, do these guys even have an argument to even produce here? Or is it just, kind of believing whatever, certain groups of scientists tell you, so it put me on
so appeal to authority had turned you off on at least that side.
Yeah,
right.
I like an unbiased opinion when it comes to something like a magazine, though.
Okay. So what is your best, what is the thing about the flat Earth that confounds you?
One thing that does, notice that a lot of my memory, I guess, would steal from some of the arguments I've read about in the past. But something more recently that I came across was how temperature. So if we were to know that this light source is maybe only a couple miles up or something like that, we would expect the heat source to also, be only a couple miles up. But the more we go up, the more your altitude increases, the colder it is. It's cold on like Mount Everest, and it's cold on mountains and on top of mountains and stuff like that. If we're closer to the heat source, why is it, why is it also decreasing in temperature? And I always found that to be interesting. If it was if the globe model was hypothetically correct,
right,
then we'd be closer towards space, and space would be cold because there's no heat being held in by you could say the atmosphere. Or I wonder if that's how they explain it.
This is awesome. He's explaining.
Hang on, Helio. Let him finish. Let him finish.
There just wouldn't be any greenhouse effect. So something like that, would keep me still on the fence here. If the heat
where's
the heat,
So we don't have a temperature gradient, a linear temperature gradient through the atmosphere. That's not how it works. You have
there was only one problem with what he said that I had a problem. He said a couple miles up. Nobody claims that. We don't know where the sun is, but everything else you said is exactly what we experienced. Go ahead.
You have a temperature gradient going to about what is it, like 80,000 feet, and then you've got a heliopause, and then the temperature starts rising drastically past that.
That's through the thermosphere, isn't it? So when we start to draw out on a graph how much temperature decreases, all of a sudden you get to a certain altitude and it starts getting fucking hot.
It spikes up to 4,000 degrees, from what we're told.
So, wait, so just to run down. Sorry, it's a little hard to follow. So at what point does it spike up to 4,000 degrees?
There's a heliopause at about 80,000 feet.
Okay.
And past that, the temperature starts rising.
Just Google thermosphere.
If the Earth was a globe.
I love
it. This is what we're told. I'm not arguing with that. The fact is that this is what we're told. I'm sorry, Kim. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that the argon and the neon are like objective to this heat source that we have. They have some sort of like reaction to the heat source that we have. So that's why we have the hues in our sunset, where there's like pink hues and there's like
that's not on temperature though. That's on that's a plasma state of gas.
Exactly.
That's a plasma state of gas. So it's an excited ion. That's not the same as temperature. But if you look at what One Big Pond has posted, it gives the temperature graph pretty well.
So if at this 80,000,
well, no, that's not a temperature graph. Never mind.
So
yeah, that's sorry.
So
at the
okay.
At the thermal pause or a heliopause. What's your question, Sagi?
Oh, I was just going to ask it. So at this 80,000 feet point, when the temperature starts getting hot, it still leaves me with the, question why it still gets, colder as your altitude increases. Even if there is
doesn't get hot. That's the answer.
No, it's not a good answer, Helio.
Oh, well, fuck it then.
You can't just hand wave a fucking question and say that's the answer. Well, you have less matter to heat.
I know what they say, but
I'm not talking to you.
Wow.
Sagi, you have less matter to heat. Honestly, you're going from solid ground, and most of the heat in the atmosphere is radiating from the ground, not from the sun. It's being absorbed by the ground and then radiated up.
Okay, that's a new piece of information for me that I did not know previously. That it was kind of a consensus that the heat source is it the heat source is coming from the ground, or is it just being like, or is it like
cyclical?
Light is changed from light to radiant heat that is radiated off the ground up into the atmosphere. And as it goes further from the source of that radiation, so yeah, I guess it would be the source of the heat. It's not really the source, but it's a reflection, if you will, but it's changed. As it goes away from that, it's going to become more diffuse exponentially as you get further from the ground.
It's
which
cyclical.
Is the opposite of the explanation of the globe, but we don't mind that.
Yeah, that I suppose that explanation does make quite a bit of sense. I would the sun produces the heat, hits the ground. Then it turns into some. What do you say it was? Radiant heat, or what do you say?
Yeah, it turns from light and
to be radiant heat, and then that
Right.
just
And-
keeps going up and gets colder and colder and colder
until it dissipates. Well, not dissipates, but it becomes more diffuse from the source.
Think about the
What were you
sun
saying, Kim?
dominating the day. I was thinking about how the sun like dominates or it dominates the day. If it dominates the day, then it collects the things that it needs to be day. This is philosophical, so I'm going to go ahead and take away my argument.
I think all of us have stood right directly under direct sunlight, high noon.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That the heat you feel generally is the absorption of light into your skin and it converting to a radiant source.
Yep. I think that light and heat have a lot of similarities. And they could definitely coincide and still be separate from each other.
Just like it.
Yeah, because that light could come from the sun and not hit anything ever, and it would not radiate any heat until it has been absorbed and reflected as a radiant source.
That's why I was saying that argon and neon are affected by the energy of the sun, but they collectively give a different hue at the end.
Yeah, but that's more on the electromagnetic spectrum of that source, and because you can try to excite an atom, if there is such a thing, I don't know. You can try to excite an atom with light, and it will heat it, but it may not excite it. But an electrical ray, if you will turn it into an ion. It will turn it into an ion.
That's two definitive gases in that kind of realm of the atmos. So they're going to be affected by some kind of energy, and the only thing that would excite them as much as they display to us in the sunsets.
I was going to say it's the only time you see that is through the colors when the sun.
Well, because the light source has to have the energy to excite those gases to
because the light source up there isn't just light; it's also electrical. And
it's an energy.
Hang on, your indicator of that is that if ozone is created up there, the only real thing that creates ozone is electrical. Mm-hmm. It's not light.
Well, no. Well, yeah, but yes and no. Okay, so I don't know all of the details, but I know that argon and neon do emit a certain light to a certain light source or heat source.
And diffraction creates that when you're far away from the sun, watching it near the horizon. That's why the colors. That's why the sunset is so brilliant, and everyone talks about it.
Okay, when argon.
Go on.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
I was just trying to figure out how it was answering the questions for our gentleman who was asking questions. We've kind of gone off.
For the Saggy. We've gone way off the rails. Back to the train question, Saggy. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. What question?
Okay, so what exactly confounds you about the flat Earth?
Oh, it was just that. Well, as of recent things that I've looked into, it was that one question about how it gets colder as altitude increases.
Okay, so that's easily answered on that one.
Yeah. As for anything else, I don't have anything else at the moment. It's just I don't have enough information, I would say, about either sides at the moment to really say I firmly believe this, or I firmly believe this, or take this as a position. Now, if you guys, for example, it's all hypothetical that I would do this magazine thing. I'm bringing this to you guys as kind of like an idea. What would you guys like think about it?
I have one answer for that.
We can't be having an on the fencer running that magazine.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
when I was a kid,
hang on, everybody, stop!
Go ahead. I have an
For
answer.
God's sakes, Helio. Jedi was talking, and you were kept on trying to talk over him. Jedi, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother.
The only thing is now you're on the fence. My question was, what would it take for you to be pushed off the fence, one way or another?
Well, I would just need to be doing more research on the topic overall before I can come to a conclusion. I don't know if I could say, hey, if you show me XYZ piece of evidence, then I'll believe you. No, I have to do more research on the topic overall, something that I've not done to the extent that I should have, but I can, and I can come to more of a... It's just all the topics that revolve around globe versus flat. It's...
Okay,
it's kind of a big unknown to me personally. I
really quick, you haven't really answered his question. You've kind of sidestepped it. The thing is this is really easily taken care of by you, because you shouldn't believe anything we say, because everything will take the veracity of proper investigation. Correct?
Yeah, I understand. I should investigate this before I say I firmly believe this or firmly believe that.
Do you know how to deduce what your curvature of the Earth should be?
I believe you guys had a calculator or something for that.
Yeah, we got several calculators.
Isn't it something like 6 miles before you're supposed to see a curve? You guys should have told me about the laser test and something like that.
Oh no, your altitude above
memory
sea
still.
level.
Okay,
so sorry, Deus. To answer the question, the shape of the Earth, how would you go about it? How would you answer that one question?
From a, you could say, flat Earth perspective, I could just say that it that's just the way that we observe it as flat. As coming from, let's say, globe Earth, I wouldn't exactly know how I would come about.
I'll give it the answer. If there is a claim, there is a shape. Of course, you would observe it, but second step, to confirm your observation or your bias, you would measure it, wouldn't you?
Saggy, are you there?
I'm sorry. Was that a question?
Yeah, it was.
Sorry. Could you repeat?
Say it again, Jedi.
If the claim was there is a shape, first you would observe it, but to confirm your observation, you would measure it, wouldn't you? That's the question bit.
Yeah, you would measure it.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So every measurement and utilization of the Earth is flat, and we utilize that flatness to navigate across it. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't utilize sextants and protractors, for example, to navigate across it, because you require straight lines. Being as we use these devices, the Earth has to be level. Has to be.
Yeah, I just don't know much about all those different tools for measurement. That's why I'm saying this is something that I just need to investigate more before I can say.
Let me help you. Let me help you. Can you measure an angle with a curved line? If one of those lines is curved, can you measure an angle?
I don't believe you can.
Exactly, you can't. The angles require two straight lines. When we navigate across the Earth, we use a sextant, which is basically a glorified protractor. You know what a protractor is, right? You find it in your stationery.
Mental image, I'm not sure what a protractor is.
A protractor is a half circle with declinations from 0 to 180 degrees and a 90-degree angle straight up from that flat baseline. You put it on an angle and you measure the angle. Surely you've used one of these at school, mate.
I may.
How do you measure 90 degrees?
90 degrees with a like an L-shaped angle.
Yeah. So that's 90 degrees, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. We use protractors to measure every angle between it and past it. So 45 degrees, 180 degrees. You understand that, right?
Oh yeah. I remember now. I haven't used a protractor since like elementary school, but yeah, I remember what it is.
That's absolutely fine. But we cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. Is that a correct statement?
I would believe so, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Now, being as we use basically glorified protractors known as sextants to navigate across the Earth, getting elevation angles to, lights in the sky, the sun, or known stars, and utilizing the very fact that we have got two straight lines, the surface of the Earth must be level, because if it was curved, we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices to navigate across it, would we?
Probably not.
You wouldn't get to go. You wouldn't go where you wanted to get. That's for sure.
The crux of the issue is we use angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth. We wouldn't be using navigation devices if the surface of the Earth was curved, because it wouldn't fucking work. That's it. We are utilizing and measuring the Earth to be level, and we require it to do so we can navigate across it using sextant. Does that help?
Yeah. A tad bit. I wouldn't know how somebody that could say, or maybe a critic who's more, you could say, learned than I am, would respond to it. That's just why I cannot. I can accept what you're saying here. I can entertain the idea. It's just I don't have.
We can tell you all of the responses and why they're wrong.
Why won't you let go of the globe?
Hang on.
I don't have
Nobody here is trying to convince somebody that the Earth is flat. Come on, man.
Jeez. Okay, really quick. In live stream voice text, here is... Oh, what did I do? Hang on 1 second. Sorry. Do it again. There we go. Okay, in live stream voice text, here is a calculator. Now, you can use that to discern in your local area, as long as you can get above your local surroundings. Calculating your current height above sea level using Google Maps, it will tell you your approximate height above sea level, and finding a landmark off in the distance or off on the horizon, actually, using either binoculars, telephoto lens, or a telescope. I want you to calculate how much curvature should be between you and that object, and whether or not you should be seeing it. You can do this anytime. This is for you, not for me.
Understandable. Yeah, I have it up on my thing right now. It's
okay. The whole purpose of this is because yeah, it's very mathy, but you can check the veracity of the math, and that's the important part.
Yeah.
So the whole purpose of this is this should knock you off the fence. If it doesn't, then there's a bigger problem, and that's called cognitive dissonance.
Oh yeah, I understand. Like I said, like I just don't have all the information that
this is the information you need right here, because they tell you, I mean, it's a geometric shape, a ball, and you should be able to observe the hard angles on it regardless of how big it is, because it's curved all the way around, right?
Yeah.
Now, if in your local area it's flat and you say, well, that might be made up somewhere, go somewhere else. We've made these observations everywhere we've been, except for some of us. What's that, Kim?
I was going to say, how many flat surfaces make a ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they'll say it's locally flat. That's why it works.
Right,
That doesn't work on a ball. It doesn't work.
The Earth is a rhombi-dodecahedron, but it photographs round.
There has to be something somewhere for people. Come on.
Anyways, if it were locally flat, you would see a huge arc somewhere else. It has to be made up somewhere, or even an angle. You would see a hard edge on the Earth. So my point being is, it doesn't matter what we say. We're not going to knock you off. But if you want us to write something, because I think it's a good idea, but I want you to get right. I want you to get right yourself, because you can't go about your life not being able to consider the nature of your reality as something real. That doesn't make any sense. You have to believe in something in order to do something.
It's good stuff right there.
Yeah, I understand.
Question. Go ahead. Can I ask you a simple question?
Me, sure, yeah.
Yeah. If you were given a circumference of 24,901 miles around the equator, do you know how you would go about finding that radius value?
Off of the top of my head, I don't.
C, which is circumference, equals 2 pi r.
What's the significance?
If you divide by 2 and divide by pi on the circumference, you get r.
Oh, you get the radius. Yeah, but what's the significance?
Well, if you have a radius and you have a circumference, you can make arc segments. And you can measure drop over distance.
Right. So that's basically the same math that's in the measurements given.
Right. I'm just giving him like the simple geometry problem that we were given when we were in like junior high or high school.
Right.
Like we were taught
Yeah, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, dude.
No, I was going to say, if you tried to measure on a globe what they were just talking about with the sextant, it's not going to work.
Well, you can't have a curved angle.
If it was a globe, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the overriding point. You cannot measure an angle if the surface is curved. We can talk about the calculations to figure out whether it's curved or not until we're blue in the face. 8 inches per mile squared, how you find the radius with my friend's calculation just there, and a whole load of other ones. But ultimately, when we're navigating across the Earth, it's got to be flat because we're measuring angles.
Right, but he doesn't know anything about that, so we're just telling him.
Sure.
So go look.
Angles to what? To the stars, but it's based on the horizon, the bottom line, which is
where the stars appear.
It's the adjacent.
It doesn't matter.
The adjacent to
it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
Do not be scared of the numbers that they are giving you. You were taught basic geometry. Do not be afraid to apply it.
And adjacent means one straight line. What? Adjacent means from your point to as far as you can see, especially if you use it in a sextant. That's the adjacent line. It can't be curved. That's not
okay. But he doesn't know anything about that.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that, Juice, but he does. We all do. We understand.
No, I know, but he's already refuted it by saying I don't know enough. So go look.
No, that's
simple.
Yeah, go and look. Go and figure that bit out for yourself. Then there's not enough for you. Go and figure it out. Go and have a look into angles and how you measure them. Go and do it for yourself, mate. Then come back to us.
It doesn't matter what light you point at in the sky. Bottom line toward the horizon is adjacent.
This stuff would be pretty good for a magazine.
It would be. Give us what we want. We'll give you what you want.
All right, guys. It's been good talking.
The Earth instead of the sun.
I'm sorry, Sagi. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, yeah, I'm peacing out for the night. And, you guys have been good. Thank you And yeah, I mean,
No problem, man. Have a good night.
all right, you guys too.
Wait, gay frogs.
Gay frogs, most likely created by MK Super Ultra.
How do we know the Earth is not a globe? Ivermectin.
No, that's how you get rid of the gay.
I enjoyed that.
You guys, let me tell you, you pound and pound that Bible, even though they've told you there's no God. It's ridiculous.
Okay, I pound that Bible only because it says that all will be all in all. So I believe in the salvation of all.
I believe in it too, but it doesn't matter if you can't show them.
Yeah, that's true because I get persecuted more than anybody, even if I go into a Christian circle, because they love their hell and the eternal torment.
The easiest way to bring somebody into the fold is to show them.
You have to. You have to physically, like in that movie They Live, when Roddy Piper is forcing that guy to wear the glasses. Yeah, you got to show them. You got to literally, like, even if you gotta like sneak them off to a lake and say, "Hey, let's go camping," and unless you're Helio, you get a whole.
You just look around you, man. You look around you, man.
It's obvious to you because you see the truth. It's obvious to you because you see the truth. You can get a Christian who will not believe the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
In spite of their beliefs, they refuse to see the world about them. So it doesn't matter how strong their conviction and their belief. If they can't see the nature of the reality, it doesn't matter. They're going to attach themselves to that hell.
Yes. Yes.
Revelation 1:7 literally says every eye will see the coming of the Son, the second coming. Like, how can every eye see on a ball? But yet they will literally completely overlook that and say, "Oh, it's just figurative."
Well, I think
the
principle is ideal. Like principles.
How can every tongue and how can every knee bow? Literally,
let me
every one of them do it.
Let me play devil's advocate here. With angular,
you're always devil's advocate.
With angular,
I was about to be too, but go ahead.
With angular perspective, how could anyone see a second coming on a flat Earth either?
It really
I don't
doesn't
know.
matter.
I don't know with him stopping the sun. How does that work on a flat Earth? I don't know, and it's not mine to answer. But it's obviously a creation. So pick your salvation. It's not mine. It's not mine to pick for you.
Well, I was just saying.
I mean, it's hearsay in a court of law. Like the idea of the sun stopping at all, that's technically hearsay. I mean, it's a story. I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying it's just a story, a demonstration.
It's absolutely true.
The cyclical nature
But not.
of everything.
I don't think it's literal, but it's true.
It makes so much sense.
If it can be perpetuated, it can be stopped. It doesn't make sense. You wouldn't believe that it could be true. If it can be started, it can be stopped.
Well, okay, all right, fair enough. But even so, that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who say they watched it stop.
Yeah, but
believe it if you want. It's not mine to make you believe.
Yeah. People can hate suffering, but still, how would you know happiness without it?
Well, ask the people that never knew about it that are happy.
I'm saying the
find one.
Find one. People who have only suffered.
Let me just tell you, you also make mistakes and you learn from them in your life. So how
I'm
could you
talking about
discredit
people, humans just like you that never heard
but
of
you
the
make
gospel
mistakes.
or the Bible, that live in other parts of the world, that are happy. And
I'm being nuanced about it.
so you think people can't be happy without the gospel? Is that what you're saying?
People may be more happy without the gospel if it's not taught by people that don't know the gospel.
Okay, we're off in the weeds. Either way,
I know. Yeah.
My point about banging the Bible was banging the Bible was not actually about the Bible. It was about the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's all
banging the Bible, even though people tell you there's no God. My point is they tell you they don't believe what you're saying, and you continue on. That's all I was saying. And I'm not directing that at any one person. I've done it myself.
All good.
Yeah. All I've done is study the scriptures a little bit, so I kind of apply that with my own bias, and I'm going to go ahead and put that out there. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
No, you're fine. You're 100% fine.
I've studied them a lot.
Oh, good.
Myself.
Stop it, Lou.
But if I say the salvation of all, I get attacked more than anybody because they want people to suffer for eternity.
Yeah, but it says you're going to. Kim, it says you're going to. It says you should. It says you will be. It doesn't say you should. It says you will be.
No, it's not translated well. Eon would be not eternity.
No. I'm saying if you bring it up, you're supposed to be persecuted.
For his sake.
I'm good.
I think what Volt's trying to say is like it's part of the learning process, right?
Yeah.
Of life.
I've already been very well broken down on this subject, so I don't want to go into it too hard.
Yeah, we can't do it necessarily in this live stream, but actually I'm planning on having one in the biblical VC.
Again, my point was 100% figurative, not literal.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All I believe is the salvation of all. It's what it says, and I want that to be the thing. I do. Spiritually, I don't want anybody to suffer for eternity.
It's funny. Me and my mother were just discussing it because she had an NDE when she was giving birth to my brother.
Yeah, but we can fathom that we don't want that thing, right?
What's that?
We can fathom that we don't want that thing, like the eternal torment, right?
No. What I'm saying is she had an NDE, a near-death experience, when she was having birth with my brother.
Yeah.
And because I had brought up, when people of other religions would, have NDEs, that they often say they experienced a Christian God. And she's like, when I had mine, I was given a choice. I was like, how funny is that you're given a choice at the end? So I'm saying, if you believe in the salvation of all, if you're given any kind of choice at the end, then that's totally possible.
Can you elaborate on that? Did she specify what kind of choice you're talking about, or was she vague?
No, she was very specific. She had a choice either to continue on her way where she was or go back to where she came from.
Oh yeah, I've heard that same scenario will play out with other near-death experiences from other people, other stories.
Yeah, she chose that she wanted to be with her children, so she instantly woke up. And they said that she had been dead for 3 minutes.
Dang.
Well, that makes life sound like a video game, doesn't it? Do you want to continue? Yes or no?
Well, when you're given that choice by an overwhelming white light that just gives you the presence of goodness, I don't think that's the same as pressing A.
Yep, that's
Yeah, it's really good.
I think that continuing on forward was probably moving on to God versus going back to where she came from. Going back,
right? But isn't that funny that she had a choice? I just found it so profound that she had a choice.
Can I say one thing that's also in the scriptures? That death will be abolished. It's the last enemy of God. And once it's abolished, that means everything in Christ will be vivified. And tell me what's not in Christ if he died for all sin.
you know what happens right before that? Anyone not found written in the book of life is thrown into the lake of fire.
But does that matter? If everything that is dead is vivified and all will be all in all?
It's a pretty thought, but I'll be honest, I just simply doubt it's ever going to happen. I mean, if it ever does happen, I will acknowledge it, but until it does, I'll simply
You won't have a choice.
It doesn't matter if you believe it to me. I don't care if you believe it. I
You
know
100%.
it, so I'm happy and I'm at peace. Okay,
My
everybody
point is,
will know their own lesson in order.
If it
Sorry, go ahead.
happens, your doubt will be washed away instantaneously.
Yep. By sight or by faith?
Are you guys talking about the Christian God, or is this another God?
No, I don't know. I'm just talking. Don't take my word for example. Just go out and find it yourself.
It sounds like Miggy wants to fight. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm of a different mindset, man. I think that NDEs aren't actually Ds. You know, Ds are the final. You know, you don't get choices with those. That's like the pencils down, test is over. You know, you died, and so NDEs are basically, you know, what we would say just another state of being. So it's not actual death. Death is final. It's very finite. So there isn't any other way, any recourse from that. So that is like, there wouldn't be a choice there, would there? You know, because obviously you've already crossed over.
I don't know. It's unanswerable, honestly.
Well, but I'm saying though, the people that come back have a story to tell. But if they didn't come back, what story would they tell? There wouldn't be a story, would there? There'd be void of a story. So,
but that's why it comes with the qualifier of near.
Well, I mean, that's like, you know, it either is or isn't. You know, I mean, people that cross over and come back, you know, there's always some intervention. Somebody rescued them, or, you know, EMS, you know, resuscitated them, or there was always something that, you know, triggered that. But it wasn't the actual crossing over to like the complete final, like never coming back death. So I think that,
obviously.
Well,
I think another way of saying it is, just what if you just say it this way? A near-death experience is definitely not a death experience.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. So if there was the idea that you could get a choice even in death, then there wouldn't be any idea that you could, be living your life as wicked as you could, and then just wait till death and then make your choice then. You know what I mean? Like that would be the hallmark of like why that isn't the way.
I think that the people that don't know the grace of God will never appreciate it if they're not shown it.
What do you mean? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, I
know
the good news. The good news
not
is
satisfying.
Yeah, no,
but
the good
it's
news.
also something that, you know, it's there. It's in fine print. It's the thing, but it also includes the salvation of all.
I don't know the salvation of all, like that. That's a new, like new age kind of thing for me. What I read in the canon.
It's in the scripture.
No, what I read in the canon is that he rescues the lost, right? So what happens is those who thirst for righteousness and hunger for the word are the ones that get drawn near. People that don't obviously are not, and there's an apparent kind of like separation between God's people and those who are not, in Old Testament and in New Testament.
Accounted for.
It seems to be like where people want to be comforted by this thing, but here's the comfort, right? The comfort is if you draw near to Him, then salvation is drawn near to you. But it's also about the scripture that says endure to the end. So it's not this kind of like, golden ticket to heaven. It's more of a like you're running the race, until the very end. And so that's kind of like a marathon, you do the best you can in life, and you live for His glory, and the things that you do. But you don't get that nearness if you're flippant about life and you just live as wicked as you could possible. So
He's in all of us.
Okay, so what He's given us is life. So His life, the life that He's given every being, the life that He's given every being belongs to Him. He takes that breath whenever He's ready to take it from you. That's not any. None of us can say like, oh, God loves all of us. No, He loves His people for sure. 100%. He hates the wickedness, and also because there's this idea, right? This New Age idea, like God loves the sinner but hates the sin. No, and if you read the Bible, it says He hates the sinner too. Like He hates everything completely, like sin and everything. So the only recourse for that is a mediator, somebody to be the go-between between His righteous judgment and in your salvation.
That sounds like the Catholicism.
I don't know about that. Like I don't adhere to that. All I'm saying is like what I get from the word is the salvation is not something that is like one and done.
How can all mean
that's not Catholicism.
Hang on, Kim. Hang on.
That's not Catholicism. All right, Catholicism gives you many intermediaries. That would be your vicar at church, anybody else. The Pope, for example. What Mig is saying is the only intermediary is Jesus Christ. That's not Catholicism.
I believe that too. Yes, absolutely.
So you're agreeing with each other. It is not Catholicism.
Yes.
Not Catholicism at all, for sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just there's a lot of teachings out there. I don't know like where people get their lessons from, like what pastor is saying these things or who's saying them. But there is a lot of
the literation of the text. If you study the text, the things that are said all revolve around like life, not death. Death is the enemy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
It's the last enemy to be defeated. It is being defeated and it will be. So if it's defeated, that means that all that's dead is alive.
Kim, can I ask you a question? Have you ever read the parable of the banquet?
Yes.
What did Jesus say about the banquet? That there was invitations sent out?
Well, I just know that.
But nobody showed up. And then when everybody had showed up, eventually he sent out people to bring them to the banquet. And when they finally all got together and they showed up, he found someone there that wasn't invited. And he said, "Why are you here?" And then he had them thrown out. Not everybody's invited.
While he was alive.
I mean, he doesn't like sin. He hates it. They all hate it.
Yeah, it's just
it's not a thing. Because Who did he go to? You have to think about who he went to also.
Go back and read Revelation chapter 20 verses 11 through 15.
That's Revelation, man. You know how like Revelation.
Go back and read Romans chapter 6 verses 1 through 6.
It doesn't matter about that. It matters about.
Go back and read Matthew chapter 7 verse 21 through 23.
Okay.
He hates sin. You can't, if somebody is not convinced there's a God and they don't want to be held accountable, and so they go out and they choose to do their sin, that's on them.
Nobody should just indulge in sin. Nobody.
But we all do. I respect the religion, but the preaching is a little bit tough, but
preaching or just getting everybody on track so we understand the same thing that is stated in the Bible. We would not have a hope in hell if it wasn't for Jesus Christ. If we are just supplement to God's judgment, we're fucked. He hates sin and he hates the sinner. It's only because we've got Jesus Christ as the mediator that kind of helps us out. If we don't have that, we're fucked.
We're done.
That's what the Bible says.
We're fucked. Yes. Dang it. That's perfectly said.
Good. So we understand then. Everyone's on the same page. You understand what Mickey's been trying to say to you for the last 5 minutes, yeah?
I'm not going to interfere.
Yeah, matters of faith are usually a difficult subject in this room, but just so that we're all, on the same page about like what we understand from each other, I think that's, as good as it's going to get, I guess. At the end of the day, you have your convictions, but I mean, it is what it is.
I'm just at peace, and I want everybody else to be.
Right, but the peace that comes from, that surpasses all understanding, is the one that comes from the truth, not from our own ideas. We don't do things. We don't follow God our way. We follow God His way. That's the way it goes. And if you can't conform to that, then you're just living in your own head about what you think spirituality is, and then you have to go to the recourse of where the scripture speaks of, like, in those who said, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demons? Lord, Lord. And you will turn to them and say, I never knew you. Depart from me, you evildoers.
You people of lawlessness.
But that can't be everybody then, it can't.
No.
It's not everybody.
That's where grace will come into play.
Sorry, so this
everybody.
Yeah, this is what I'm getting at, Kim. So earlier your statements were all of this all in all stuff, right? But obviously that's not what the Bible says. That's not what salvation is about. Obviously, we've just got to that conclusion over the last 5 minutes, right?
What do you mean? You have to elaborate. I'm sorry.
Have to elaborate. God hates the sin and the sinner, so people unfortunately are going to get, let's call it, left behind, or not going to witness salvation. That's just not going to happen to them. All in all, from what I've understood that you've explained it to be, is everybody anyway is going to get saved.
Yes.
But we've just discovered that that's not the truth. The Bible says that.
How?
Because God hates the sinner and the sin. That's why we have Jesus.
Yep.
You're saying something that means something else, but you're saying it in a way that it doesn't mean what it means.
So
Jesus Christ is... I'm sorry. Jesus Christ is the salvation of all sin.
Yes, but only those who find Jesus.
That's it.
No.
Hold on. So those who don't find Jesus get salvation. Is that what you're saying?
But I'm saying it's objective, not subjective. So
right. So those who don't find, sorry, Kim. Sorry, those who don't find Jesus get saved.
Yes.
Wait.
So
am I going to possibly find?
Sorry, my friend. What the fuck was the point of crucifying Jesus on the cross then? If we're all going to get saved anyway, and God's going to do that.
Wait,
Kim, I should point out you thing. This is entirely objective. I mean, I'm subjective. I mean, like, Kim, you got to remember, Jesus is not in front of me right now. I can't go and meet Jesus right now. So this is subjective reality we're talking about, not objective reality.
But I want to know why anybody wouldn't want everybody to be saved.
We want everybody to be saved, but that's not our choice. That's his choice.
And apologies,
Okay,
but that's not the conversation that I'm having with you. That's not the conversation I'm having. Yes, everybody would want to be saved. Of course we fucking would. We're human beings and we love each other. But if we're going to hold this to what is actually spoken about in the Bible and what Jesus' sacrifice was all about, the two ideas cannot be held in the same hand.
But grace is undeserved.
Basically, what you're doing is you're holding a contradiction.
It's his grace, not our grace.
Grace is undeserved. So if you're saved by grace, it's undeserved. So logically, you would be saved if you
even
didn't
without
believe.
Jesus. Even without Jesus.
I believe in God, but this
if you didn't believe, definitely Jesus he's involved. But they don't have to know. They don't have to know they are still saved.
Okay, sorry. So going back to Miggy's quote from the Bible earlier, "Get away from me, I did not know you." That's what Jesus said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't know you. It doesn't matter about your works or what you did. Obviously, we're going to go back to saved by grace. But Jesus is not going to stand and defend you. If he's not going to defend you, right? But apparently you're saying, but you don't need defense.
In a way, he will in a way.
He will in a way. So Kim, I've got a lot of respect for you over the last 48 hours, but you're kind of sidestepping the issue, mate.
I get you. I understand. I understand. People reject the salvation of all. Honestly,
that's nowhere spoken in the Bible. That's a new concept that somebody told you about.
Not a new concept.
It is. It has no bearing in the word.
So 24-hour server is now a religion server. Is that it?
No, just chill, P-Mac. We're actually discussing something that was
right. I'll tell you how much I chill. I'll see you later, bro.
Yeah. Have a nice day. Yeah, it just doesn't say that anywhere in the word, and there's no correspondence to like bring it to wherever you heard this doctrine from, because it doesn't.
No, hold on. I will get my Bible, and
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I will do that. Hold on.
That's fine, but then we're just going to bring up everything else that we've spoken about.
Yeah.
Again, this is what he said. This is what happens. I mean, you can't change the story as it's told. Unfortunately, and I know everybody would hope that everybody gets saved, but I really, really don't think that's the case according to what Scripture says.
I hope not. I don't hope everybody gets saved.
Well,
yeah, don't worry. It's not. They're not going to be. The majority of people are not going to be, which is like what it says.
If you're touching little kids, I don't want you saved.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I won't read it. I'm not gonna try to oppose you or anything.
Like if you're out there sacrificing human lives, I don't want you saved.
I mean, it's fine if you're going to read a passage from the Bible, but it has to be taken in context. Has to be. Which is going to be everything else that we've already spoken about. That's the context we're talking about salvation. If you're going to say everyone gets saved, you're literally pissing on Jesus' grave.
Whoa.
Well, in that case, what I'm actually saying is, what was the point of that sacrifice? If everyone's going to get saved, you don't need Jesus in that case, right?
You got to reread.
No, actually, my argument is that the accomplishments on the cross can't be taken away from. So if he died for all, then you can't decipher who is saved and who isn't.
Yeah, but he also said that he was the way and the light. You got to go through him, so he mediates when you are judged in front of God. He's got to be there. He's not going to be there if he doesn't know you.
Romans chapter 6.
And I'm not a fucking Bible.
I just want to say this for the record. I just want to say this for the record. I think you guys are just overthinking this.
Yeah.
It's not
How could you
overthinking.
overthink it?
It's just speaking something of the text correctly or not. Like it either says this or it doesn't say this. Like it supports it in the text or it doesn't. So what we do in here is we do the correction. If something's amiss or something's not right, like in the matters of faith, like if somebody had a question about the Quran and they had a dispute between like, no, it says this, no, it doesn't, and you go look at the text and the text actually says that, then it supports the person who is I'm sorry, I'm still speaking. I don't know if you.
No,
so the text would support the person who would state that it does say that. You know what I mean? Like that's all we're saying.
Oh yeah. No, don't get me wrong, Miggy. Like what you just said, I agree with 100%. What I'm trying to say is, why bother look at any text from the Quran or the Bible or any other holy book at all? Like, I mean, I just feel like I kind of feel more close to God when I'm further away from any church or synagogue or mosque. And I feel like I'm just closer to God when I just, try to think about God within my own mind and my own self and make up my own personal religion as I go. That's what I just suggest.
I'll say it this way: if you, I don't know if you're following the Christian God or if it's another God that you're following. I don't know that because that's your own spirituality, and it's not my business.
That's exactly my point.
But if it is,
that's my point. It's not any particular God at all, and religiously,
okay, well,
like it's just God. Period. Not
right,
the Christian or Muslim or Jewish God. Just God,
what I'm saying though, the matters of what we're disputing are within the context of the Christian God. So it's the God of Jacob, Abraham, and Isaac. So the one whom we're speaking of, the one you're speaking of is, I don't know which one that is. Like that's an unknown God, let's say. But the one we're speaking of has a text, a canon. There's history. So things that we dispute here are matters of context, not ideas. Like yours is maybe just an idea, a concept that you have. There's no like text or nothing about it. It's just you saying, "This is what I think." It's your own ideas. You're like a trailblazer. That's fine. That's your own spirituality. No one can change your mind unless you think about it and change your own mind. But what we're saying is, when in the matters of this, and somebody's following, let's say, the word, or they're saying, "I'm reading the text," and we're like, "No, you're not. You're actually getting out of the text what you want to hear, but you're not actually reading the parts where it's talking about how it contradicts what you're saying." You know what I mean? Like it's like citations are needed in this case, but
I will read now.
I do follow you, yeah.
So go ahead.
1 Corinthians 22. I mean, there's a lot before that, but I want to start in the middle of it. So, for as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall all be vivified, which means made alive. Yes.
Okay, can you pause? Can you pause for a second? Can you pause for a second, Kim?
Sorry, the
okay,
key word
can you read that?
Christ.
Read that last sentence again, please.
In Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Read that last sentence.
For even as in Adam all are dying, thus also in Christ shall all be vivified.
Right. Stop.
Sorry.
Right.
In Christ.
In Christ.
Doesn't mean everybody. It just means those in Christ.
In Christ.
So Christ isn't in all of us?
No.
You're saying that he's not in all of us?
No.
Not those who don't find him, no.
Okay, but if you go back to
I'm sorry, darling, that's antichrist.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be antichrist.
But it is if you're not within Christ, it's antichrist.
What is it? What?
If you're not within Christ, it's antichrist.
Okay, but within Christ means that all are vivified.
Yeah,
no, not
those
all.
who find Christ.
Yes.
Not everybody ever, only those in Christ. The words are literally there. You're reading them to a speak. You're not seeing what it says.
Shall all be vivified. In Christ shall all be vivified.
Only those who find Christ. Only those who find and work in the name of Christ.
Okay. Yet each in his own class. The first fruit, Christ. Thereupon those who are in Christ and his presence. Thereafter, the consummation. Whenever he may be giving upon the kingdom to his God and Father, whenever he should be nullifying all sovereignty and all authority and power, for he must be reigning until he should be placing all his enemies under his feet.
So he's got
The
enemies
last
then.
enemy, the last enemy is being abolished. Death.
Yes.
Death.
Yeah,
Death
sorry.
is
Yeah,
being
so there are two
abolished.
deaths. Sorry, Kim, there are two deaths in the Bible.
Yes.
And one
yes.
is your ultimate death at the end. That means you do not live. That means you do not go on. You die.
But if
End of story.
Okay, but this is a preamble. Look, it said that this is the last enemy to be abolished.
Yeah.
You're
So
missing.
if there's a second death, that means that death isn't abolished.
Okay, so you're really on about this like other thing when the first thing is the most important one. You're still taking this out of context, saying that all everyone, and it's not everyone. It's in Christ. The caveat is in Christ. It's always saying those in Christ, in Christ,
Can I
in
finish?
Christ.
Can I finish the
So
Can I
you
just
can't
finish
you
reading
can't
it?
say all because that maybe that's comforting you in some way because there's some people
No, I just want to
that you
read the
want.
rest so people can do their own assumption. I'm not trying to force anything upon anyone.
No.
I
What
would
I'm saying,
rather
what I'm
read
Kim,
it
listen,
and then
Kim,
people
listen
come
to
to
me,
their own decision.
Kim, just hear me out. What I think is happening is that possibly in your life, this all for rescuing everybody, it sounds good to you because maybe there's some people that are living in wicked sin, and you want them to have that grace that God would pour over you. So this way, it comforts you knowing that it doesn't matter. I know that they might be doing bad, but I know they'll still go to heaven anyway. Like that doesn't work. That
I
doesn't
don't think that anybody's going to heaven.
huh?
I don't
What'd you
think that anybody's going to heaven.
No one's going. It's an all or
No,
nothing fallacy. I think. I don't, maybe.
no, it's inheriting the kingdom, which is here on earth.
To be fair, we do stay here on Earth.
Wait. Okay. Well, we're my question is, who's going to be with God? Everyone?
Yes, his whole
Okay.
creation,
No, that's incorrect.
his entire. Why would he not subject his entire creation
No,
back
it's
to
not a
himself?
question of Kim. It's not a question of why. Like
This is a very
asking the
logical
group.
question.
Kim, it's
No,
not.
it's
You're asking the why question, as in why? Then why wouldn't he do this? Like the point is, it doesn't. The text doesn't support that.
But it does.
Kim, can you open up Revelation chapter 20 and read verse 11 through 15?
Look, Revelations.
Yeah, Revelation
The
chapter 20,
Revelation.
chapter 20, verse 11 through 15. Because what you're saying about everybody living in the kingdom after that is Revelation chapter 21 and Revelation chapter 22. But Revelation chapter 20, verses 11 through 15 must happen first before the kingdom is brought down to earth.
Okay. 20 through 15.
11 through 15, chapter 20, 11 through 15.
So yeah, hopefully this text that you're showing, Gizbo, is this Gizbo? Yeah, that it brings
And I
you closer.
perceive
It brings
a
you.
great light
It brings you
throne.
closer to the knowledge that it's not the everyone's going to be, because that this is the point that is she thinks is supported by the text. So if this doesn't have any correlation to the all or everyone, she's not going to. It'll just,
It's hitting exactly what you're talking about. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
It's also covering one certain amount of time.
Go ahead and read the 4 verses, please.
I will. Okay. So 11 through
15.
15. Okay. And I perceived a great white throne, and him who was sitting upon it, from whose face earth and heaven fled, and no place was found for them. And I perceived the dead, the great and the small, standing before the throne, and scrolls were opened, and another scroll was opened, which is the scroll of life. And the dead were judged by that which is written in the scrolls in accord with their acts. And the seed gives up the dead in it, and death and the unseen give up the dead in them. And they were condemned, each in accord with their acts. And the death and the unseen were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, the lake of fire. And if anyone was not found written in the scroll of life, he was cast into the lake of fire. And I perceived a new heaven and a new earth, for the former heaven and the former earth pass away, and the sea is no more. And I perceived the holy city, New Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, made ready as a bride adorned for her husband. And I hear a loud voice out of the throne saying, Lo, the tabernacle of God is with mankind, and he will be tabernacling with them, and they will be his peoples, and God
that's Revelation
himself
21.
will be with them, and he will be brushing away
So you
every
read into
tear
you read
from their
into
eyes,
you read into
and the death will
Revelation
be
chapter
no more.
21.
Just going to keep fucking going.
You read into Revelation chapter 21 when you said that the dead that were not in the book of life or the scroll of life were cast into the lake of fire. That was the end of Revelation chapter 20, verse 15.
Yeah, but there's also secrets revealed within other.
Sorry,
you literally they say they're secrets. They say secrets.
Kim, you brought up one part. We've gone back for you to show the context in which this has been brought up. Do you understand? The book of life. There are people in it and there are people that are not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Their names were blotted out. Like God didn't like what they were doing and he crossed their name out of the book of life.
Yeah, but if death is abolished, then everything
after those that are not found in the book of life are cast into the lake of fire, then death is abolished.
Yep, after death.
But if God is the consuming fire, then they are turned out clean and impure. Or pure.
I don't know, Kim. I think you're just persistent on this point because you want it to be true so badly. It's like it almost feels like a Glober who wants the globe to be a globe so badly. Like this isn't the case anymore, Kim. Like it really isn't. Like it's not in the text. It's not supported. And I mean, we could say
Well, you can read the text.
we are reading it.
You just read it to us.
We are reading it.
Okay, yeah, I know.
And I don't know why you need it to be that way so bad. It doesn't support that, Kim, at all. It doesn't even say it. It says the opposite.
Okay.
I don't know. Like maybe it's something you have to reconcile within yourself and look the text over and say, okay, now there's some people not going to be with God and there's some that are going to be with God. But it's not everyone.
He reconciles all to himself. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't know where you getting that from. Where is this from?
I read it.
Why is this all in all? Like where
Hold on.
the scripture?
Sorry, Mickey. It's because it's after the fact. So everybody else that is left.
Oh yeah.
You understand that, Kim? All right. So always the everybody that is left. Book of life. Unfortunately, blots some people out. Second death, lake of fire. After that, you can call all if you want to, but it's only those that are left. It's not everybody that's ever existed.
Yeah. All I wanted to say was to minister life. I didn't want to minister death to anyone.
It's not about ministering death, Kim. What you do is speak the truth. The truth leads people to God. God is life. That's all you do.
I believe that.
Right.
They're not going to save anyone.
I believe that.
God's going to save
Hang on a second. Hang on, Gizbo. 1 second. I'm trying to make a point here. So when you're ministering to somebody, you speak the truth. The truth is that some people are going to make it, some people aren't. But you don't tell somebody that they're not going to make it and speak death. You speak life to them and say
That's
salvation
exactly
is
what I
near.
want to do.
I know, Kim, but let me just tell you, okay? You tell them salvation is very near at the door. Christ is awaiting you. Like you make the invitation, right? You're an ambassador for his word. So you speak life. That's the only thing you do. You don't speak death. Although here's the caveat. You do tell them the truth. The truth is that those who don't draw near to God are the ones who are separated from him. But you don't say that in the context of like giving the invitation. The invitation is for them to understand who he is, his character, what his teachings were. And so you're speaking life to them so that they can have a guide for what is real and morality and all kinds of things. The goodness, right?
Yeah, I believe that this is what Flat Earth is all about. This is
Of
what's going
course.
to bring
But
people
flat
to
earth,
that
Kim, flat earth
realization,
is
for sure.
Yeah, Kim, flat earth is also the truth. And the truth
That's
hurts
right.
because of the fact it's like you saying, well, I don't want to speak flat earth to people because it'll crush their paradigm. I don't want to hurt their paradigm. Like I don't want to speak because that's in essence what you're doing is you're speaking death to the globe. You're speaking death to the globe. The moment you start talking about flat earth and that is not what people think about, it can change somebody's mind. Like their life can change. So you're killing you're in essence you're killing the globe, the whole paradigm, like you're destroying it. So in
But
one
it
hand you're
deserves to
destroying
be killed.
listen, on one hand you're destroying the globe, which is it's a falsehood anyway. But on the other hand, you're giving the person like a great way to be for being a critical thinker, staying to the truth, and that's the most important thing, Kim.
Exactly. I believe
Right.
that.
So that's the same thing for your faith. When you speak to somebody about God, you tell them the whole truth and nothing but the truth, which is
That's what
God
I feel
hates
like
the
I'm
sin
doing.
and the sinner. So the only mediation that you're going to get is through Yeshua, Jesus Christ. That's it. Other than that, there isn't anything else. There's no buffer. The buffer is him. That's it. There isn't a
Buffer
human
is
soul
him.
that's
I agree with you on that
right.
fact.
And,
He
and, and
is
it's
able to do all of it, not just some
yes,
of it.
Kim, but it's up to the person who adheres to that. If they don't want to adhere to that, then you don't that you leave them be. But they're not like if they never reach out to God, then that's it. They're apart from him. But you that you draw near to him, then you ask, give the invitations out to people. Look, this is the invitation.
Okay.
This is what it is.
Respectfully, I just please respectfully, I disagree that people that don't believe now are not saved.
Yeah, but that's your made up idea, Kim. It's only your made up idea. It has nothing to do with what it says in the text. And if you're getting that from the text, it's because you wanted to say that.
Especially believers.
They have to come to him.
Unbelievers and especially believers are saved.
It's a choice. They're making a choice.
They're making a choice, yeah.
I know, but the point is to minister the life, not to minister death. That's what I'm saying.
Of course. Why?
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys do that. That's why I'm always here because that's what you do.
But that's the beauty of it. It even says, "Beautiful are the feet that bring the good news," right? Because when somebody because listen, condemnation rests upon every soul that doesn't understand this, right? So when you bring the good news, you're bringing salvation, you're bringing life.
Yes.
And all they have to do is reach out for it. There's no strings attached. There's no gimmick or nothing. It's just all you got to do is call out and say, "Look, I want to be saved. I want God in my life." And it's just as simple as that.
Grace is undeserved.
I understand.
Grace is undeserved.
I get that.
Good,
I get that.
Good trees bear good fruit. Bad trees bear bad fruit.
Yes.
So you be the ambassador of good news to people. So because of the fact that death hangs over them, you bring life. That's the thing you're doing. You're bringing life.
What I want to do.
So that there's nothing wrong with that. But and the idea in your mind, you're not gonna. However, and this falls for flat Earth too. You're not in the convincing business. You're in the challenging one. You're gonna tell them, look, this is what it is. This is the gospel, the good news, and whatever paradigm they're a part of or whatever. You're just gonna challenge that and leave it at their doorstep like a present. They can take the present and open it up, or they can just throw it away. But you leave the present
rather
there.
than make up their own minds.
I know. But that's the thing. If the person never does make up their mind, they're never going to reach the point where they're with him. You understand? Like, that's a gift.
Yeah.
You left a gift at their doorstep. And if they want to accept it, that's up to them. They don't have to. They can reject it wholeheartedly. No, I don't want it. Out of here. But those people that reject and they just don't want it, they're not going to be with God. It's just the way that the way the canon, the way the text reads, it reads that way. So we can't, but we can't say it's like everyone. Like that's you.
Kim, can you see? Sorry, Maggie.
You go on, Deuce.
Can you save yourself?
I don't want to. No, nobody can save themselves.
So you, if you can't save yourself, you certainly can't save somebody else.
I would do my best, but it doesn't matter because I'm nothing.
But they have to make a choice.
I'm nothing to compare. Like, I can't be compared to the one that already did it. Like the one that already did it.
He didn't. They have to ask for it.
So he didn't do enough. He did only a little bit.
No, he gave you the choice.
No, he did just a little bit so that a few are saved and not all.
No.
Yeah, Jesus
anyone who comes to him.
Sorry, Jesus did a half-assed job. What the very fuck?
This is anyone who comes to him, Kim. Anybody.
Who are you trying to save? Can I ask who you're trying to save?
Just listen. Everybody's saved. That's my whole point.
No, that's incorrect.
But that's not what the Bible states and what we've been trying to tell you with references for the last hour.
Do you think Jeffrey Dahmer is saved?
If I put a key next to a jail cell and you're locked in that cell, but you never pick the key up, unlock the door, and walk out of it, are you free?
Is Ted Bundy saved? Is John Wayne
we're not going to talk let's not talk about individuals because
experience.
That's going to confuse.
The whole experience that would be yours and yours alone.
I'm not going to say anything else about this, though. That's all I had to say. I love you guys.
No point writing the book of life. Might have just written everybody's name in it. That's not what it states in the Bible, does it? So those ones that are blotted out from the book of life, unfortunately, don't make it. That's literally how the story goes. What you're saying is, no, that's not how the story goes. Do you understand?
Where are you walking to, Jedi?
Oh, I'm on my way to work, buddy. I do apologize.
You got to go to work, huh?
I changed the subject.
It's actually my day off.
Because I have a story. And when you're done, though, I'm sorry for interrupting you, bro. My bad, Jedi. Dude, this guy's a Jedi master.
No, you're fine. I'm off to work. I've only got to go in for a couple of hours. But getting back to Kim, I hope Kim is at least understanding what I'm putting down, whether I'm saying it aggressively or not. And that's just my passion about this subject. It's contradictory to what the Bible says. The position you hold is contradictory to what the Bible says.
So the Bible doesn't say that all will be all in all.
What is that doctrine?
Show me that. Okay, wait. Can I have that verse, please? I want that verse. I want to look into that. Can I see that verse? That the exact verse, and I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yes, I'm gonna go find it.
Yes.
It just sounds like a New Age thing to me.
I want to know what it says in Hebrew or Greek or whatever. I want to know what it says in its original language. Because I just got done talking to Catapult, and that was a really cool conversation, but I will tell that story later because we have something more important to talk about right now. And also BRB.
Does it saying for Islam also?
No.
No? Why?
You know.
But there are also people.
Sasha, you throwing darts from the corner?
Yeah,
That's me, bro. Friggin' Sasha.
Let's follow Bible. I don't know.
No, we're just trying to correct somebody that's reading the biblical text. That's all. And it's not. It's not. Listen, it's no. And I'll say it this way because I'm speaking to a room of people from many religious backgrounds. It's no slight to you, so don't start getting all your undies in a bunch. You know.
Yeah,
just,
calm yourselves.
Just relax, okay? Because I do like. However, I will allow people to talk about their whatever religion they're in here. If they're going to say something, but it's not like a pushy salesman type thing. Just like, this is what I believe. This is it. Whatever. And I'm like, that's good. That's great. Whatever. I'm not here to convince you about what I'm doing. I'm just gonna, if you want to, I'll tell you my walk, but that's it. I don't know.
Maybe I want to talk. Maybe I have wrong. I don't have anything against Christianity. I'm Christian, even double one, Orthodox and Catholic. But I don't understand when people from Catholic or Christian start to speak like nobody else is there. This is the right thing, and that means that somehow we don't need to teach people about flat earth. First, we need to teach people that the only correct religion it's Christianity, and all others are something whatever.
Well, that's a roadmap for your own life. Like, you have to figure out what that is. When you hear something, Sasha, whatever religion you're listening to, if your heart is convicted that is the way and you follow it, that's on you. I can't change your mind. So if I was to tell you about all the things about the faith that I have, and you say, like, I really like what you're saying there, I think that's the best thing I've ever heard, and you come to it, then that's because you were convicted. And so you can't blame anybody else, like, well, why are you guys always not including us, like your little social club? Well, sir, it's up to you to come here. Nobody's saying that you can't. You're the one saying that you're complaining about it in a corner, but you're not doing nothing about it. Like, well, why don't you just join? Like, if it was that much of a bother. Right? Yep. If it's not, then, be happy where you're at. Simple as that. Like, there's no tug of war here. The only tug of war you feel is because you think like people are like maybe snobby or thumbing their nose up to you because you're of a different religion. Like, it's not that way with me. It's like, hey, if you like whatever, wherever you're at, then stay where you're at.
You want me to grab you a plate? What do you want to eat? Like, what's wrong?
All I'm saying is that if somebody wants to know and we're having a discussion, we're trying to correct somebody who had a misinterpretation about the text. That's all it is. And hopefully we can get through it, because it's quite bothersome if somebody says, like, well, the text says this, and it's like every single like place you can read, it doesn't say that, like, at all. So it's like it's so blaring against like what we actually should understand.
I really, hey, Kim, or Mrs. Kim, Mrs. Hopkins. I think that you're really awesome. Like, the conversations that you have, like when you say there's certain things that you say that I think are really cool, and this one particular thing, I have to agree with what Miggy's saying, that, and what others are saying here, that it's not something that I've seen in any of my studies, and that's why I asked you for that verse. I want to know specifically what you're talking about so that we can talk about this together.
I think she might be Dunsky's. Who knows?
I think she's looking for that verse.
Yeah.
I think she's looking for that verse and can't find it.
I just want to know where she's coming from, what this is, because I heard her saying multiple times, but I didn't want to be rude or try and call her out on it or anything. But
it's
now
weird
that we're
because
talking about it.
I want to say this.
I have heard of this in a more new agey style, but it sounded like that, like kind of what she was saying, and it was a weird kind of like amalgamation of like what it says in the Bible and like what these, like, I don't want to say Scientologists, but like they're a group of religious people like that. They're speaking of like, it doesn't matter where you are, God's going to rescue you. Like, and it's like, that's not nowhere said like anywhere into context, but some people feel that way. They're passionate about these doctrines they make up and does not support it.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I used to believe a certain way because of what other people taught me, and they would show me scripture, but then like I'm listening to them, so a lot of times I even lazily would believe what they're saying and not open the scripture myself. And then so that philosophy would fall into my head, and I'd have this idea about what scripture would say, and then one day I'm being challenged to find the scripture, and everything that I ever thought about what the scripture said, I go back and read the text, and the text is not the same that I thought I knew. And so I had to like relearn what the scripture said all over again. And I'm very thankful because it's very plain as day what it says. So, like somebody once told me, let the scripture interpret itself.
I was actually, I know Deuce Vault might know this, but do you know what Sola Scriptura is?
What?
What is Sola Scripture? No, I've never heard of it.
Scripture alone, like scripture interprets scripture.
Okay.
Sola Deo Gloria, I think is another one. To God be the glory.
Okay.
Probably butchering the way it's said, but yeah, there's certain tenets of like understanding that scripture actually interprets scripture. We can read a paragraph or something and then think it means something, but it actually was spoken of in another place that we can actually get a reference.
There's always two witnesses to every piece that you take. At least two witnesses. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. But there's always at least two witnesses to everything you will have trouble with interpreting. So as you read the full context of it, you'll come to the understanding of what it means, because it always references itself and tells it in a different way so that you get a better understanding.
It's like you can kind of triangulate the context. You don't have to guess. You know exactly on point. This is what it means.
Right, and that's how I know somebody who I'm always intimidated when I come in here and anybody is talking scripture, because I feel like I have such a weak grasp on it. But I know when somebody knows what they're talking about when they always give three references.
I just don't want Kim to take this thought into, kind of what it does is like she can spread it to somebody else and tell somebody and try to convict them about like what she's saying, and it has no root. It has no root. It doesn't have a root in the word. Like there's no basis for it other than her. She keeps saying something that it sounds like to me anyway. It sounds like somebody said this, or there's a quote that somebody said, and she's reading off a quote. Like all in all, and all is all. Like what is that? Like I don't even know where that says that. Like where is that in the word?
What were you
It's in 1 Corinthians.
1 Corinthians. Okay, let me look. I'm curious now. You got me curious. So I'm going to see.
I'm going to my Bible right now.
I do want to. This isn't the official Bible that I read from. I don't have it out.
1 Corinthians 15:28. I can go get it though.
Hang on, let me follow you guys. I'm gonna. I gotta read it for myself.
Is it 15:28?
I don't know. Let's see.
First,
I gotta put on my reading glasses.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, let me go to. I'm going to Bible Hub.
What did you say? 1 Corinthians what?
1 Corinthians is all I said.
Yeah,
there was no.
Okay. There's no chapter.
She didn't say anything else. I'm jumping ahead of where she is.
Okay, I'm getting into my actual Bible instead of the phone. That's what I'm doing. Sorry.
Okay.
Take your time.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm here, but let's see.
That's my question. I'll just post it there in the voice text.
1 Corinthians.
And I'm going to go read.
I'm 1 Corinthians 1, so I don't know where we're going to go from here.
So that God may be all in all.
Where's that at?
Yeah.
And when all things shall be subdued unto him,
Where are
then
you reading
shall
that?
the Son all. It's First Corinthians, 15:28.
Okay.
And when all things shall be subdued in him, then shall the Son also himself be subjected unto him, or be subject unto him, that put all things under him, that God may be all in all. I'm going directly to the Greek.
1 Corinthians 15:28.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That was the King James version, right?
Yeah. Trying to stay classy with that. And now I'm going to the Greek to check out Strong's Concordance. And the word for God here is theos, or theo. God, the God.
In the Orthodox Jewish Bible, it says that in all things God may be all. But when all things are subject to Hashem, then also the Zun von de Oberster himself will be subjected to the one, Hashem, having subjected all things under him, Moshiach, that in all things God may be all.
Yep.
Yeah, but we have to read the verse before and after the entire thing, like this
that's what I'm going to
to contextualize. And also on Bible Hub, it actually will triangulate what I was talking about before.
All right, so
based off of.
But when something is subject to someone else, that means there's consequences.
Yeah, there's okay. So this is God's government. In context, it's God's government. And let me look at where it says, verse 23. But every man in his own order, Christ the first fruits. Afterward, they are Christ at his coming. So of course, when he's returning, right? Then cometh the end, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to God, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule. This is his government, right? And all authority and power, for he must reign. Okay, so he's going to be reigning till he hath put all enemies under his feet. So now he has enemies. Okay.
Yes, death is the last.
Okay, right, but there's enemies. Who are his? Let's ask the question, right? We have to ask the question once we read this. Who are his enemies? Kim.
I'm in the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom. You're going to have to read it too.
Okay, verse 25. For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet.
Who are your enemies?
Who are his enemies? Kim.
She's in the bathroom.
Oh.
I'm not going to answer you because she's in the bathroom.
Can I
Yeah,
answer?
go ahead. Go ahead.
He hates the doers of iniquity.
I know. It says that.
That's his enemies, the wicked ones, people who are wicked doers of iniquity, willfully ignorant people who are choosing to go against truth and doing evil things on purpose, intentionally. Those are his enemies.
Romans
they take
1.
this spiritual wickedness to high places, and then they get other people to do it without thinking.
Well, Romans 1 goes into it, so it talks about the whole exposure of that. How he turns their minds and hearts over to reprobate.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
And there's other things related to, spiritual forces as well. But people are his enemies too, because he hates the doers of iniquity. He says that clearly. He's talking about people.
Yeah, so verse 27.
Like
for he hath put all things. Yes.
You just said that he turns their minds over.
No, I got it. You finish what you're doing, and I'm gonna because I'll hold my thought.
Well, I thought she was in the bathroom.
She just came out of the bathroom.
I was, but I just came out. Yes.
Okay. So we'll just go over verse 24. No, I was in 23. Yeah, verse 23. But every man in his own order, Christ the first fruits, meaning that Yeshua, Jesus, was the first one to be resurrected. Afterward, they that are Christ, right? Those are who belong to Christ at his coming. So it's talking about a certain group of people here, right? A certain group of people who are belonging to Christ. And then those who are going to be awaiting his arrival. It says, then cometh the end, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to God, even the Father, right? When he shall have put down all rule, this is his government, and all authority and power. For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet. So when he reigns, the enemies are going to be put under his feet. Who are his enemies? Kim.
What does he hate?
Kim. Did she go to the bathroom again?
I don't know.
Oh.
How would I know, Miggy?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe she said something when I was talking.
No. Okay.
No, I've been talking. I've been talking unmuted. I've been talking muted. I'm sorry.
It happens.
I do that all the
Dang
time.
it.
All the time.
Oh man. Okay. Dare any of you having business with or with another be judged before the unjust and not before the saints? That's a question.
Yeah, did you
Or
hear what
are
I
you
said?
not? Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
did.
so I didn't get an answer to the question.
Okay. Just go over it again because I was also dealing.
No,
I
wait,
was
don't
dealing with a
hang on,
lot
don't
of
jump
technical difficulties.
Gizmo or whoever. Like, just wait. I have to, because she hasn't answered this. I'm still waiting for her to answer me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so verse 25: for he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet.
Okay.
So who are his enemies?
The last enemy.
No.
Okay.
You're jumping ahead. That's the verse 26. I'm talking about verse 25.
Are you talking about
verse 25? For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet.
I'm looking for it.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Okay. Oh, that's not what's written down here. Are you talking about 1 Corinthians?
Yes, Kim. 1 Corinthians
25.
15, verse 25. Okay. Is this what you told us to read? Were we?
Okay.
If it wasn't you, it was somebody. I know that.
He should be nullifying all sovereignty and all authority and power, for he must be reigning until he should be placing all his enemies under his feet.
Right.
The last enemy is being abolished.
Oh, no, you're skipping it. You're skipping. You're skipping.
No, that's it. That's it.
No,
that's
it's not.
in order. What I'm saying.
Okay, well, stop.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, verse 20. Okay, only
the last enemy.
Only verse 25. We won't go to 26 just yet. We have to do everything in context, so we don't take things out of context.
Okay,
verse 25. Only verse 25.
Yes. Okay. And power 25. And he must be reigning until he should be placing all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy is being abolished.
That's 26.
Yes, but I'm saying this is all tying into the same thing.
You can't read 26 because 26 is a different. The last enemy is not the one he was speaking about in the previous context.
It just said it is. The last enemy is being abolished. Death.
Well, that means there's more enemies before the last enemy. There's more.
Yeah, there's more enemies before the last one.
Okay, if there is, but the last enemy is death.
Okay,
then
that's
why
fine.
would anybody be dead?
Okay, that's fine. So the last enemy is death, but who are the enemies before death?
It doesn't say. Okay. Look. Okay.
It says it throughout the whole Bible.
Okay.
What are his enemies?
For even as in Adam, all are dying. Thus also in Christ shall all be vivified or made alive.
In Christ. Yes.
Yes, yet each in his own class, the first fruit, Christ, thereupon those who are Christ in his presence, thereafter the consummation, whenever he may be giving up the kingdom to his God and Father, whenever he should be nullifying all sovereignty and all authority and power, for he must be reigning until he should be placing all his enemies under his feet.
Right.
The last enemy is being. It's not done.
Are
The
his
last
enemies?
enemy is being. Please, the last enemy is being abolished.
Yeah. So there was enemies
Death.
before the last one.
Death. But the death is the
Doesn't matter.
last one.
So who cares? Death is going to be done away with. But what does it have to
Nobody's
deal
dead
with?
then.
But what does it have to deal with the people that were his enemies before death?
Yeah, but no death will reign.
What leads to death?
No. No. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I guess both. I'm trying to explain something to her. So she's thinking that just because death is done away with, then everybody lives. You're getting it mistaken.
Can I go ahead and read on? Can I read on?
No, you can't, because you're what you're doing right now is you once you have it in your mind that death is done away with, then everybody lives. This is not.
That's what it says.
No, you're saying that. It doesn't say that.
No, it says that. No, it says that.
No, it's saying. Listen, yeah, it's saying that. No, Kim, it doesn't say that. You're the one. You're inserting this into the text. What it's telling you is that he's going to reign till he puts all enemies under his feet, and the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. So these enemies are being destroyed, including death. Not
the last one is death.
Yes, it's including death.
Yeah, who was
death is
before?
one of the ones that gets included. It is also.
Why did it make that distinction and then it did the colon with the death?
That's why we're asking you, who are his enemies? That's why we're asking you that. Who are his enemies?
He subjects all under his feet.
What leads to death?
This is only what I'm saying.
What can you do?
I'm not gonna list outside of text.
What can you do in life that leads to death? It's
not living Christ. Not living
sin, right? To sin it leads to death.
Not living Christ.
To sin leads to death. It's in Romans.
Not living in Christ.
And
I'm telling you that there's a whole other thing.
Lawlessness and sin leads to death.
This is what he's telling you not to do. Do not condemn others in sin. Like, even if you acknowledge
no one's condemning. Kim, no one's condemning. Listen, no one's condemning no one in sin. What we're doing is speaking life. I don't know where you thinking that we're why would somebody do that? Like, you're gonna go to hell. Like, you're sinning. No, the thing is, you tell them the truth. If you keep sinning, it'll lead you down the path, of course, to be apart from God and probably go to hell. But if you keep sinning,
well, just
then you need to
leading you
stop.
apart from God.
So, right, you have to speak the truth, though. You can't say that God's a nice, fluffy teddy bear and you're going to be okay. That's not how this goes. You speak the truth and you say, look, if you continue down the wicked path, you're going to meet the Maker, and he's going to have wrath for you at the end. But you can't
I'm not disagreeing with you.
You can't say that he's only just a teddy bear that is just a nice little slugly. Don't worry, you'll be fine. No, if you're saying that, you're spreading misinformation about what God's saying in His Word, and you're misrepresenting Him.
Here's nothing.
It's worse. Kim, it's worse to misrepresent. Kim, it's worse to misrepresent Him in His text. This is His Word, and if you're mishandling it and saying things that are not in here to other people, He's going to hold you to a high standard because you have His Word and you're supposed to be an ambassador for Him. So imagine what it's going to look like when you were saying all these things to who knows how many people, and they believed you. They believed you because they think you're right. Imagine if you convinced anybody about what you're saying, and then they're going to tell other people too, Kim.
Yeah,
and
but why would they not believe in the reconciliation of all?
This is the worst. Like, you have to remember, like, we're held to a higher standard, those who draw near to Him. And if you're mishandling what His Word is saying to other people, then you're going to be held accountable for what you've done. You could essentially be spreading false doctrine. which is I don't want that for you. Like, I don't want anybody to be like, if it doesn't say in the text, just don't say it. Just like stay away from saying. So it doesn't support what you're saying. Like, nowhere here.
Really quick, if we just go down to 32, it I think elucidates Miggy's point exactly. Corinthians 15:32 down to the end, which is
Having
to
Christ
35.
Jesus our Lord, if as a man I fight wild beasts in Ephesians, what is the benefit to me? If the dead are not being roused, we may be eating and drinking, for tomorrow we are dying. Be not deceived. Evil conversations are corrupting kind characters. Sober up justly, and do not be sinning. For some have been an ignorance of God. To abash you am I say.
Yeah. So you're saying that
But someone will be protesting. How are the dead being roused? Now, with what body are they coming? Imprudent one. What you are sowing is not being vivified. If you should not be dying, and what you are sowing, you are not sowing the body which shall come to be, but a naked kernel, purchase of wheat, or some of the rest. There's more. There's not just a little bit, but there's more.
He's saying that the wages of sin are death. In that,
you have to think about it like you are.
Past what you're reading, he says the wages of sin are death. In essence, that's what he's saying.
But you're somebody that's telling somebody they're sinning. Who are you to tell someone they
I'm not. I'm saying just beyond what you were reading. What you just read beyond what he was saying, or what you were saying, was the wages of sin are death.
Okay, but you're still the one saying that it's sin instead of letting
We're supposed to go forth and preach the gospel to every living creature.
Yeah,
preaching the gospel is something different than judging somebody else.
Don't you know they're going to judge angels? You're supposed to judge every aspect of this world. You
Hang on,
judge
Ether.
not
I
by
think
your
there's
own
like 3
accord.
different conversations happening right now.
He locks up people in stubbornness.
But no, I get what she's saying. She thinks that we're going to like a negative thing with it, like judging people into hell. And you were trying to correct her, Miggy, but that's not what you were saying either, or what anybody's saying here. Like it's all confusion.
Okay, so what is it? Listen to me. This is very. Listen to me very carefully. Please don't please don't interrupt.
Yeah.
When you speak truth to somebody, excuse me, please. When you speak truth to somebody, it's gonna sound negative. Imagine somebody telling you this, Kim. I need to tell you the truth. Anything that precedes what they're about to tell you is not going to be something nice. So the truth about this world is that it's corrupt, it's evil, and people are wicked. That's the truth, right? We see that, we know that. So
Yes, I believe that.
if you're not speaking truth, you could say that for Flat Earth too, right? If you don't tell people about how wicked the globe is, they're never going to realize how good it could be for their own mind to have critical thinking. So we have to tell them the truth. The truth is this world is evil and it's wicked. And if you are trying to say that we can't even say that to somebody who's in wickedness, then we're not helping them. We're enabling them, Kim.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Yes, you are. You're saying that we can't even tell them the truth. And the truth is that we have to speak the words that it says in this Bible.
You should always speak truth.
Yes, I know, but to you, truth doesn't sound like Kim. Truth doesn't sound like to you like you're going to tell somebody about sin, because you're like, well, who are you to tell somebody about sin? Well, we're the ambassadors for God. We are the ones who read
more mature, I think.
No, it's for anybody. Listen, if you read it, like you're reading the text now, we all are. We're looking at it. when you read it and you listen and you absorb, and we all, we understand, then you carry that information to somebody else, and then you let them know about it. But it's not you as a person. I think you're getting this mixed up. It's not you as a person condemning them. It's the words in the Bible condemning them, because they start to realize that they were.
Anyone.
Listen to me, Kim. They start to realize that they are living a wicked life, right? That's what gives them conviction. They're convicted about the things that they're doing because of what it says in the book. So you're just telling them what it says in the book. They get convicted, and then they want to change their life. But you brought them something that was very amazing, because nobody ever told them that they were wrong until you came along and you read some words in the Bible, and now you've convicted them and they want to change their life. Otherwise, you're going to enable them. If you just say, I'm not going to say anything that's going to hurt you or change your mind, or like, you have to. These words are very powerful, and they were meant to be.
If you hold a mirror up to someone's face and show them who they really are, and they get mad at you for that, and then you blame yourself because you put the mirror in their face, that's wrong. All you did was give them the mirror. The fact that they see themselves for who they truly are, that's on them. That's not on you.
Right.
I do want others' burdens to be alleviated. I do. I know that there is a process with kids that are to abuse them mentally and physically to get them to be a certain way to carry on a lineage. So I don't want those people to be condemned if they were raised that way.
That's why you have the good word with you. You are the ambassador. If you know something needs to be changed, go and change it. Go do something about it. There's a lot of people that say, man, I don't want to do this, or I don't want to do that, or look at these people, or look at that people. You are the hands and the feet of the word. You go and take that word to them. You go and tell them. Knock on your neighbor's door. Go tell them something. But if you're not going to do it, somebody else will. But what I'm saying here is, if you think something needs to change and you want to do something, then do it. I mean, saying things are not going to make things change. You have to actually, if that's what you feel, if not, God will direct you in another path. But you always have to be mindful of like where you want to go next. You can't just be sitting on your thumbs, just like waiting for life to change or happen. Like this thing here is just like flat Earth. You have to be an activist. It is just the way it is. You're going to have to speak to somebody about these words, reading the Bible, and they're going to be like, "Oh, Kim, I'm so offended by what you just said. What did you read? That offended me." And you go, "Oh, I'm sorry." No, that's what they needed to hear. That conviction that they, just like Ether was saying, is like a mirror. It's a reflection of themselves, and they just got a good look. Now they know how nasty and mean they are. So that's what happens when they get convicted, and that's what brings about change. It's a rough process, but it needs to happen. Otherwise, people are just going to keep being filthy and disgusting, and they're not going to care.
Grace will bring a lot of good.
Really quick, Kim, with what you said about a poorly raised child, it doesn't abdicate their responsibilities for their deeds in their adulthood.
That's true. But if you're raised and you're told you're special after a lot of trauma, and that's the only thing you have to go off, you also have to consider that into adulthood and what that would
mean. But it doesn't abdicate your responsibility for your deeds.
Right.
I've talked about this.
Be able to be judged on the fact that you had nothing to do with your upbringing. You were brought up in.
I've talked about this before, and I've been chastised for this, but I'm going to say this again. You have the person that recognizes that they've done wrong in their life. The only way they're going to correct that is when they realize that they're no longer a victim of what happened, and they move themselves into victory away from it.
Agreed. I agree with that.
If they hold on to their past, and remain a victim, then they're not moving on.
But they
you're not.
also have
They
to
are
recognize.
maintaining. They are
also have
staying
to
in that
recognize.
stagnant
They're
environment.
not going to get. They're not going to get that message from nowhere.
Nope. They have to want to become a victory person.
Okay, but you also have to give them the fact that they had that and they didn't know. I don't know.
You can't enable it. They have.
I'm not
you
trying
you
to
don't push
enable
their
it.
buttons. Don't push their
I don't
buttons,
want
but
them
they
to
have to come
choose
to the
the
terms.
wrong thing, but I don't want them to choose the wrong thing.
Lead
But
by
a lot of
example.
the times they're coaxed to choose the wrong thing.
Lead by example.
That's
You
true.
don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to tell them what to do. You just do it by example. You don't have to tell them what to do. Just do it by example.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Again, Kim, these are human people making choices.
But do you realize the kind of some of them are very
They're not free from the
really
responsibility of their. Trust me, I know.
I know
the traumatizing experiences that they go
Trust
through.
me, Kim, I know, but it doesn't. I know the depths of which you speak, but it doesn't abdicate my responsibility for my life because I might have had it rough.
Yeah, I get you. Some of us are very blessed to not have gone through something like that.
Well,
But
I
if
don't
you
know those
are
people.
But if you absolutely go through the things that those people are subjected to, maybe you would have a bit more empathy, not sympathy, but empathy for them.
I think we're going down a tangent.
Yeah,
That's the tangent right there. It is. Yeah,
it's a bit off the mark, but like we got away from, like, Kim. I gotta say, I don't know where. Just can you just tell me this one thing at least? Where did you learn about this specific doctrine that you're holding on to this tightly? Who told you this? Was it a pastor? Was it a Bible study?
It was
Maybe.
in First Corinthians. No, I read it in the Bible.
I know, but like, how long have you been thinking like this?
The salvation of all.
No, yeah, that.
It just made sense in my spirit.
How long have you been thinking like this, Kim?
I don't know, maybe about a half a year, so 6 months.
Previous to that, what did you used to think about? Were you not religious? Were you?
I was in fear because I knew that God had put His faith upon me somehow. It was not something that I was seeking, and then I believed all of a sudden. So it wasn't something that I was seeking. It was just something that happened. And
But did you previously believe in God, or was it like altogether? Like just you came about this revelation of?
No, I thought I was way too smart to believe in God. Let me tell you that one.
So you're like atheist or something? Like, what was your?
No, I was agnostic.
Agnostic. Okay. All right. I don't know what studies you've been about, but a lot of
the original Hebrew and Greek text.
Yeah, but that's still like, I don't know who you're doing them with. If it's just like a solo study, or you got like a group of people, or you're meeting at a church. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, but
I'm not meeting anywhere at a church or anything like that. I've just been studying the scriptures and found people that have found what I found.
Okay, so those people that I think you're getting with, are they also believing the same thing you are?
They are very aligned with what I believe or think. Not.
Did they teach you?
They're very aligned. No, they don't teach me.
Did they teach you this and make you think that this made sense?
No.
Do they talk about it like it makes sense?
Of aligning beliefs.
Because I'm only saying I listen to patterns when I hear people speak. I'm very good at that. Like, and I can detect where there's some sort of pattern happening. So you've been saying the all in all is all, kind of like over and over again. It's repetitive. So it almost sounds like a mantra, something that you've been like saying to yourself or telling yourself, as in it comforts you to say that. And not only
it's only
that, but
because-
like it almost seems like a group would assemble and say this together, like as a beginning prayer or something. And I'm just like, I'm not one to divine your thoughts, but just I'm really good at recognizing these things, so I can see patterns, and I just feel like it feels like to me, like for some reason this pattern is repetitive, and it's so ingrained in you now. Like for some reason it's dug in, and so we can't show you anything anymore that's going to have you see that the text doesn't support this anymore, because you're far past that. You're almost like so inured with this idea that nothing can change your mind. And so short of God revealing that this is not what he's saying, you're going to continue to believe that what you said, everyone's going to be rescued. And there's nothing more that we can do for you at this point, at this current time. So you're just going to have to live with that idea, thinking that it's, the right way, until you actually read more text. Until you read more text, Kim. And the studies that I've done, I don't see anything close to what you're saying. It's not even that. You're way off the mark. Let's just put it that way. And if you spread this gospel to somebody else the way you're saying it, you're going to lead some other people astray. It's going to happen.
I hope that I don't.
Well, what I'm saying, I'm going to have to pray about this, because I hope that you turn away from this. This is an evil doctrine that you're saying, because you're giving people false hope. That in other words, somebody who's in wicked sin, you're just like, don't worry. If you don't worry, God loves you. No, he doesn't. He hates them. And the only thing that's going to stop his wrath on them is short of like them coming to God and Christ intervening. But other than that, like, you're going to give somebody.
They know the grace of God.
You're going to give them. You're going to give them false hope.
That's Jesus. The grace of God is Jesus. Okay, so he sacrificed his only begotten son, so you, me, and everybody else have got a fucking chance when we are judged. You understand what we mean by judged, don't you? One way or another. Not a happy gathering where we sit around and look at your life and somebody pats you on the head, well done, you can go on to heaven. No, judged because of the shit that you've done. And ultimately, if you've got Jesus there, you've got a good chance. If you don't have Jesus there, I'm sorry, you don't make it. Do you understand that, Kim?
I think that everybody has Jesus Christ.
No, they don't, Kim.
Then you're wrong.
You're wrong. They don't.
Then you are categorically 100% wrong, Kim.
You're missing a word in that phrase. They have an opportunity for Jesus Christ, but they don't have Jesus Christ.
So all doesn't mean all, but it means a few.
Anyone who's willing to accept him. If you don't
anyone.
accept him, that's on you, dude.
It's not everyone. It's anyone, Kim. Not everyone. Anyone. You know the difference between anyone and everyone? That's what it means.
I know the difference between all and a few, or
okay. Sorry. What happens if we deny him? What happens if we deny him? Will he also then deny us?
He will show us.
No.
Within the Bible itself, that has been put down. Yeah, thank you, Gizmo. So this has been put down for everyone, so we can read it from the Bible, the same thing that you're reading. Okay, so if we endure, we shall reign with him. If we deny him, he will also deny us. But everybody gets saved, even though he denies us. It's literally that's your standpoint, Kim. That's your standpoint. You'll deny us, but you'll get saved anyway.
I'm tagging you, Kim.
Look in the voice text. If death is abolished, above all, if that's the last thing.
After what was stated within Revelation earlier, death is done away with. After everybody else has gone through that
evil is destroyed. Death is done away with after everyone who is not in the book of life is destroyed. That's what the scripture says.
So the book of life, we might as well just do away with that then, according to you, because there's no point. Everybody gets saved. Everybody's name should be in it. And even if we deny him, he'll deny us, but that's okay. We all get saved anyway. Do you understand? Sorry, hold on. You understand the contradiction, Kim?
Christ in you is the hope and glory.
Kim, I'm asking you a question directly. Do you understand the contradiction?
I understand that the carnal mind can't understand.
So no, then you're just not going to answer the question. You're going to go straight past it. You're going to walk around it. You're basically, this hour and a half of conversation has been a waste because you won't admit to your contradiction.
I just want everybody to be safe.
You just want to be right.
You want to be right, Kim. It's your pride right now. It's literally your pride.
That's your pride. It is your pride, Kim.
Here's the worst part. Every name is written in the book of life. He blots them out.
Yeah, we've gone over this. It's become a point that's just issue.
Just think about that for a second, Kim. Everybody's name's in the book of life, but people get blotted out. But then later on, somebody comes along, rewrites them in according to you. That's your standpoint, Kim. So everything else in the Bible that you may or may not have read yet doesn't apply to this one sentence that you are taking completely out of context. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Kim, do you understand that you hold a contrary prediction? You understand that? Good. So please stop spouting this. Definitely stop believing in it. Do some more research. This doctrine that you've got, everyone gets saved. It's fucking dangerous, mate.
It's dangerous. It is. I told her too. It is dangerous. You're going to get some people wrecked with this doctrine.
Read the Bible and read it some more.
Hey, if it's worth saying it, I just want to say I'm not a Christian, but even though I'm not a Christian, I sincerely. Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
The whole.
What is you're roboting, bro?
Spirit.
You're roboting.
And pray and read it some more.
Go ahead, President.
Sorry.
I was going to say, even though I'm not a Christian, I just want to say I sincerely doubt that Jesus is in the heart of a serial killer.
Jesus, yes, exactly.
Or in somebody who isn't Christian, a Muslim, for example, a Hindu, for example, or any other faith or religion that doesn't have Jesus Christ at the center of it. Seriously, we'll go around all day and I'm going to smack you with this stick, mate. It's a contradictory position. You have to understand it.
I've heard about some people that were dug in like this I've seen Globers act like this, which is kind of like resembles the same patterns that they have, You tell them, answer the question, and they're just like, they give you another question, or they'll skirt around the thing that you're saying, and it's like, that's where truth doesn't lie there. Because if there was some truth there, she could rebut you straight away with truth. And there isn't truth in what she's saying. Just isn't.
You are quite right. Maybe that's why I'm getting a little bit frustrated, because maybe it is a little bit, and I mean this with total respect, Kim. Maybe it is like Miggy said, talking to a baller. You give them all the evidence. Here you are. You require angles. The gas is going to fuck off. Yeah, but I like what I first said. I'm going to circle back to what I first said, because that helps me sleep at night. I don't care what helps you sleep at night. I care what the fucking truth is. And you should too. More to the point, you should too.
I think we've beaten this fully. So
now I want to jump on it again.
No.
Sorry. So with all due respect, Kim, I do apologise if I've spoken out of turn or too harshly or with swear words where maybe I shouldn't have done. But I just want you to understand. Call Miggy the good cop. Call me the bad cop. I do it really, really well. I do it to Globers all the time. But please, I don't want to speak any more of it, because I've really got to get into work. But I just don't want you to take anything offensive to what I've said. I've got a lot of respect for you. I love you as a sister. Please, just do some more research into this and take on what we've said. Please, I beg you.
You got it.
Damn, Deuce, what you still doing up?
I'm about to go to bed, but I didn't want to leave on a sour note.
No, we don't do that here.
No, Kim is good. I understand fully what's happening. But she has good intentions, and I'm just...
He loves everyone and wants everyone to go to heaven. Like my aunt.
When I'm new to something, I often make flippant assumptions upon what I've inculcated into myself, and I understand the folly that comes with it, especially with misunderstandings or misinterpretations on a multitude of things. So I get it. And I'm not, like I said, there are many people in here that I would refer to before myself on anything biblical, because I'm new to it. I was the atheist. So
I can't believe that, man. A guy like you, smart as you are, like, I don't know. I thought you would have like caught on with it long ago.
But that's funny, because I didn't come to a spiritual awakening. I came to a reasoned awakening.
I could see that.
That led me to a spiritual awakening.
That's what I can't see. Like, just because I always think that you sound like with logic and reason at your side, you would have just like
I bought every stupid thing they sold me until I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it became obvious to me, everything became obvious to me.
Yeah, the final lie, the ultimate lie.
That's why I find it so profound of the nature of your reality, and that's why I always bring it up. And people think it's a shape. No, it's not. It's literally the nature of your reality. But I mean, until I saw that, I didn't see logic or reason the way it should have been, and I always had all these burning questions that could never be answered by the things I looked into, and everything seemed inconsistent, or that I was. There was a truth that I wasn't being told, and now it seems so obvious that it's all written right there. But I mean, yeah.
One of the interesting things, like when I used to come, like I hate to see people that have been like that's why I was asking Kim. Like, I was looking for somebody that actually told her this, because I go after the deceivers, man. Like, I'm like freaking, like I despise them. I don't like somebody who's maybe have taught her this or something, and like I know maybe she doesn't want to reveal who it is, but like there's a person, there's a culprit that's spreading this nonsense. It's just like misinformation, right?
Right, but
I don't know.
The thing is like when she said it, I'm like, yeah, everybody can be saved.
Yeah, but
I didn't think that
it's anyone.
We were talking like literally, yeah. Anyone can be saved. Yeah,
anyone is the term, and for her, it's everyone. It's anyone. The actual word should be anyone.
Yeah, I agree.
And
my story of sharing about my mother, you know, her having a choice. That's just an anecdotal story I was told tonight, and I thought it funny because I was like, yeah, you know, I could see how anybody could be.
Well, I honestly, the experiences that we have, it does lend credence to like somebody's faith being moved or provoked. So yeah, I do think that was a real thing, but in the sense of it being like the idea of a final kind of like at the end of your life is still available choice. I don't think that's the case. I think while she was having this NDE, I think that was probably intentional because he knew that wasn't going to be her last,
right. But she was already a Christian.
Yeah, but
so, I mean, you want to know something? You want to know something crazy? In the beginning of my search for God and search for Jesus, which like the official beginning, like I started when I was in the Army in 2000. That's when I was baptized, but I didn't officially like get started until about 2005, 2006. And around that time frame, maybe a couple of years later, I really got stuck on the whole pray for your enemy thing. And so I pray for my enemies. And what better way to pray for your enemy than to pray for their salvation? And so I'm like stuck on this, right? And I'm praying for them all the time. And then it wasn't even until 5 or 6 years after that I realized, like, I'm giving all of my enemies all of my good fruit, and I have nothing left for those that are good around me. And I just felt so drained all the time. And then I started reading more and more scripture, and I learned how to discern the enemy. And once I learned how to discern the enemy, I basically like cornered myself off and helped myself grow and cultivate. And then once I felt like I was ready to go out into the world and face God's enemy, because God's enemy is my enemy. So when I felt like I was ready to face God's enemy, that's when I started noticing the machete coming down and chopping at my trunk, at my foundation, and chipping away things. And I'm like, oh shoot, I better guard back up again. And I had to learn how to protect myself and guard myself in those situations. And one thing that somebody told me once that made a lot of sense was, it's okay to be around sinners for one reason and one reason only. Are they changing you, or are you changing them? And if they're changing you, you need to go away. If you are not changing them, you need to go away. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You spread the truth, you spread the truth, and you spread the truth, and you spread the truth. But like, the seed can be spread.
We go again.
Concrete, the seed soil. Am I roboting?
Yeah.
All right. Am I still roboting? I'm gonna.
No, you're good.
Kind of talk.
Go on. You can finish what you're saying.
You can spread seed on concrete. You can spread seed on in the thicket, and you can spread seed on fertile soil, and each is going to grow accordingly. If you spread it on concrete, it's not going to take root, and it's going to be blown away. If it's spread in the thicket, it's going to be intertwined with the thicket, and it's not going to bear good fruit. Only one that's going to bear good fruit is if it's spread on fertile soil. And someone has to clear the land in order for that seed to grow. If they don't clear the land themselves, then it's not going to grow. It's not going to grow according to the way that God needs it to grow.
Right. And I think the only people that you're actually responsible for plowing that soil with are your children and your family.
Correct. As a man, the Bible says that you're supposed to lead the woman, and then the women lead the children to the father, and then the father leads them to God. So a man has a great responsibility.
My point being is, yeah, you can plant the seeds, but you can't plow the soil of most people.
No.
In other words, they have to be a willing participant. They have to come seeking.
But you can show them what fertile soil looks like.
That's true. You can say, hey, look at my lawn. I agree with that. All right.
And if they don't believe it, it's on them. You can't get mad.
That's interesting, Deuce. I didn't know you were getting in touch with spirituality, man. I'd love to have a chat with you about stuff.
I'll chat with you.
It is a new thing for me. I can't say it's new, but I'm doing.
And you
it
as well,
myself,
Miggy.
so.
Yeah,
I'll chat with you if you ever want to chat.
I've done a lot of study in this, so if anybody ever wanted to get together and just go over some scripture and talk about it, I like to stay within the borders of what we read, so I don't go off and do hooey kind of things. Just it's plain and simple.
Yeah, the gates are narrow, so it makes sense that you stay within the borders.
Exactly.
Wide is the path to destruction.
But
all right, guys.
Yeah,
have a good night.
Have to go.
Yeah, I did. I had to go like 2 hours ago.
Good
night.
All right, guys.
See ya,
God bless. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see you, bro.
Good. Amen.
And Aethergrass, thank you for your input as well. Much appreciated.
Yeah, man. I understand completely where she's coming from too with that. Like, nobody wants anybody to go to eternal damnation. Like, God doesn't even want anybody to. But if somebody chooses to go that direction, he's not going to stop them.
I mean, he hates sin so much, like he wants to destroy it, but he was willing to. He was willing to sacrifice his own son, and he did.
Yeah.
Just for that, just to give us a chance. All we had to do was look at his son and follow his son.
Everybody wants a happy ending where the boogeyman goes away and everybody else gets to be free and live forever. Like, that's not uncommon. That's a lot of people want that.
Well, ask yourself this. Ask yourself this.
Scripture doesn't say it. Yeah, what were you saying, Orion?
Well, you know, will you learn anything throughout your life if that was the case? If there were no bad guys, would you learn anything?
Nope.
I mean,
yeah.
What's wrong with following the rules? Like, if you followed the rules. Go ahead.
That was it. That's all I had to say.
I mean, if you follow the rules and you don't disobey the rules, is there any bad?
Wait, say that again?
If you're given a set of rules and you always follow the rules, is there any evil in that? If everybody followed the rules, would there be evil?
Oh, if you're referring to the natural
if there was,
law.
Well, I mean, just in general, if nobody sinned anymore and everybody followed the rules and did exactly what God wanted us to do every single day, then why would we need evil if we're all doing good?
Evil's just a corruption of reality and of truth. Because if everybody was doing what's right, there wouldn't be evil. It's void created from a lack of good. Basically, yeah, if to obey is better than sacrifice. Oh, I'm sorry, we keep overlapping. I'd be quiet. Go ahead, Orion. Yeah,
go ahead, Orion.
Well, I was just saying, like, here's an example. Like, so say there's a bad person, like, you know, like even back in school, you know, elementary school, middle school, high school, either one, whatever. Like, you know, a bully picks on you, or a bully picks on someone else, or whatever, or somebody does something just completely out of the blue, wrong and bad. And it's like, you're, in a certain sense, regardless of whether or not it was intentional for it to be that by any kind of God or not, one way or another, the reality is, you're being tested on how to deal with that bully. And or deal with that individual doing that particular bad thing, whatever scenario, you know. And I'm just saying, like, you know, it's bad things happen, but at least we learn from them, right?
I mean, yes, but there's also that time that it takes to learn from that. What if I present you with a different option? What if there is no bully and we continue forward with progress? So that means that there's no intervening, or not intervening, but no blockage of progress in what is that necessary to be good.
Well, yeah. So I acknowledge that, and I'm not opposed to that, but still, the concept still stands that, at least as far as a past tense goes, you know, we wouldn't have learned that bullies are bad if bullies didn't exist to begin with.
Why would it even need to be a lesson if all we did was good and grow even more?
Wait, say that again? What?
Let's just say you took away bullies and you took away bad and evil, and all you did was good, and you grew more in that good. How much more would you grow than with something standing in your way?
I don't know, man. This is all philosophical. I'm sorry, I'm completely lost you, man. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know where you get it.
I'm just saying, if all there was is good, you could grow more in just good. But because there's evil, now you're struggling to grow. I'm probably roboting again.
No, you're good.
No, you're not.
I guess we're just being quiet.
I know it's a tough thing to follow. It's something that I've struggled with myself. It's something I've always struggled with myself. Like, if there was no evil in the world, there would be no struggle. If there was no struggle, we could all work better to grow more together, to do more good things.
That's hypotheticals, though. To be honest, like,
right.
I always deal on the what there really is level, which is this world and the way it really is.
Yeah.
So we have to deal with it on the way it is. So hypotheticals really are just philosophical kind of like jazz hands. Like we really can't go there. We have to work with what we have. And what we have is the reality is that people are scumbags. And some people aren't, you know? So
yeah. I've accepted that. I deal with that. I'm just
there's no well, you know, to say that the perfect world would be like, what if there was no sin or whatever, that's not this world. That's maybe an imagination. This world, however, has people that would do things that are pretty vile. So we deal with
like so just this real quick, Miggy, like for the philosophy, there's two sides to it. One, most people understand this. Without bad in the world, we wouldn't know how good we really have it in certain cases. My thought on that, playing on that, was, well, if there's no bad in this world, how much more better could we make it?
Yeah, but what good is?
Well, we can't. It's all hypothetical.
But what good is that? What use case is there for any of that discussion? Like, there isn't. It's just empty air. It's like you might as well just be saying, "Hey, you got like 5 minutes I can waste, or 10," like, because there's nothing more than just imaginations, concepts, ideas. Like, there's no adherence to like where we can actually do something with this. There's nothing there.
It's kind of like saying if gravity worked like they say it did, then everything would be round and there'd be curve.
Yeah, it's a nothing burger. No. Like, there's nothing there.
Well, and the only reason why I said that, though, because I'm not trying to be offensive either, is because like I posted this in the live stream where we're trying to reverse engineer to a solution to a problem that's like an uphill solution to a problem that's rolling downhill.
Yeah,
like,
the really is level is that
already rolling this way. All right, like the kind of Cain killed Abel thing, and now everybody has wars. Like, we can't go back and stop that in order to create the utopia that we're hypothesizing.
Or the what ifs. Or the what if this happened, or what if that. Like, there's no what ifs. Yeah. There's only what ifs.
We inherited what we've got, and now we got to figure out a way to fix it
just deal
here with what we have to fix it with.
I think that's something that's useful. Like, what can we do right now, like, to make this a better place? Then that sounds like a conversation we can get into.
I still think that's like a red herring on that. What I'm saying is when people say without evil you wouldn't know how good you have it, is saying that evil is necessary for good. When if everybody just followed the rules, we could do that much more better.
Well, like, I believe that evil and good are on purpose, and it's just that's kind of some relative stuff because of this verse.
You can't live a life without that stuff because we have it. So saying that it's a possibility to think of it like that, It's illogical. It's nonsense.
You know that one prayer? There's
That's
one
not
prayer. It's like, "Oh, that you would bless me."
It is.
indeed,"
It's not
and-
that
It's not
because it's not
logical.
real.
It is, Gizmo. How is it? Listen,
You can say it's nonsense because it's not real, but it's not illogical because
that you would keep
it's just
me
like
from-
it's just like the dichotomy. If it's not curved, it's what? It's flat. So if there's no evil and if there's no evil, then what? There's just good.
I mean, that's possible. There didn't used to be evil.
Gizmo, what do you mean by rules? You said this to me too. Like people follow the rules. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, God has rules, right?
the rules,
No,
as
it's
in,
the way you're phrasing it, the way that you're structuring it. It doesn't seem sound.
We'd have to kill all unclean meat, I guess, and then nobody could eat it.
The what?
No, I have an issue with the.
So you got to follow all the rules, man. The whole thing, all of them.
No, Moses. A lot of Moses' laws I have issues with because I think they
We
were
need some
human made.
tassels.
The 10 Commandments are pretty spot on. There's a clear definition of what sin is, and if you don't fall under those categories, then you know. But we all sin. We all fall short on that. So I'm just saying, if everybody followed the rules, then what? We could do much more better. There was
but that's not
time where people lived for
Gizmo.
long
that
time.
conversation is not even useful, not even a little.
Here we go.
Because that's not even possible.
It
That's
was
not
at
possible.
one time.
Is it?
It was
First
at
of
one
all, is it possible what you just stated, or is it just imaginations that if it was this way?
What happened before the flood? Because of what happened before the flood,
what?
God decreed that no human should live past 120
imagine
years.
What it will be like when I walk.
What does it have to do with you
So
making
before that, people were living longer. Imagine how much more they were getting done because they were living longer.
That does not mean that what you said is any way, shape, or form adhering to what the really is level is here. You're saying that if we followed the rules,
I'm not saying it is what it is.
Roboty.
Now we're stuck with it. That's what it is. That's
So
fine.
you can't.
I'm
you
okay
can't
with that.
try to think. You can't try to think of anything other than what it is right now. If you're trying to think of something else, it can't be that other thing because this is what it is.
I'm fine.
You know what I mean? Like, is that hard concept? Because it's not really. Because reality is what it is already. You can't say,
I
"Well, we
understand
lived
that.
in a perfect
I'm fine
world
with
and
that.
we followed the rules." Then that's not. You can't say that anymore. It's done deal. We're already in this reality.
I'm fine with that.
I know. So that's why I'm saying it's not useful to talk about something that, like, what if we follow the rules? And like, you can't say that because so what? We're not there. We're here.
It's what I find weird about this is like when the king returns. That's exactly what's going to happen, though. Is there won't be. So why are we like, what if and with the until then? Because he knows when. Like it's actually going to happen, but it's just not going to happen yet. Like
That's fine. And that's what I'm
it's going to
saying.
be awesome.
You can't say it's not possible because it's going to happen.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's.
Now you're starting to sound like him. No, dude. Like this is. Listen.
It says it, dude. Read Revelation chapter 21.
Okay, yeah, you can't throw the
Read
Bible
Revelation
at me,
chapter
dude.
21 and
Trust me,
22.
you can't do that because I know what it says. But what I'm telling
what
you
it says
now,
too.
what I'm telling you now is that what you're stating, if it was like this way, you were saying, if we all followed the rules, I'm just repeating what you're saying, right? And not verbatim. I'm even paraphrasing because, like, you're saying something about if it was like this, then we would be in a better place. Something to the effect. It's like you can't say that because it's not that. It is this.
No.
What do you mean?
I said no, you misquoted me. I said if we all did good, we could be in a better place.
All right. So what good is that going to do for you to say that when that isn't the case?
Yeah.
Right? Right. And I right? It's the truth. That's not the case.
So there's no hope. There's no hope.
No, what you're saying.
There's no hope to do good.
No. See, you're throwing away everything.
No,
you're doing it because your point didn't come across, Gizbo.
There's
and
evil in this world, and we have to
your
live
point
it.
didn't
That's
come
just the
across,
way
so
it is.
you're getting kind of like defensive about it, and I understand that.
No,
but listen, what you're saying is because of what you said has to be taken. Like, I'm taking it off the table. You can't use that. What you can use is reality as it is. Use reality as it is.
Yeah, I'm using reality as it is.
No, you just finished saying that if it was like this other thing.
Did I say it was reality the other way?
You said if we could have done things differently or whatever, it's like, why?
If.
Yeah, that's the thing. And what good is that conversation? What good is that conversation?
I'm not allowed to talk about a
I'm not saying that you're not allowed to talk about it, but what good is it? I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question.
What good is it? There's
I'm asking you a question. What good is it to have that conversation? It's like me saying
that if somebody doing evil hears that and says, you know what if I do better? What if that helps to make other people do better?
That's the future. That isn't the past. That's good. Do it. Do good.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That's not the past. That isn't the past, though. That isn't like, well,
if I give somebody hope and doing good, if I give somebody hope and doing more good,
if things could have been different, and they're not different. They're this way. So we just got to deal with the way it is now. And then if you want to do good, do good. That's the future.
That's all I've ever been saying.
No, that's not all you've ever been saying, Gizbo.
I said that we live in a world where there's evil and good. Some people say without evil, you wouldn't know good. And I say, if there was no evil, how much more could we do better?
Yeah, you keep saying it, but it's like that's not the case.
What's wrong with that statement?
What's wrong with it is that the way we are now?
Yeah. I said if.
No. Your answer my question. This is what Globers do. Answer my question.
What did I say at the beginning of that?
Is that the case now?
We live in a world.
Gizmo, yes or no? Is that the case? Yes or no?
No, we live in a world.
Thank you.
Thank
you. You answered the question. You answered it. That's all I want you to say. Be honest.
Are you gonna let me talk
Be
now?
honest.
Are you gonna let me talk now? Are you gonna let me? I am being honest. Are you gonna let me talk now? I'm gonna say
what
it for
else
like.
do you have to say? You've already answered my question. That's the only thing I want you to do is answer the question.
I'm going to say it for a 16th time.
Why?
I said we live in a world where there's good and evil. We agree on that, right?
You're stating the obvious.
Right. We live in a world that is good and evil, right? Is that not what I conceded to you?
No. You're conceding the fact that you're saying that if it was different, things would have been better. And I'm like, that's not the case.
Not would have. Words have meaning, dude. Could have.
It doesn't matter. It's suggestive. Is it suggestive? Is it suggestive? What you just said, is it suggestive?
I'm using proper words.
Is it suggestive, Gizbo? Answer my question. Is it suggestive?
My grammar is correct, man. What is wrong with my rhetoric?
Is it suggestive, Gizbo? What is
wrong with my rhetoric?
You're not answering me. Is it suggestive, what you just said?
I'm not going to answer you now.
Yeah, see? You don't want to be wrong, dude. This is the same kind of attitude these Globers have. The same thing, dude. Why are you imitating them right now?
You're telling me I'm wrong, and I'm not saying what you're saying I'm saying.
And somebody doesn't speak the truth. But now
you're saying I'm wrong,
tonight, man. Freaking
you're saying I'm wrong. You're saying I'm wrong, and you're saying something that I'm not saying.
I'm not saying that you're not saying something. You're twisting things around now. I'm saying you're being suggestive. You're being suggestive in what you're saying. Would you say it could be different? And I'm telling you, I'm putting it back to you. You like to interrupt me, and I'm telling you, when you said something suggestive, like it could be, and I'm like, yeah, but it's not the case. We are living in a world where things are the way they are. And it doesn't matter how much you talk about things could have been different if things would have. It doesn't matter. We're dealing with the stuff the way it is.
Yeah.
And it's tough cookies, but that's the way it is, right?
And what did I
now,
say?
If you want to make things better, just make things better.
What did I say?
I don't know why you want to keep repeating it like you're right. There's no winning this. You can't win this.
It's not that I'm right. There's nothing wrong with what I said.
Yes, there is.
It's not about me being right. Like, I'm not lording over anything. Right. There's just nothing wrong with what I said.
Yes, there is. It's empty. There's nothing to it. There's there's nothing to it. You don't have to talk about what could be. It's just what it is now. That's all. Living without sin or whatever, it's like that's never going to be the case, or whatever you're bringing these subjective ideas, as in like maybe this could have happened had things been different. It's not the case.
I invite you to go read Revelations chapter 21 and 22.
I don't know why you want to take me to Revelation. Like does it have?
You don't have to read it right. You don't have to read it right now. Read it on your own.
I know, but does it have to deal, Gizbo? Does it have to deal with what you're talking about right now of how things could be different?
Yes.
But now that it does.
Yes.
Well, things are the way they are, and the Book of Revelation is future tense, is not past tense. So future tense hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
So I don't need to reread something that you're trying to point me to just because you want to say, like, look, it's obviously going to show you that I'm right. Like, I'm not.
It's only going to get better for those who are found in the Book of Life. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's great. It's future tense anyway, so it's going to be, when they get there, they're going to realize that.
I have every hope to look forward to, even if I'm not found in the Book of Life. I have every hope to look forward to.
Yeah, but you don't have to say that. You don't. That's something you don't need to say.
I've accepted that.
No, you don't have to say that, Gizbo, because
it's not my. I'm not making the judgment. God makes that judgment.
You are. You just made it. Even if I'm not found in the Book of Life, like, dude, you just live your life.
I don't know if
live
my
your
name
life
is
for
in there.
God, and don't
That's
worry
all I'm doing.
Well,
that's
then
all I'm doing. Living my life.
Well, don't be saying condemnation over yourself. Like that's.
I'm not giving myself condemnation. I've accepted.
You just said if I'm not found,
whether I go to heaven,
like I'm a liar now, dude. Like
whether I go to heaven,
you just finished. Listen, if you don't admit to at least some of the things that I'm telling you that you're making contradictions on, you're gonna rub me the wrong way, dude. And I don't want that because you're a pretty cool dude. Don't call me to be a liar, dude. That's not what I'm doing in here. I don't ever want to be called that by somebody who's on my side, or should be anyway.
I'm not calling you a liar.
Yes, you are, because I just finished. Like, did I call you
a liar? Did I say you were a liar? Did I tell you
I'm getting pretty irritated, Gizbo. I'm being honest with you, bro. Like, there's a time where you need to like pull the reins back. I'm being honest because I don't want to go through this because I will expose everything you said in the live stream.
You're
gonna have to answer everything.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Pretty rough, dude. I don't want that. So you need to back up a little bit or mute up or something. Don't do that. I like you. You're a pretty cool guy, but there's buttons that get pushed on me, and if you do that, it won't go well. Anyway, I'll go back to the room. Apologies, everyone.
You can know. Like, it's not you can know today where you're going to end up if you die. If you were to die like tonight, like, you can know. It's not a if, you can know for certain.
Well, one thing I would say, guys, is like, if we start saying things and we're not owning up to them, or we're saying falsehoods, or if I call one of you guys something and I say I didn't say that, or I'm not, and I start becoming that, like that's unbecoming. And I have a real short fuse when people start bullshitting me and telling me that I'm a liar. Like I won't put up with it. I won't. I have Flat Earth Fam, but like that goes only so far.
I never called you a liar. I don't want to be told that I'm calling you a liar when I never.
No,
just saying, man.
May I ask one question to Gizmo?
What's up, Ether? Go ahead.
I just want to ask him. Like you said, if your name's not written down, though, like you can know for certain. There's no if with this. Like you can know. You can know for a fact, like you will know. Like you can know that you don't have to be thinking in terms of if.
I don't think you can make any definitive claims about afterlife.
Did you read?
I know
did you
my
read
maker.
Revelation? Did you read Revelation, chapter 20, verses 11 through 15? Everyone will be judged. Everyone will be judged.
Yeah, but you can
Everyone will
know.
be judged.
I'm
I
just
don't.
saying
I
that
don't.
you can know.
I can't. Dude, I'm a sinner, dude. I'm a sinner. I fall short of the cross, dude. Even in Matthew chapter 7, verse 21 through 23, those who come to me and say, Father, Father, look at what I've done in your name. Go away
Yeah.
from me. I never knew you. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's speaking to
I
certain
hope,
people.
I hope with all my heart, and I can tell you right now that if I died today and I walked up to God and he said, I'm sorry, you're not allowed in, I would walk into the lake of fire with full love in my heart and never change that.
There's no
I'm okay with that.
condemnation for those
I'm okay
who
with
love
that.
him.
Yeah, there's no. I don't know. I don't know for whatever reason, and that's why I was telling him Ether. But like, there's some people that just feel like they chastise themselves to the umph degree, and
Yeah. Like, dude, we all deserve the lake of fire, obviously. I'm a total piece of shit too, man. But you can know where you will go when you get out of here. You can know. That's all I'm telling you. That's all I'm saying, dude. You can know. You can know for certain with full confidence, 100%. You can know.
Guys, I'm hearing an awful lot of self-condemnation here.
Yeah,
and actually, you're inviting the lake. You're actually refusing, listen. You're refusing his love.
Yeah,
He's given
like that's
it.
that's
that's
obviously why all the negativity. You can just know.
You don't need to doubt. The point is, are you a sinner?
not doubting.
Or were you a sinner? That is the
I'm
point.
not doubting.
Are
It's
you-
not my judgment.
Are
It's not
you
my
or were
salvation.
you?
It's his salvation.
Well, dude,
He
are you living
judges.
in sin? Because if you carry on living in sin, then you'll invite the lake. You'll not get in the gate. You're refusing yourself the access.
Bro,
You're not
I
living in
do
sin.
everything I
And admit
can
that you were and move
every
on.
day. Everything I can
Well,
every day to
admit that you
stay as
agree with
far
it
away from
and
sin
move
as
forward.
possible. But I'm a
this is
sinner.
a-
We're all sinners. I'm okay with all of that.
Then move forward, dude. Let your past be your judgment on yourself. And move forward in his word. It's that simple.
That's all I do every day.
To me anyway, bro. To me anyway, it's that simple. It's so easy to condemn ourselves and drag ourselves down and think, no, I might not make the cut. But dude, if you know that you were in sin and you've walked away from that and you've turned back from it and you've walked towards him, you carry him in your heart and you know him in your soul, you're saved. In my book. And I hope that's his. But that's me, guys. Yeah. So don't be afraid of it.
It's not that I've walked away from sin. It's I'm surrounded by sin. This is a spiritual battle, dude.
Yeah.
You're on the spiritual battle.
In it, but not of it.
I
We're
know.
all in this thing together. It's the same world, but we don't have to be of it.
Yeah, that's not your thing anymore. That's
And I know it's hard. It sucks, man. I get it. It does suck. I'm just trying to point out that if, like, okay, I love and hate the whole if things, maybes, what ifs, perhaps. But when it comes to this particular subject, like, nah, there's no room for a if variable when it comes to salvation.
Well, who speaks out? Who's the speaker? Who cast dispersions on reality and truth? Who's behind all that? That's evil. That's, call it the devil if you want. That's the
It's in the
darkness. Moving
scripture.
away
It
from the
literally
light.
is in the scripture.
So,
there are people who knew. There are people who knew they were going to heaven because of what they did in Jesus' name. And Jesus said, "Go away from me. I never knew you."
They just thought that they were doing it kind of like these Catholic weirdos that they keep all these vain traditions and they know all of the things. They can quote scripture like the devil, but they don't in their heart keep agape. Like they don't have love. They don't know
Go ahead, finish.
I was just gonna say they don't know true love. They don't know truth love. They don't have it in their heart. They don't see, like the image of God before them when they look at their fellow man.
Well, that's a problem in most religions, especially like Catholicism and whatnot. It teaches you that you're eternally in sin. You have to repent for your sin by saying certain words so many times. Repent, repent, repent. You might get off with it. Oh, but you'll probably burn in fire. So just repent anyway, and pay the church in the process. That's the whole point of religion. It keeps you in a point of sin, and a point of doubting that the Creator's want and His love and His work.
In a weird way, I kind of believe in one say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I have no doubt in that in my mind or in my heart or my soul. My heart and soul is completely set on God. There are things in my path that I wish I'd never done, but I live with them every day. I'm okay with that. I have moved on from that. I'm at peace with that. I've accepted the fact that it's God's judgment. It's not my judgment. I don't get to say I am saved. He says I'm saved. When I stand before Him, I will not kneel unless He tells me I have to kneel. When He judges me, I will not fall to the ground. I will stand with love in my heart, knowing this, no matter what, one way or the other, my love will never change for God. I'm here in this world because I love God, not because I want to be here, because I love God.
I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. So if you love Him and He's your salvation, then there's nothing that you can do to break that contract. Just keep moving forward towards it.
I understand, but all I can do is my part. I don't hold the keys.
So everything else is done then. The debt's already been paid, so the contract's already been signed, and you're moving forward. And no man who picks up the plow while working for the kingdom and looking back is worthy of it. But if you're worthy of it and you're in His hand, then there's nothing anybody can do to take it out. So you're good. Just keep moving forward and have that peace.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, we're going to go and get a break to this. Yeah, hang on, Gizmo. If you guys want to have a chat, if you guys want to have a chat, like a personal call, because it looks like it might lead to that.
Yeah,
Either you can probably give him a call. Maybe he needs somebody to talk to or something. I don't know.
I need to take like at least like a 5-10 minute break to go use the bathroom and get coffee or something, and I'll be back.
If you need to, man, just give him a call. Give him a personal call.
I think y'all are awesome. I love you, man. And I just want, I'm gonna repeat to everybody who's listening, it doesn't have to be a if variable for you. Like you can know. You can know. All right, I'll be back in a few. I love you guys. Peace out. I'm really tired and half asleep, so gonna wake myself up and yeah.
God bless, brother. I'll be kicking around in the background somewhere, guys. Thanks for all the honesty, love, and truth that you've been sharing. It brings us closer, stronger in the fight.
Yeah, appreciate you, old dude.
You too, bro.
Hey guys, I've returned. If anybody's still here.
Yeah. I think everyone got exhausted by that 3-hour Bible interaction.
Multiple interactions.
Yeah.
It's like 6 o'clock in the morning, so.
Oh, it's like midday here in Denmark.
Yeah. Should probably gear the conversation towards the subject matter of the server at this point. Now, I'm still willing to talk about anything scriptural related if anybody wants to. I'm just going to start talking about curvature type things. People waking up, they're going to be getting online soon.
Yeah, that's true.
Good morning, Flat Earth. Gotta take the thing little. I put a lid on my coffee. I thought about it, and it's just gonna, because it's a container, it's gonna stay really hot, and I want it to cool down so that I can drink it, not burn my mouth in about 30 minutes.
I never learned to drink coffee. I'm 36 years old. I never drank a cup of coffee.
That's probably for the best. I mean,
Well,
it has pros and cons, but it'll stain your teeth and it'll give you a weird addiction to making your heart race and then not, and then race a lot and then not.
it depends how you use it, I guess.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I think that literally happens to everybody under the right circumstances. Like even if they use a small amount, but somebody happens to make them excited in that moment, like in that time when they're under the influence of this small amount of caffeine, then that excitement would cause all their adrenaline, heart rate, everything to be much more than what it would have been had it just happened.
Yeah, it's definitely common that people, what is it called, create that habit for themselves and can't even wake up in the morning and all that kind of stuff. But there is also people who have a good relationship with it.
Everybody can get addicted to things, but not everybody will. You can choose to say no to something and just kind of like, but then there are addictive personalities where they'll, even something like coffee. I mean, look at how children act towards candy. My candy. I should start getting clips from random shows that like kids these days would get the reference of, and it kind of doesn't matter if it'd be stuff that y'all would all think is funny, but it doesn't really matter if the adults get it or have seen it or not. It's just stuff that people on the internet would recognize. This is a live stream after all, so it's just got to be funny, witty, and on point with stuff that we generally say. Or talk about.
That sounds like content for that magazine.
I just like giving like new sound bites to CB so that he can throw them on the soundboard.
Yeah.
His timing is perfect sometimes. Like oh man. My sleep schedule is so weird. There's sometimes where I'll stay up all night, and then other times where I'll sleep a little bit in the night, and then sleep a little bit during the day. And other times where I just kind of sleep at an exact normal schedule, like a normal human person, and then I go back to staying up all night. I actually enjoy it though, because I get to see, like, I get to interact with people at different timelines.
Yes.
Like, there's certain folks that I would never talk to if I didn't stay up till like 6 o'clock in the morning all night long. or wake up this early.
That is true.
It'd be like that, and I guess I'm kind of the night watchman until the next shift comes in, and then like I can pass out, and they got the live stream until I wake up, and then I'll help out with whatever I can, and just be like, "What's up, guys? Here's a bunch of random information I'm searching as you guys are talking." I like to just throw in etymology or whatever things that is all people will remind me of stuff, and I'll just try and search it as quickly as possible, screenshot things, and throw it into the feed. I added Greenshot on here. There's something called Greenshot, and it lets you you can hit the print screen button, click, drag, take a picture like really quickly, put it on the clipboard, and then paste it into any other screen you want to, like pretty quickly.
Yeah. I usually program. It's pretty much just called print screen, but yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, you can hit print screen and then you can take the whole screenshot, but or is it actually a app called print screen?
It's an actual app. Whatever you described, it's pretty much the same.
All right. I was uncertain. Man, there was like zero sarcasm detection going on, so I could not tell if you were like being sarcastic about the print screen button's function.
It is actually,
or talking about a literal app, and I'm like, wait a minute.
It's actually very good because you can you press the button, the screen turns pretty much gray, pretty much taking a screenshot of the whole screen. You can drag a box, and within that box, you can even add text, pen, like from like lines and boxes and all that kind of shit before you actually take the image you want.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Let me give you an example.
There's light shot.
Like this, for example, the red high, I wrote that.
Yeah. It lets you draw on there like quickly.
Yeah, boxes and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Let me find the link.
For Windows or?
I think it's to Windows and the other one. Oh, it's called Lightshot. That's right.
Oh, okay.
It's both for Windows and Mac. That's the best one I've been able to find. Could there be better ones out there? Yeah, sure, but it has all the features I need. Can take the screenshots fast, and I can also like add boxes and stuff like that. So, yeah, I can highlight things and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that I use is kind of old and simple, but it does what I need it to do. I'm actually going to check out the one that you just linked to.
I like this function here. It's something I often use, where you can pretty much, highlight a picture, for example, and you can just press one button, and it is reverse image searching it on YouTube or on Google. So you can find like the source for some of the images and stuff like that. So you can see if it's fake or AI generated or whatever.
Oh, dude, yeah, and that'll let you search way quicker while you're like watching the live stream feed. Somebody posts a picture, you can just click it, search the image really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah, I use that feature a lot. You kind of have to, for example, when you're roaming on, for example, some of the Tartaria forums on the internet, there is a lot of AI fakery and stuff like that roaming around. So before you buy into stuff, like search for the source before you actually believe in those Antarctica images that is AI generated and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. so much of this new content that's out there is just somebody's imagination. It's just an imagination land sentence that they type.
Yeah.
And they post the image that an AI threw together.
It's actually worse than that, because they like to also take things out of context, and pretty much, as you just said, they take this picture of this like old building and they make up a story, and no one is fact checking it. And if you're fact checking it, oh, you're just a mainstream follower, blah blah blah, and starting to judge you in some sort of way. But my message to them is, do your research and actually check up on these things, and you'll figure out that 70% to 80% is actually just bollocks.
Yeah, some of these people, they done burnt their biscuits with this stuff. They're so afraid of everything that everything's messed up, and so they only trust nonsense. And you show them anything scholarly, and that's fake.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing with research. Like, you don't watch one thing and then you're convinced. Like, you make a case file. So if you have a topic, then you find as much as you can about this, and you separate the different motifs and all that kind of stuff in different boxes. And even if you have a lot of information and you cannot make a conclusion, that doesn't mean you have to discard it all. You just put it back in the back of the closet, and you wait until something new comes up, and you take that fucking box out and you re-examine the evidence you have. But people like to make drastic, fair conclusions based on pretty much nothing. But these guys, they couldn't cut in granite with copper. And sure, that might seem like it, but a few years later, you you meet this guy who is working with stone, and he's showing you exactly how you can make cylinder holes and stuff like that in granite with copper tools, with basic copper tools. And it's all about it's not about the copper versus the granite. It's about what you're using as sandpaper would be the right word today. But back in the days, it was just like a water solvent where you're using crushed up stuff, like pretty much like the base would be water with sand in it. But that was not the best way to do it. But that's just to paint the picture how they were using these kind of things. And then you just have a guy who is spinning this wheel, and this copper tool is circling, and then you have another guy that is applying this water with all these crusty sand and stuff like that in. Just like when you see these big diamond tools today, like they have to have applied water at all times, because else it will heat up and stuff like that. It's kind of in the same sense. So it's actually not, back in those days, it was actually not the copper that was cutting the stone. It was this water sand thingy, and yeah. And then and when you realize that, you start to dig into it more, and you can see these different tools they're using. For example, some of the things that looks like machine cutting, you fall over the blueprints of something that's called a pendulum saw, which is pretty much just a saw that is stringed up in rope, or maybe a board or something like that, and then it has to a copper plating on, and they're just swinging that forward and back. And the same concept with the waters, solvent, abrasive, whatever, and then they just swing it, and it doesn't take a lot of force. And that is how I came to realize that ancient people did not need high advanced alien technology to do the things they did. What is in contention, though, is, for example, the pyramids and 20 years of creation of it. Like, I think that's bogus, because that doesn't add up. But did they have the tools to build it back then? Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You can look at that obelisk that the Romans stole from Egypt. That there's like 400 tons. They dragged it through the Nile, over the Mediterranean, and all the way up to Rome, and they also erected it there. And they did it with wood and rope and a boat. You know, that's pretty much the tools they used. They didn't have levitation fucking technology and all that kind of stuff, you know. And we can replicate that today, even though some of those areas of quote unquote research is claiming they couldn't or we can't. I guess my point is that it's very impressive what they did back then, and these guys were not dumb.
Yeah.
If you're interested, check this guy out. He spent a lot of time on doing exactly what I was just telling, testing the blueprints from ancient times. Like, for example, coppers cutting in stone and granite and all that kind of crap, polishing it up and, making it almost machine work looking. He has done a great work. A lot of great things.
Peace. That's interesting. Oh, there's no way I can watch all of these.
No, I mean, just when you're interested from time to time.
Skimming through and looking at what's on this channel, though.
His channel is kind of a response to ancient high-tech technology, and there is also some other bits and pieces, but it's just, you don't have to watch it all to get a clear image that, oh my god, I have been bamboozled by these alien deception guys and all that kind of crap, like these guys could actually have done it. What is in contention is, as I said before, the timelines, water erosion on these rings. Did the Egyptians actually build them? But the point is that people at that time, back in the quote-unquote Stone Age, they most likely could build and manipulate stone as they did, That's the main idea.
Yeah.
And it's not only that, because I mean, even back then, you can look at the Romans, like aqueducts, water mills, like mills that is dragged by donkeys and stuff like that. They knew how to, just look at a crowbar, for example. Like you take a cut down piece of wood and you wedge that into something, and suddenly one man is 10 men strong. Like. Very basic things, but yeah. Or when you have a piece of rope and you try to lift these things, but the piece of rope it breaks, but then you swing a few more pieces of rope over, and you see that even though you haven't added anything, in theory, like that rope can now lift that block. Like basic physics, as basic as you can do. Like. One rope can lift this much, but if you take two, well, now you have double lifting power,
Yeah. This is interesting. Is he like hold on a second. I need to drink something. Damn it. So he's like emulating ancient like techniques for producing certain things and like trying to do it in modern times by using like kind of replicating.
Yeah.
How they did. That's cool.
Do you know about the technique of stone setting? or a fire setting, I think it's called. It's pretty much where you take whatever big stone you want and you engulf it with fire, and that heat, and then you splash it with cold water, and that heat and stuff like that makes some microscopic cracks in the stone where you can take now and beat that stone and crush it down to a smaller stone that you can use for something, and later on you can polish it down and make it right edge it and all that kind of stuff. Like, super interesting. And we're talking about Stone Age technology. Whatever the Stone Age was, Stone Age technology,
Yeah.
Wood, fire, and water. Like harnessing the powers of nature, pretty much,
Yeah.
There's also this, I think it's a newer theory going around that these ancient people actually had the ability to make some sort of geopolymer, and over time, those stones that has been made with that geopolymer cannot be, what's it called? You cannot see on a regular stone and the geopolymer from back then, which is the geopolymer. So we cannot test these stones. But let's say the Egyptians, for example, they knew how to make geopolymer. Would they share those blueprints with their neighboring countries and stuff like that, or would they keep that technology for themselves? So when visitors came to the lands, they would see these magnificent big buildings and stuff like that, and look at those. Oh, we have to follow their religion. We have to follow their leader because they have something we don't have. Just like the American today, they don't want to share, for example, military intel with other countries, or the concept of the same,
Yeah. I'm sorry if my mind's divided because I'm talking to you and somebody else at the same time. I'm paying attention to what you're saying.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's like I have my mind divided into 3 different things, and normally I can divide it into 2 attention span, but 3 is a bit much. Because I'm looking at the videos on the screen while talking to you, while talking to him, and trying to respond to you about the videos that I'm looking to while reading what he's saying to me about something else unrelated to what we're talking about, and keep both of those conversations going at the same time without being rude to either of you.
It's okay. I don't find offense in it. Like, mainly I'm just throwing a few bit pieces out there because I have an interest in this.
With 0 sleep after staying up all night. And I have not yet drank not 1 cup of coffee, so that might help. But yeah, dude, ancient technology. No, you actually got me thinking about something else, kind of a rabbit hole that I'm going to go digging down later about the Stone Age. Like, everybody thinks about the Stone Age being a bunch of cavemen bashing rocks together and, like, bumping noggins or something. Like, I have no idea what's going on because they're a bunch of unga-bunga retards. But no. Craftsmen. Craftsmen of all things stone, until they found, like, metals and stuff that wasn't too deep beyond the really cool stone that was pretty much right there.
Yeah, and you also have to consider this. Like, today we don't have, like, heritage craftsmanship. Like, you don't become what your father does. But back then, there was no quote unquote real school, or maybe there was for some basics, whatever they had. But they would just see what their dad did, and they would start fucking hammering those stones. And when they were ready to it, their father would take them under their wing and teach them how to also build with that stone. And if you take several generations, they can become pretty good at hammering stones against stones, And sure, civilization come and go, and they were much more fragile in terms of, let's say, a bad harvest or anything like that. So they might have migrated away from their big buildings and never come back. And some other civilization found those buildings and added to them. but that doesn't take away that many generations of perfectionizing craft is something we don't see a lot of today, and it's definitely a possibility. I mean, we can just go 200 years back and look at all the cathedrals and stuff like that is built. That is the lost art of artisan craftsmanship or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
Be right back.
All right. God. Do 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 do. I wanna show you how flat the earth is. I wanna show you how flat the earth is. I wanna show you how flat the earth is from the shoreline to a fall. Nunca Berkeba. Nunca Berkeba. Nunca Berkeba. Ignorancia es
Hey, what's up? Coot.